Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The black-hearted Amping quickly drove the spaceship through the dense meteorites, approaching Dewey 4399 little by little. Although this former frontline military base has been abandoned for many years, and most of the military facilities have failed after all, it is still operating as Ning Tao's temporary residence at this time, so Amping dare not be careless at all. After all, the Red Apricot is just a specialized spaceship, not good at frontal combat, while the predecessor of Dewey 4399 was a military base. Even if only 1% of the military facilities are still functioning, it is enough to pose a threat to the Red Apricot. However, it may be that Ning Tao is really incompetent, or it may be that Amping's driving skills are high enough, and the spaceship is concealed enough, of course. It is more likely because the Red Apricot team was lucky enough that the spaceship managed to escape without alarming anyone. Successfully landed on the back of Dewey 4399. When he landed, Uncle Sue heaved a sigh of relief. "Oh, I thought I would be intercepted halfway and blown up into fireworks." My heart was beating wildly. Lunan sneered, "You've got the medicine again, right?" Su Bo said, "After all, I'm just a doctor and a civil servant. I'm not as strong as you savages. I can only strengthen my thin body with forbidden drugs." Before he finished speaking, Amping patted his head with a robotic arm. "Stop talking nonsense, get ready to act." Following the captain's order, Uncle Sue immediately restrained his laughter, picked up the oversized backpack he had prepared, put on a slightly ridiculous helmet, and walked off the spaceship with the lightness and swiftness of a 37-year-old. Amping followed closely behind, still traveling lightly, not even carrying a blaster gun, and the armor on his body seemed thin and sparse. Sean chose to stay with Amping. After comparing the other two teammates, he felt that partnering with the captain was the most reassuring for this mission. Amping smiled and did not refuse. The last one to disembark was Lu Nan. She was still wearing a heavy coat, and she was dragging a floating shelf behind her with various firearms piled up like a mountain. Zhuang Yuanying still stayed on the ship. After Lu Nan disembarked, she waved goodbye to everyone, and at the same time controlled a small cargo airship to fly out from the back door of the cargo hold of the Red Apricot. Uncle Sue took a look and gasped, "It's actually this fight, Xiao Zhuang, you are so ruthless." Zhuang Yuanying smiled apologetically, "It's necessary for the mission." Lu Nan looked at Su Bo disdainfully and said coldly, "Do you have an opinion?" No, I don't dare to have it." Su Bo seemed to be a head shorter in front of Lu Nan, so he dared not argue, but seeing Lu Nan constantly moving the guns on the shelf into the cargo box of the airship, he couldn't bear it. Zhu said the transportation fee cannot be shared equally anyway. Lu Nan sneered and didn't bother to answer. Instead, Sean was a little curious. Transportation fee. Amping saw that Lu Nan couldn't finish loading and unloading for a while, so he explained, "We should wait until the mission is over and I will talk to you in detail when the rewards are settled, but let's talk briefly. This cargo airship is Xiao Zhuang's private prop. We borrowed it to complete the task. It needs to pay the transportation fee to Xiao Zhuang." Su Bo added, "And the cost of this one is extremely high. It's more than 5 times the normal price." Amping said, "Because it has gathered a lot of painstaking efforts of Zhuang Yuanying, it has the best performance and the highest cost." Uncle Sue twisted his mouth. If someone hadn't dragged such a heavy luggage, there would be no need for such a high-performance flying boat. Lu Nan sneered, "Okay, I'll pay for your transportation, don't count on me for fire support." Uncle Sue quickly laughed and said, "I'm just joking, I just took some medicine and my mind is not clear." While talking, Lu Nan finally closed the cargo box. "It's time to go." At this time, Sean had already looked at the pilot's seat of the airship, his eyes lost in thought. As a driving enthusiast, he can see the extraordinariness of the flying boat at a glance. Although limited by the overall technological level of the dry galaxy, its performance may not be comparable to the flagship model of the Republic's famous factory. But a qualified pilot enthusiast will never be simply obsessed with theoretical performance. Applicability is the first priority, and the flying boat that Zhuang Yuanying took out is obviously very suitable for the Hongsing team. Its carrying capacity is strong enough, and judging from the overall structure and engine model, although the flying speed will not be too fast, it is absolutely stable and quiet, which is very suitable for today's sneak operations. While thinking about it, Sean already wanted to jump on it and experience the real feeling of driving for himself. When an excellent pilot is driving the flying boat, he can feel the hard work and inspiration of the producer. It feels like reading a wonderful novel and enjoying a wonderful opera performance. Sean is undoubtedly a good enough driver. Amping only looked at it amusedly. Okay, you can just drive, you don't need to be so idiotic, I will just step aside. Sean unceremoniously jumped into the driver's seat, and the moment he sat down, he felt a kind of heartfelt joy and nostalgia. Although the airship hadn't actually started, the Jedi apprentice could already picture it moving quietly and smoothly. The last time he drove such an excellent vehicle was in Bergamore, and thinking of Bergamore, Sean couldn't help but think of Master again. After the manor was parted, the two sides lost contact completely, and the attempt to contact on the Bayan also ended in failure. Then, in the base of the Red Zing squad, he tried to find an opportunity to do the same but still had no results. Now he is neither closer to the truth nor closer to the Master, but inexplicably ran to Dewey 4399 to help others rob Xuan Ming. Sean felt like a fallen leaf drifting with the waves, as if he had lost his way. But as a Jedi apprentice, he feels that everything he has experienced and everything he is about to face are meaningful. There is no need to be confused. It is enough to do the things in front of you as much as possible. Returning his attention to the present moment, Sean felt the excellence of the airship and turned his head to give Zhuang Yuanying aboard the red apricot a high thumbs up. The girl nodded shyly and triumphantly, and then buried her face in the soft hat inside. Uncle Sue watched the whole process with straight eyes and commented, "I think you two should get married." As soon as he finished speaking, Anping slapped him on the back of the head. The performance of the flying boat was as Sean expected. On the desolate asteroid Dewey 4399, it carried everyone to the military base with amazing tranquility. Not fast, but fast enough for this tiny object, and after about 2 standard hours, the abandoned military buildings were already visible on the horizon. Hold on. Lu Nan in the back seat patted the driver's seat. Go around the mountains over there. Zio En nodded without asking any further questions and let the flying boat turn around. After a while, he came to a rolling mountain and rock parcel. Lu Nan looked around, just put me here. Sean was a little surprised, she wants to stay here alone. But the others didn't take it seriously at all. Even Uncle Sue flattered him with a smile and said, when we act later, the vice captain, please take care of my younger brother. Anping took the initiative to explain to Zio En, for Lu Nan, this distance is the best sniping position. Zio En only felt a little unbelievable. The distance from here to the military base was already the theoretical range limit of ordinary blaster sniper rifles. She wanted to complete actual sniping here. This is no longer humanly possible, right? Amping smiled. That's why she treasures her sniper rifle very much. Even ordinary people can't touch it. In the Red Apricot squad, very few people would spend money wrongly. Sean looked at the spear on Lu Nan's back again, and his heart surged with curiosity. Obviously, Lu Nan was able to accomplish incredible long-distance sniping, and this special sniper rifle contributed a lot. But without even looking at it, and Ping on the passenger seat patted the shoulder. Don't look, she will really ask you for a fee. The money she spent on this sniper rifle is enough for Kun going to buy an apartment. Zio En couldn't help but feel itchy when he heard the words, but he also knew the importance of the matter, so he nodded and drove the flying boat forward. Not long after the flying boat moved forward, Anping gave instructions. Let's make a slight detour, we'll attack the manor from another direction later. Anping said while calling up the holographic projection on the flying boat and began to explain the action plan to Sean and Su Bo. At this stage, we have very limited information, so this operation is a gamble. Don't be obsessed with fighting. If you miss a hit, you must evacuate immediately. As for the specific evacuation method, it is the old rule, each according to his own ability. But generally speaking, I think the probability of Ning Tao hiding in the manor is still very high, so I will mainly talk about how to break through the manor and catch people out. Because I came in a hurry, I have no way to collect information about this temporarily remodeled manor. Information can only be judged according to common sense. You have to listen to the general idea, and you must know how to adapt to the situation. The manor should have been remodeled by the headquarters during the encirclement and suppression operations, and the focus was not on the ground. From the images from the previous scouts, it is not difficult to see that the defense force on the surface of the planet is not too strong, and it is likely that the essence is gathered in the underground. The opponents this time are different from the general mob. They are the elites that Ning Tao dared to use to protect himself. And we have limited manpower and we don't have a good location. We will suffer a lot in away games, so we need to find a way to disperse the enemy. I consider giving full play to Lu Nan's long-range firepower advantage. First fight a peripheral battle with the opponent, find a way to fish out the opponent's main force, and then take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the manor and capture Ning Tao. Of course, the plan belongs to the plan, and the actual action will definitely face many accidents. And the members of the Red Apricot Squad must keep in mind 4 words at all times: adapt to the situation. It doesn't matter if you give up the mission goal or betray your teammates. We are cheating Hong Xing, don't be bound by any rules. When Xiao En heard this, he realized that Captain Anping was giving himself a private lesson. This feeling is a little subtle, especially about giving up goals, giving up teammates, but he still listened carefully. But at this moment, Anping simply turned his gaze away and looked directly at Xiao En. Finally, it's the point I'm most worried about, and I must emphasize it to you. Sean nodded, showing all ears. The enemy this time is not the vicious people like Suzaku and Qinglong, but the regular army of the Kainkun Group Security Bureau. In theory, they represent justice for the galaxy better than we do. After a pause, Anping continued, but they are enemies. Sean immediately understood what Captain Anping wanted to say, but he didn't know how to answer. Anping was not satisfied with Xiao En's silence and continued. It doesn't matter if you show mercy to Jade Mouse in the Stars Pavilion, the other party is a clever thief, not a clever fighter, and we have enough spare power to suppress the whole audience. To be wounded and not die, or to die without being injured, is all in our minds. But this time we don't have the strength. A single thought of benevolence will not only kill you, but also kill everyone who has expectations of you. After finishing speaking, Anping smiled again. It's a pity that Boss Lee is not here, otherwise it would be better to let him fool you. After all, I am not very good at words, so I can only speak so far. You are a smart person, I probably don't need to say anything, just think about it yourself. Sean nodded. However, at this moment Uncle Su suddenly added, Xiao En, let me, as the senior of the team, give you a thinking question. Speaking. If you were Ning Tao, who would you bring with you if you did such a shameful thing? Sean was taken aback by this obvious question. Fortunately, Uncle Su didn't expect him to answer. Obviously, he wants his confidants right. Otherwise, wouldn't it be troublesome to bring a newcomer who doesn't know what to do and go back and say things that shouldn't be said with a big mouth? Sean nodded, of course. Then let me ask you again, what conditions do you need to meet to become Ning Tao's confidant? Sean subconsciously wanted to say that he was strong enough. As a result, Su Bo asked himself and answered quickly, are you strong? Obviously not, your strength is definitely stronger than all of Ning Tao's subordinates. Will you work hard for him? Sean was taken aback by this question. Uncle Su said again, isn't it upright? It's a big mistake. If you really want to be upright, Ning Tao won't be the first to believe it. What if you report yourself later? Then it's rare to be confused, it's even more unreliable. Ning Tao came to Dewey 4399, after all, there is a risk. Once you are in danger, you will count on those who like rare and confused people to save you. So there is only one final choice. The same people can be taken by Ning Tao. The confidants who came here must have handed in the nomination certificate and proved themselves. And the way of proof, you should think of it. Sean's heart sank, he did think of it. For this kind of legal and good citizen with an apparently innocent net worth, the best way to register is of course crime. Only by committing an unforgivable crime and then handing over the handle to Ning Tao can he be regarded as a confidant. Su Bo said, of course, the above are just my personal guesses, and the facts may be completely contrary to what I thought. Ning Tao's subordinates are a group of honest gentlemen, and they chose to follow him out of great ideals. What is it with Qinglong? Yes, it was just a temporary expedient move. They still have dreams in their hearts and their wealth is clean. Of course, it's more likely that even if most of these people died without guilt, there are some innocent people among them. Maybe the one you shot was the one, and then you will become a murderer who killed good people. But I don't think it matters. What matters is what you think in your heart, whether you want to be a good person who will always be innocent, or whether you want to be a person who can do things. Sean frowned tightly, only feeling that this kind of choice between the two was very unreasonable from the beginning. Of course, the world has never really been reasonable. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Jedi Order to perform missions all over the world. But what should I do if the matter specifically falls on me? At this time, Xiao En began to miss Master again. If Master was still there, he would definitely give correct guidance. However, he could never rely on Master's guidance forever. At this moment, Uncle Sue couldn't help but add another sentence. I am a doctor, so I will give you another example of a doctor. You should know that no matter how good a doctor is, there will be patients who cannot be saved. Dying before your eyes is a common occurrence for doctors. The more experienced a senior doctor is, the more mistakes he will make on the operating table. Even a genius doctor like me has unbearable memories. But there is also a kind of doctor who never, if you miss, you will never cause casualties to patients due to your own fault, and you will be innocent all your life. After a pause, Subo revealed the answer in a mocking tone. That is a doctor who does nothing. In an instant, the hesitation in Sean's heart was swept away. The difference from the master is a trial for myself as a Jedi apprentice, so this time I will do it according to my own ideas. Wait for Rith to join master and then listen to her criticism. After making up his mind, Sean didn't say much, but silently took the short gun at his waist into his hand. This action was enough to show his attitude. Subo immediately stopped talking and laughed, and Amping also let out a sigh of relief. Not long after, Sean's airship came to the edge of the military area. Tall buildings made of metal were in sight, and there was even a smell of rust in the air. The manor where Ning Tao is located seems to be very close at hand. Amping patted the driver's seat. Okay, let's stop here. No matter how lax their ground security is, it is impossible for us to drive the flying boat straight to the house. If we go any further, we will be discovered. Zio En stopped the airship, as he said, and just about to ask what to do next. He caught a glimpse of a crimson energy beam shooting from a distant hill, knocking down the guard at the main gate of the manor. The Jedi apprentice froze for a full second before realizing that it was a sniper attack from Lu Nan. She just fired like that. He didn't wait for his teammates to issue action instructions and didn't even confirm whether his teammates were ready, so he fired without authorization. However, Ping and Subo beside him were not surprised by this, and they patted Zio En on the shoulder at the same time, and then divided into two groups, approaching the manor along different paths. Obviously, for the Honksing team, this kind of silent understanding has long been a basic skill. They know Lu Nan and trust Lu Nan, just as Lu Nan understands and trusts them. Sean couldn't integrate into this incredible tacit understanding for the time being, so he shook his head, chose the direction of Amping to follow, shuttled continuously in the shadow of the abandoned building, and quickly approached the destination. At the same time, Lu Nan's sniping was the first to catch everyone's attention and successfully triggered the alarm bells in the manor, and a group of heavily armed security soldiers rushed out of the buildings in all directions. One of them wore a scarlet cloak over his armor, as if he was an officer-level leader. However, he had just walked out of the building, and before he could issue orders, the helmet was suddenly pierced by an energy beam, leaving a bright hole, and then his body slumped to the ground. Lu Nan's sniper shot fully demonstrated the power of the DFQ-91 sniper rifle, and it still maintained incredible accuracy at the extreme distance. One shot left the opponent in chaos without a leader. The chaos didn't last long. After all, these Security Bureau fighters had undergone extremely strict and formal training, and their strength was far from comparable to that of a mob of criminal organizations. It only took them a few seconds to make the right judgment. First, the position of the sniper was confirmed based on the trajectory, and then the crowd quickly dispersed and hid in various hidden positions. Many bunkers and automatic defense facilities also rose in the courtyard of the manor. There are also two heavy-duty turrets, continuously pouring torrential rain of energy beams on the distant mountains. Lu Nan's sniping was immediately suppressed, and the soldiers of the Security Bureau took advantage of this opportunity to immediately mobilize their manpower, board the airship, and fly to the distant mountains. While sneaking quietly, Sean began to worry about Lu Nan's situation. But at this moment, another crimson energy beam shot from afar, hitting a flying boat precisely, piercing through the front armor and fuel tank, successfully igniting the high-energy fuel of the flying boat. It turned into a ball of fire. The three fighters on the flying boat melted silently in the raging flames, while the following two flying boats immediately braked and turned, not daring to advance rashly. A moment later, the heavy turrets in the manor swept the distant hills with more violent firepower, and saw that the rocks shattered like rain, and they were flattened under the violent bombardment of heavy firepower. This violent suppression of firepower continued until the turret became red from overheating and did not stop, and this undoubtedly provided strong confidence for the soldiers in front. The flying boat that had braked suddenly received a signal of safety and continued to drive forward at full speed. Then at this moment, another streak of crimson energy flashed across everyone's field of vision, and the sniper shot from an unbelievable angle, causing the blazing particle beam to penetrate the armor plate and shoot into the fuel tank, knocking down the entire airship and the fuel tank. The soldiers on board turned into fireballs together. The heavy turret in the manor suddenly turned off for a moment. Because this seemed like a naked humiliation to them, the enemy snipers, under the cover of powerful firepower, did not evade or retreat, faced the horror that could instantly turn anyone into coke, and continued to shoot and kill their companions. The next moment, the heavy turrets in the manor looked crazy. The firepower that was enough to pose a threat to medium-sized space warships swept unreservedly towards the distant mountains. Under the impact of the high-temperature particle flow, the solid rocks melted quickly like ice blocks burned by a spray gun, and the magma rolled and the mountains turned for purgatory. Sean was only shocked for a while. And Ping said calmly, "Don't worry about Lu Nan, this is just a small scene." Sean was a little unbelievable. Is this still a small scene? Her hidden mountain is almost turned into juice. As a sniper, the most fearful thing is that after the position is exposed, it will attract heavy firepower to counterattack. Therefore, most sniper operations are only carried out when absolute concealment is ensured. However, in order to attract attention, Lu Nan exposed his position from the beginning. And the heavy firepower in the manor is also beyond expectations, which is simply not something that a single soldier can match. Don't worry, she has shifted her position a long time ago, and she won't be foolish enough to stay where she is for others to fight. She is smarter than anyone else within her range. Sean immediately remembered the confrontation in the underground base. Indeed, although the vice captain usually appears to be too blunt and even irritable, his calculations are deep and accurate in combat, which is really impressive. And the standard procedure of the Security Bureau has long been a trick for her. After finishing speaking, Amping sighed. As if he had touched some restricted area, he seemed to be out of interest, and only waved his hand to signal Xiao to follow up as soon as possible. Xiao also cheered up, not caring about Lu Nan's situation for the time being. If you want to really help Lu Nan, you have to cherish the space she created and grab Ning Tao immediately. As long as the enemy general is in hand, the battle situation will naturally be reversed instantly. There is no need to add more casualties. The speed of action of the two became faster and faster. Because Lu Nan attracted too much attention, under the cover of the ruins, they went all the way to the outskirts of the manor without attracting anyone's attention. But just as Xiao was about to climb over the outer wall of the manor and enter the greenery, he was stopped by Anping. "Look over there." Anping pointed to two security soldiers standing outside the wall with guns on guard. Even when the alarm bells were ringing, these two people still kept their posts firmly. But they were obviously full of curiosity about what happened in the distance, and they kept looking at the distant mountains. Although he didn't dare to leave his post without authorization, his mind was completely out of sight. Xiao understood Amping's plan with just one glance. These two obviously not so elite fighters were the breakthrough chosen by Amping. Separate actions. Amping smiled, "Try not to ask in the future." After finishing speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the direction of the two people. This sleepy middle-aged man's eyes widened at this moment, and his two thick thighs erupted with incredible force, allowing him to explode at an astonishing speed on this asteroid with low gravity. At the same time, Xiao approached from another direction, and his speed was no less than that of Anping. After a while, Anping was the first to be exposed. Who? A security soldier finally saw Anping's figure running at full speed out of the corner of his eye, shouted in horror, and aimed his blaster gun at him. But soon he was surprised to find that the speed of the opponent's charge was unimaginable, and when he was running, his steps seemed to imply some kind of peculiar rhythm. He could always change direction suddenly when he tried to pull the trigger, making the security guard the fighter's aim misses. It was clear that the manor was an open field, but he, the gatekeeper, was helpless against an intruder running barefoot. He aimed several times, but he couldn't even find a chance to shoot. After a while, the security guard became a little restless and subconsciously stabbed his companion with his elbow. "Didn't you see that I am in a mess here and you are still watching the show?" However, with this stabbing, he felt that the other party was powerless and fell down directly. He couldn't help turning his eyes in astonishment, only to see that his comrade who fell to the ground had a scorched black hole on his forehead tragically. The next moment, a beam of energy in the line of sight covered the field of vision from far to near in an instant, and his world fell into darkness. After the gatekeeper fell, Anping gave Sean a thumbs up. "Those were really beautiful two-burst shots, and the opportunities I created for him were not wasted at all. Not to mention Subo's earnest efforts were wasted. I just hope that after this mission is over, when he sees the bill Subo gave him for psychological counseling fees, he can keep calm. While thinking, Anping quietly came to the door along the outer wall, turned over the corpse on the ground, quickly took off his armor and coat and put them on himself. But Xiao En's movements were a little faster than Anping's, as if all of this had been rehearsed many times in advance, which made Anping feel absurd. This kid looks pretty and serious. Why is he more proficient at picking up corpses than me? He used to be in the funeral business, and this moment of distraction made Anping's movements a bit slower, so Xiao En completed the disguise first and quickly ran into the manor with the full set of equipment of the gatekeeper. The security soldier uniform on the apprentice was a bit loose and didn't fit well, but Sean managed to show his flustered and messy footsteps after only 2 steps. A hole in the uniform. Behind, Anping, who was still trying to zip up his trousers, was dumbfounded. How is this kid so proficient? Sean, the journeyman, gradually regained the feeling of the Bergamore period while running. He also sneaked into the manor, changed his appearance and disguised himself, and went all the way smoothly. But the difference is that there is no longer an omnipotent master behind me, and the battle plan in my hands is no longer the kind of huge battle blueprint that makes people feel at ease after reading it, but only the 4-character mantra: adapt to the situation. What Sean hates most is this kind of heartless battle, but at this time he has no choice. While trying to feel the guidance of the Force, the Jedi apprentice made up his mind and rushed forward all the way. Soon, behind a temporary bunker in the middle of the courtyard, he encountered 2 security soldiers wearing the same uniform. When the other party saw Xiao En, he didn't show any emotion at all but raised his gun to aim vigilantly. Stop! Who is it and which team is it? Of course, Sean couldn't tell the name of his troop. He didn't even know which troop was on Dewey 4399, and he couldn't be sure if there was any communication code between them. But this does not prevent him from giving a perfect response. The Jedi apprentice put on an extremely flustered look and said out of breath, "The sniper is just fainting. The other side is the direction of the enemy's main attack." While speaking, he kept shaking his arms and stretched out his fingers in the direction he came from. "Don't worry about that sniper anymore. Hurry up to support, it's almost over there." However, the person who pointed the gun at Sean did not relax his vigilance at all. While looking at the comm manor gate suspiciously, he asked, "Since it is urgent information, why don't you use the communicator to report it?" Xiao En said angrily, "Hasn't the communication around here been completely blocked and interfered with? You still use a ghost communicator." The voice of the Jedi apprentice was so righteous, and as he stretched out his hand in front of the 2 of them, the words seemed to contain incredible magic power. So much so that the 2 soldiers with guns couldn't help but startled, thinking that the voice coming from the communicator in their ears was purely auditory hallucinations. And just such a startled opening is enough for Sean. He took half a step forward, his hands stabbed out like lightning, and landed on the carotid arteries of the 2. The 2 elite fighters fainted instantly and their bodies slowly collapsed. Sean let out a sigh of relief, and thought to himself that this immature mind control technique could be used to great effect. But before he could feel relieved, he saw a whole team of security fighters running quickly from behind a bunker out of the corner of his eye. When the 2 sides met each other, they were both taken aback. Sean reacted very quickly and immediately leaned over and hugged the unconscious 2 people and shouted to the team of security soldiers, "Assassins are coming to the manor. Someone here is injured. First aid is needed." His voice was so loud that the whole team of security fighters couldn't help being stunned. To these elite fighters, Sean's voice seemed extremely abrupt, even absurd. The security forces of the Kyankun group have very strict combat procedures: how to respond when encountering a surprise attack, how to rescue teammates when they are injured. These have standard procedures, and these procedures definitely do not include hugging teammates on the spot and screaming call. But anyone with actual combat experience also knows that those who cling to the standard process will always be the ones who die the fastest on the battlefield. And just when someone wanted to ask Sean for proof, Sean suddenly pointed to a green bush not far away. The assassin is hiding in that direction. And Ping, who had followed Xiao and all the way to hide in the green bushes just now, could not help cursing inwardly when he heard the words, "Sean, you bastard, you dare to betray the captain." But immediately felt a little relieved. Although this kid is a bit of a jerk, he adapts really quickly. The Red Apricot team's so-called emergency response is to achieve this step. At critical moments, they must be able to betray their teammates without hesitation. Because this kind of betrayal is essentially a kind of trust. And how can the dignified team leader live up to the trust of the rookies? Anping's bleary, sleepy eyes suddenly widened, and he no longer looked lazy. He stood up from the bushes, and his figure instantly attracted the attention of the security guards. More than 10 blaster guns focused on him at the same time, but lost his trace in the next instant. Amping exploded at an astonishing speed in the forest, leaving behind the dense rain of energy beams, while Ning Tao's meticulously maintained manor greenery provided him with excellent cover. His figure was like a ghost in the forest. It appears and disappears from time to time, unscrupulously attracting the opponent's firepower. A whole group of elite fighters fired several rounds in a row, but they couldn't do anything to the figure in the bushes. The head of the security captain felt a little strange, pressed the communicator in his hand, prepared to report the situation to his superiors, and asked for support. But at this moment, a crimson beam of energy shot out from a gap in the distant mountain, straightly piercing through his temple. Even Sean was dumbfounded at this moment. Lu Nan, she's still alive. No, she's still alive and kicking to provide fire support. Sean turned his head and saw that the place where she first hid had already been turned into a raging sea of flames by the heavy firepower in the manor. And even so, the heavy artillery battery still did not stop the firepower from pouring out. How could Lu Nan find an opportunity to support his teammates in the manor under such a difficult situation? But the astonishment is the astonishment. Xiao En didn't miss this opportunity. He took advantage of this group of soldiers without a leader and collectively at a loss to further spread the panic. Hurry up and disperse. Don't stand still, there are more than one enemy sniper, we are already surrounded. The bewildered soldiers involuntarily followed Xiao En's instructions to dodge around. Their movements appeared concise and well-trained, but this quality was obviously used in the wrong direction. In the bushes, Anping covered the scratch on his shoulder and grinned. It's getting more and more interesting. At the same time, Xiao En was hugging two unconscious soldiers, and when he was about to move closer to the headquarters by dragging them, he saw a thin figure approaching quickly. The man was wearing a white combat uniform, carrying a medicine box in his hand, and trotted all the way, moving from bunker to bunker with extremely skillful and rigorous tactical movements, and got close to Sean in a short while. Sean looked at the beautiful wrinkled face in front of him in disbelief. It was Uncle Su. When was he? No, why did he? Still not right, the tactical action just now was so rigorous that it was no different from a regular army. Without waiting for Sean to recover from the countless question marks, Uncle Su has already proficiently used Kyankun Security's standard medical diagnostic device to sweep around the two fainted soldiers and make them emit piercing screams. These two are going to die. Someone come with me and send them to the medical cabin, hurry up. While speaking, Uncle Su turned on the communicator. The front number is 43,287, and I request the headquarters to open medical cabins number 3 and number 4. Someone is seriously injured. There was a moment of silence in the communicator before responding, ask for permission. This skillful dialogue made Sean feel even more incredible. The thin man in front of him seemed to be a member of the regular army, not the drug jar in the red apricot squad who liked to take banned drugs. Stinky boy, don't be dazed. It wasn't until Su Bo's subtle voice came from his ear that Xiao En came back to his senses and realized that this person was indeed Su Bo, not some clone. I will take this opportunity to sneak into the headquarters and then find a way to help the captain make a way out. The two of us should be enough to catch Ning Tao, you have other tasks. As he spoke, Uncle Su gently pointed to a heavy fort. Take that down as soon as possible. Sean was taken aback when he heard the words, take down the heavy fort, does it make sense? However, before he could ask why, Sean felt a slight vibration under his feet, and the humming of the engine of the fighter plane came from afar. Outside the manor, in a semi-abandoned hangar, the rusty floor rumbled open. Two black long-wing fighters rose slowly from the basement. The vector engines on their belly ignited blue light. Supporting the light, the fuselage quickly floated into the air. Su Bo said, Elvinan can't handle that, you go and help her with heavy artillery. Xiao En glanced at the heavily guarded heavy artillery position and saw that the fort was heavily guarded, and there were several automatic gun turrets eagerly turning around. Suddenly his heart stopped. You want me to engage in such a position alone? What do you think of me, Jedi Master? Don't worry, Lu Nan will support you. After a pause, Uncle Su smiled again. I will also encourage you mentally. What is the use of spiritual encouragement? Are you a Jedi Master too? However, before Sean opened his mouth, Su Bo had already pulled the two security soldiers who were knocked out by Sean into the headquarters with a force that did not belong to his thin body. Hurry up and get someone to help. Anyone who goes to the theater there again will be blacklisted, and if you get injured, go get yourself a bandage. Uncle Sue's upright and confident voice really moved several security soldiers around. They gathered around Uncle Sue with some hesitation and helped him carry the wounded together. Seeing this, Sean had no choice but to get up and leave and walk towards the heavy artillery position. The journey after the Jedi apprentice was safe and sound, but just as he was about to reach the finish line, he aroused vigilance as expected. Stop, who, which team? A soldier in the captain's uniform pointed a gun at Sean's head. Zio-En sighed in his heart, and he didn't know the difference between him and Su Bo. Why did Su Bo's disguise win people's trust so easily, but he was pointed at by guns wherever he went? This time, however, he didn't have to bother thinking about the answer. The moment the security captain pointed his gun at Zio-En, a crimson beam of energy shot out from an incredible angle, directly piercing the man's head. Lie down and scatter. Immediately, a veteran who temporarily replaced the captain shouted loudly. The well-trained fighters also showed strong execution ability, and immediately scattered and crawled away from the original bunker position. Zio-En took this opportunity to quickly blend into the crowd, feeling a little regretful that he couldn't get rid of the loyal captain in a non-killing way, and at the same time marveled at Lu Nan's sniper skills that are so amazing. Accurate marksmanship comes second. The key is the speed with which she shifted positions and the tacit understanding with her teammates, which once again refreshed Sean's cognition. It turns out that in this remote star area, there will also be such ace-level fighters. But after Lu Nan's shot, Zio-En's dilemma was immediately resolved, and the soldiers around him no longer cared about questioning a security soldier in loose clothes. They each gasped violently behind the brand-new bunker to calm down their emotions. Coincidentally, the veteran who temporarily replaced the captain was kneeling beside Zio-En, roaring continuously through the communicator. "What are the pilots doing? Hurry up and take off that sniper." Sean quickly added confusing information. "There is more than one sniper. I just encountered a sniper at gate number 1, and there are obviously enemies hiding in the abandoned military zone." The veteran who shouted was hesitant when he heard the words, "Who are you?" Seeing this, Zio-En sighed again from the bottom of his heart. I really can't easily win people's trust. He also knew that his speech and behavior were obviously nondescript compared with the genuine security fighters, so it was inevitable to arouse suspicion. But he was also helpless. Without any prior planning and almost no preparations, the captain flew all the way to Dewey 4399 as soon as an idea occurred in his mind. Sean had no time to study his opponents, let alone imitate their words and deeds. He is not an old aborigine like Su Bo and Anping who has lived in the Gan galaxy for decades. He even speaks Kainkun fluently just now. So what Sean hates the most is the so-called improvisation, running to carry out missions without dozens of backup plans in hand. It is really a shameless streaking behavior. But at this time, Zio-En couldn't allow Zio-En to think too much. The temporary captain holding the communicator was completely suspicious. The automatic gun turrets will aim at themselves. Then there is only one choice left for Sean. The Jedi apprentice stared at each other and said softly, "I came to temporarily support the heavy artillery position." The headquarters is very dissatisfied with the efficiency of the heavy artillery, and I happen to have learned artillery technology before. Judging from the words alone, this sentence has no logic at all, and it is even an act of self-exposure. The regular army under the security bureau of the Kainkun group is not a temporary mob. How can battlefield mobilization be so trivial? A young man who looked highly suspicious suddenly ran out and said that he was ordered by the headquarters to support the heavy artillery position. This is the word spies written on his face. However, when this self-exposing remark was uttered together with the Jedi apprentice's force-skill mind control, the vigilant veteran immediately looked confused and then nodded. "I see, let's go." Then he even gestured to his teammates around him to let him go. Sean let out a sigh of relief, nodded, and under the incredulous eyes of all the security soldiers, he quickly ran towards the heavy turret. The effect of the mind control technique this time was better than the Jedi apprentice had expected. Before he came to the galaxy, he hadn't been able to use the mind control technique so skillfully, let alone use it continuously and intensively. Zio-En also felt a little strange in his heart. Obviously, he had frequent accidents recently, so the routine meditation practice became intermittent. But the connection with the Force seems to have become closer, and even the effect of mind control has exceeded expectations. But at this moment, a burning star suddenly appeared in his mind again, and light and heat instantly filled the entire space. The Jedi apprentice is no stranger to this scene. This is the second time he has met this scorching sun. The last time was when he jumped from hyperspace to the dry galaxy on a passenger ship. Vaguely, the Jedi apprentice realized that the picture in his mind must be a revelation given to him by the Force, but the timing of this revelation was really not so coincidental. Surrounded by a group of enemies, Sean really had no time to be distracted and immersed in the flow of the original Force. He could only restrain his mind, forcibly suppress the picture in his mind, and continued to move forward. The heavy turret in the manor is a real big guy. The part above the ground has a hemispherical outline and a diameter of nearly 10 meters. A gray square gun barrel protruded halfway from the sphere, and the muzzle continuously ejected high-temperature and high-energy particle streams, ravaging the distant mountains and rocks like kneading snowballs. As Zion walked closer, he felt more and more clearly the vibrations from the ground every time the cannon was fired. He also felt a little more worried about Lu Nan, who was within the coverage of the firepower. Even without those two fighter planes, it would be impossible for Lu Nan to persevere under such artillery fire. Especially in order to support herself just now, she forcibly fired a shot in all difficulties, revealing her position again. I must act quickly. Fortunately, this turret that rose from the ground left a small door on the surface for the gunner to enter and exit. Sean didn't want to get close, but couldn't get in. Would it be possible to use a lightsaber to draw circles on the spot in full view? Or use the personal explosives you carry with you to blow up a path? Now that there is a door, how to open it is just a trivial problem for Sean. Holding the complete set of tools presented by Chen Sanwen, Sean unlocked the side door of the turret within 20 seconds, pulled the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he was pointed at the forehead by a blaster. Which unit? A soldier in red uniform guarding behind the turret door sternly asked. Sean wanted to curse in his heart. How many times have you heard this sentence? As for, do you look so awkward? I've tried my best to imitate your words and deeds, okay? No matter how I am a person, I can tell that I am a spy. Oh, probably because I got in by picking the lock. Only this time, Sean was finally able to respond differently. Without hesitation, he leaned low to avoid pointing at the gun, and his body rushed towards the guards in the turret like lightning. In this confined space, the Jedi apprentice didn't need to hide his strength at all. The body strengthened by the Force suddenly exploded with a speed that was even better than that of Captain Antping. Before the opponent had time to pull the trigger, Sean had already slammed his palm on the opponent's chin with all his strength. After the crisp sound of bone shattering, the soldier fell down like ooze. Passing over the guard, Sean also saw the whole picture inside the turret. Although the turret looks like a towering hill from the outside, the space for personnel activities inside is relatively small. Apart from the guards at the gate, there are only two gunners sitting in front of the console. When the two heard the noise, they hurriedly turned around and stood up, and began to fumble for the self-defense blaster at their waists. Sean stretched out his hand, and the invisible force directly grabbed the two of them, and they touched each other face to face. After eliminating the enemies in the turret, Sean rushed to the console without hesitation, then looked at the completely unfamiliar panel, feeling a headache. How to play this? In normal times, when Sean saw this novelty, he would be more or less excited and happy. After all, it was a good opportunity to learn. But when the situation was urgent, Sean couldn't be happy. Through the surveillance screen in front of the console, Zion could clearly see that the two fighter jets had completed their warm-up, officially took off, and were about to shuttle in the direction of Lu Nan. The time left for myself is very limited. Lu Nan may be able to barely avoid the heavy fire bombardment in the complex terrain, but once the Air Force arrives, the isolated snipers have no room to struggle. Sean took a deep breath and sat on the gunner's seat. May the Force be with you. Then, without hesitation, he clenched a completely unfamiliar joystick with his right hand and pushed it forward. Immediately, the entire turret began to tremble slightly, and the square barrel quickly raised its muzzle, pointing straight to the sky. Sean regained his spirits, realized that his guess was correct, and immediately held the other joystick beside him and pushed it forward. As expected, it was used to control the lateral displacement. Of course, it is impossible to aim and shoot with only these two joysticks, and can only roughly complete the positioning of the barrel. Those complicated buttons and push rods on the panel are responsible for the real shooting task. Specific coordinate calculations, firepower output mode, ballistic prediction. These are all extremely complicated procedures, so two gunners need to work together in this turret. This kind of heavy-duty turret, under the control of a skilled gunner, can complete ultra-high-precision shooting, and it will not lose the wind even in the face of those space fighters that shuttle like electricity. It's a pity that Zio-En is not a skilled gunner after all. After roughly evaluating the accuracy of using the push rod to control the heavy fort, he directly gave up the plan to shoot down the fighter plane with the heavy cannon. Unless those two fighter planes are willing to honestly float in midair, let Zio-En test fire 2 rounds to calibrate. But that is obviously a dream. The fighter planes not only did not hover, but flew towards Lunan at an astonishing speed. In desperation, Zio-En did not hesitate to hold the joystick with both hands at the same time, causing the heavy turret to turn quickly. Instead of aiming the muzzle at the sky, it aimed at another heavy turret that was close at hand. At this distance, there is no need for any precise calibration, and Sean will never miss the target. And on the unfamiliar panel in front of Sean, only the red button that symbolizes firing is particularly eye-catching. Thank you very much to the Bayan Meng of the Old Friend, the 16th Steamed Bun, after the book was uploaded. Although it was promoted in the readership and other places, it was actually not promoted in the closest circle around me. After all, these old animals who have been online for 20 years have never bothered to gnaw tender grass. I didn't expect my old friend to be so righteous, and Bayan Meng came as soon as he said it. Although I thanked him in private, I still want to express my thanks again in the author's words. Thank you for your support. I will consider your tricks. Sean reached out and tapped the button without hesitation. An astonishing scorching energy stream burst out from the square gun barrel, piercing the shield and armor of the opposite turret like a spear, leaving a terrifying hole in the hemisphere. But the aftermath of the energy flow did not stop, and swept forward all the way, lighting up a fiery wall of fire. The heavy turret, pierced by a single shot, groaned in the flames for a moment before detonating loudly, turning into a ball of heroic fire. Shattered metal fragments blasted in all directions and swept away the nearby security fighters in an instant. Such a sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Everyone in the manor stared dumbfounded at the burning sea of flames. Even the most elite fighters were dumbfounded at this moment. Accident, hallucination, either way, it's a completely surreal sight. The 2 fighter jets that were shuttling were also attracted by the flames below, and for a moment, they didn't even bother to mop up the snipers in the mountainous area. After a while, I saw that the turret that had succeeded in the attack quickly turned its muzzle and aimed at the sky. The pilot of the fighter plane only felt a tingling scalp and a chill from head to toe. The fighter plane he was driving was only a small fighter plane, mostly used for simple ground support or air combat missions, and was quite weak in attacking tough situations. Facing the heavy turret on the ground at such a short distance, it is simply a living target. At this moment, no one dares to care about the sniper in the mountains. No matter how powerful the sniper is, he is just fishing in troubled waters and knocking out a few innocuous big-headed soldiers. But the heavy turret that suddenly went crazy is enough to destroy the world. Sean was not polite at all. After piercing through the heavy fort on the opposite side with one cannon, he pushed and pulled the control lever with both hands at the same time, aiming the cannon at the center of the manor. The small building transformed from the headquarters, and then directly fired the cannon. Up the second floor. This time, even the slowest security fighter realized something was wrong. People no longer cared about the threat of a distant sniper and quickly focused their attention on the sudden defection of the heavy artillery. They each reported the sudden change with their communicators, causing chaos in the command network. The 2 fighter planes that took off naturally didn't care about going to the mountainous area to sweep up the sniper Lunan. So they quickly turned around and smashed a series of energy beams on the turret, causing a series of ripples on the thick deflector shield of the turret. Little effort. Sean unceremoniously pulled the control lever, turned the muzzle of the gun to fight back, and although the natural firepower missed, he once again showed his sense of existence without a doubt, which intensified the panic in the manor. What's going on with this turret? Is it a mutiny? No, I heard that there are spies who dressed up as us and sneaked in. Is that spy a monster? Can he sneak into the turret under the eyes of everyone? Anyway, where is the heavy fire team? Hurry up and blow this thing up. Why hasn't the headquarters responded yet? Cut off the energy supply of this thing quickly. These well-trained fighters were completely lost and panicked. But after a while, people were pleasantly surprised to see that the flickering light on the shell of the turret suddenly went out, and the turret, which was rotating unscrupulously, also stopped in place. Its power source has been cut off. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd, and immediately a soldier with a missile launcher aimed at the small door on the side of the turret, blasting the thick metal door inward with a missile, and the door shaft burst out for a while due to the broken pipeline. Twisted arc, the soldiers only felt more excited, Hurry up and make another shot. If you catch that spy, you must cut him into pieces. Amidst the noisy chatter, the second missile accurately hit the sunken side door and finally blasted the heavy metal block directly to the ground, revealing the scene behind the door. Immediately, several daring fighters rushed into the turret along the open side door. I saw a corpse with a scorched chest and a bloody face lying beside the door. Its face was almost unrecognizable. Only the red uniform symbolizing the elite can explain his identity, the only bodyguard inside the turret. In addition, in front of the console, 2 gunners fell unconscious on the ground, and a person wearing a loose soldier uniform was lying on the console, making no sound. The soldier who entered the gate was stunned when he saw this situation. The expected fierce battle did not come, and there were actually only 2 corpses and 2 unconscious gunners in the turret. The spy saw that the situation was not good, so he committed suicide. Someone hesitantly raised a guess. Bah, it's cheap for him. A senior veteran spat angrily. However, a soldier who looked like a captain stretched out his hand silently to push away several soldiers who were in the way, strode to the console, kicked an unconscious gunner awake, and then directly grabbed his collar, lifted him into the air. What happened? The gunner who was suddenly awakened could only feel the buzzing in his head, and he couldn't tell why. After talking about it, he only remembered that someone broke into the turret, and then he fell unconscious. The captain questioned him for a while but found nothing and was extremely annoyed, so he pulled the corpse lying on the console away, wanting to whip the corpse to vent his anger. But he saw that the man was about 40 years old, with dark skin and weathered face. "You and I?" The captain's voice was trembling with extreme fright and anger, and there were even stars in front of his eyes. "How could it be the wilderness? Why is it him? He should be the gatekeeper of this turret. How could he die on the console?" The next moment, a flash of inspiration flashed in the captain's mind, and his eyes suddenly turned to the bloody corpse in front of the door. "Kill him for me." The soldiers around were bewildered. The captain held back his anger and explained, "That corpse is the spy. He wants to fish in troubled waters." While speaking, the captain had already raised his blaster. The cold muzzle was more powerful than any words, directly causing the soldiers standing in front of him to dodge in a hurry. At the same time, Zion, who was lying dead in front of the door, finally couldn't pretend anymore. The security forces of the Kyankun group are indeed elite. The maze he hastily set up has only troubled the opponent for less than 2 minutes. And now Sean still exposed his identity in an extremely unfavorable way. He was sure that as long as the captain took the lead in shooting, he would be greeted by a hail of gunfire. In desperation, Sean had to use his final plan. The Jedi apprentice pretending to be a corpse quietly pressed the button of the remote bomb. The explosives under the console seat were detonated by him, and the sea of flames and heat waves swelled violently, engulfing everyone who was close at hand in an instant. Sean got down on his stomach, tightly covering his mouth and nose, and then only felt a burning stream on his back accompanied by thick smoke sweeping past. Even wearing the elite uniform and armor of the janitor field, Sean felt a little bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, the scorching current was quickly extinguished, leaving only billowing thick smoke still flowing out along the side door. Zion took this opportunity to grab a stunned soldier from his side, staggered out of the smoke and shouted hoarsely, "Help, help." At this time, the Jedi apprentice once again brought his acting skills to the extreme. He imitated the voice of the wounded and supported a genuine security soldier. Both in posture and appearance, he looked like an innocent soldier who was murdered by spies. In order to increase the success rate, he also tried his best to activate the mind control technique. However, what greeted him was not the medical care of the medical soldiers and the care of comrades in arms, but countless cold muzzles. "Who are you?" A soldier in azure uniform led at least 30 soldiers and surrounded Zion. His eyes were full of coldness. Sean was really out of balance at this moment. What am I doing wrong again? It's fine if the mind control technique fails. These security fighters are extremely resolute in mind, and it is difficult to influence them in a hurry. But his disguise has obviously been so hard, why is he still seen through at a glance? However, Sean couldn't wait for the answer to be revealed, because the leader in the blue uniform had already raised his right hand and said in a languid way, "Forget it, it doesn't matter, let the coroner investigate his identity." This time, Sean was really helpless. In the face of dozens of blaster guns, even if the soldiers around him are used as human shields, it is nothing more than pulling one person as a sieve. As for the soldiers who surrounded them, although many of them looked confused and seemed to not understand why they shot at their own family members, the order from the chief was absolute. However, at the critical moment, he saw that the leader in the blue uniform couldn't let go of his raised hand, and his indifferent face was gradually covered with a layer of surprise. He raised his left hand, pressed the communicator on his ear, and asked in disbelief, "What did you say? Seriously, but I know." After turning off the communicator, the warrior leader was silent for a long time. The anger contained in his eyes seemed real, but he finally ordered, "Let him go." The soldiers around were confused. "Let him go, what do you mean?" Some fighters who knew the inside story argued, "But he is obviously." The leader in blue roared angrily, "I said let him go." This time there was no objection. All the people silently lowered their guns and then looked at Sean with various complicated eyes. Zio-En let out a sigh of relief, put down the unconscious soldier who was used as a camouflage prop, sorted out the red clothes that didn't fit, and then strode towards the small building of the headquarters. The road was smooth, and no one blocked his face with a gun and questioned his identity. Even the firepower pouring into the distance ceased. After hovering for a while, the fighter jets in the sky put on a helpless gesture and landed back into the hangar. The war seemed to come to an end in an instant. But now, there is only one possibility for such a miraculous turn in the battle situation. Captain and the others finally succeeded. When Sean entered the headquarters, someone was already waiting at the door in advance. It was a young woman wearing a red kun-style cheongsam, standing in front of the small building with deep fear, and said to Zio-En, "Please, is this Mr. Zio-En? Please follow me, President Ning is already waiting for you." Sean was suddenly surprised. Why are there women dressed as civilians here, and also dressed so fancy? But when he looked around and saw the exquisite and gorgeous decoration in the building, he immediately guessed that Ning Tao did not regard this place as a military base at all, but as a resort for enjoyment. And this cheongsam woman is naturally a servant in the villa. In addition, Sean also saw that there were many styles, hats and shoes of different sizes in the wardrobe at the entrance. This shows that Ning Tao not only lives by himself, but also entertains friends here. It seems that the Red Apricot team's spoils will be extra rich this time. Zio-En was thinking in his heart, but when he saw the young woman in front of him, although he said that he wanted to lead the way, he could barely walk, and the fear in his heart seemed to be overflowing. The Jedi apprentice said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm not bad." Before she could finish her sentence, the cheongsam woman suddenly collapsed, squatting on the ground and shivering, saying, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." Sean was taken aback by this overreaction, but he calmly put away his weapon, released a gentle smile, and stepped forward to help the woman in the cheongsam up. "No one will hurt you, trust me." The extremely gentle voice contained real power, which quickly melted away the woman's fear, allowing her to finally stand upright slowly. Sean patted her on the shoulder. "Go and rest first, I can find my way myself." After speaking, his face darkened. At this moment, he already smelled a very strong smell of blood from behind a spacious corridor on the side. So there is no need for outsiders to lead the way, he also knows where to look. And at the same time, he also knows what happened in front, which may not be a good thing. But just as Zio-En was about to take a step, the woman in the cheongsam grabbed his sleeve. The woman flinched but said stubbornly, "Please, please don't leave me alone, please." Sean had already guessed where the woman's fear came from at this time, so he didn't ask much, just nodded and let the other party pull his sleeve. After that, Sean walked through a snow-white corridor in the direction of the bloody smell. And on the wall at the other end of the corridor, there is an exquisite fountain statue, which is carved with a slender and graceful girl. The girl held the kettle in her arms, and a trickle flowed from the kettle. If the water in the pot hadn't been stained with a touch of blood, this fountain statue would be a rather elegant and extravagant work of art. On a desolate asteroid like Dewey 4399, fresh water resources should be very precious. The woman in the cheongsam took a half step forward, still pulling Sean's sleeve with one hand, while stretching the other hand towards the statue's forehead, and pressed it above the temples on the left and right sides. After a while, the metal wall next to the two suddenly dented inward, revealing a spiral staircase that snaked downward. "Please, please come with me." "No need, I'll go ahead." Sean didn't make things difficult for the fear-wrapped woman beside him, took her hand, and walked down the stairs first. Along the way, Zio-En felt the smell of blood coming from ahead was getting stronger and stronger, almost suffocating, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious while feeling heavy in his heart. What did Anping and Su Bo do? The Red Apricot Squad has never been that kind of extremist organization. Now they only need to take hostages. Why do they have to do such a tragic thing? When Sean finally walked down the last flight of stairs, his eyes suddenly opened up, and a magnificent scene came into view. It was a fountain square like a desert oasis. The surrounding walls, the floor under the feet, and the pillars in the square were all expensive special stones, and each piece of stone is also hand-carved with exquisite patterns and patterns. In addition, gorgeous silks and blankets of various colors are luxuriously laid on the floor, matching the texture of the floor. In the middle of the square is a fountain pool. 7 statues of young girls with different shapes hold kettles in different postures and pour expensive fresh water into the center of the pool. This is a scene of extravagance that should never appear on a military base Dewey 4399. It's just that the landscape now looks empty and lonely. Looking at an empty underground square, Zion couldn't help but think of something. His face gradually darkened, and then he locked his eyes on the 3 people sitting in front of the fountain. Between Amping, Subo, and the 2 of them, a gray-faced middle-aged man was undoubtedly the owner of this place, Ning Tao. Amping laughed when he saw Sean coming, but before he could speak, he was interrupted seriously by Sean. "Captain." The Jedi apprentice carefully controlled his emotions and asked in a calm voice, "Where did everyone here go?" Amping looked surprised and pointed around. "Aren't all the people over there?" Sean glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and indeed saw a lot of people huddled around the corners of the hall. There are men, women, young and old, with different appearances and body shapes. The only thing in common is that they are shivering and filled with fear. With a glance, Zion knew that most of them were ordinary civilians who were arrested here, not the people he was looking for now, so he asked solemnly, "I'm asking about other people." Amping blinked, pretending to be innocent. "What other people?" Zion suddenly became angry. "Don't play dumb, where's Ning Tao's accomplice?" Amping opened his mouth, and in the end he could only complain helplessly. "It's all come to this point, why are you so serious?" Sean said, "I don't want my teammates to be scumbags who can swing a butcher's knife at those who can't resist." Uncle Sue suddenly became amused and asked, "Wait a minute, what you said is unfair. Did you see that they didn't resist, or did you see us wielding the butcher's knife?" Sean said, "Then where are they? Don't tell me that there is only Ning Tao in this huge underground base." Uncle Sue laughed again. "Why can't it be him alone?" When Zion heard this, he was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had no evidence to prove that the Red Apricot Squad killed Ning Tao's accomplices. He didn't even have evidence to prove that Ning Tao really had many accomplices. The clothes in the wardrobe alone can't explain anything, but it is also very easy to obtain evidence. With so many witnesses, the truth will be revealed by just asking. However, before he could ask the commoners for proof, he heard Subo say in a strange tone behind him, "Gossip, is our justice envoy so focused on the life and death of a group of powerful people? Your justice is really high-end." Sean said, "It has nothing to do with the powerful or not, but you have made it clear that you are concealing the truth. Then you still ask the bottom line, is this how you are a teammate?" Amping asked, "Is this your way of justice?" Sean took a deep breath and realized that he was indeed a little irrational. He has long known that he and the members of the Red Zing Squad have different ideas, and they will never accommodate each other. Zion will never treat killing as lightly as Amping and others. Even if the other party really deserves to die, Amping and others will not. Maybe as soft-hearted as he is, now they are willing to clean up the scene so that no traces can be seen. Moreover, compared to Ning Tao's cronies, there were indeed people on the scene who deserved more of his attention. Zion sighed, put aside the negative emotions in his heart for a while, and began to look around calmly, gradually focusing on the victimized civilians hiding in the corner. Most of them wore clothes of similar styles, but many of them obviously did not fit the clothes. They were generally depressed, extremely disturbed, and had obviously experienced long-term pressure accumulation. Many people had tragic scars on their exposed skin. There is a number plate on the chest. The numbers are different from 1 to 50, but the numbers are not consecutive. 23 of the 50 numbers are missing in the end. Each of them wears a metal collar around their necks, that is to say. While Sean was thinking, Uncle Sue asked, "Sean, what do you think Ning Tao is doing to capture these slaves?" "Slave." Sean was a little stunned, more surprised, and subconsciously repeated this familiar yet unfamiliar word. He has traveled with his master for many years, and this is not the first time he has seen a slave. In places where the light of the Republic civilization does not shine, slavery still has a fertile soil for survival. But at least this word should not appear in the dry galaxy. Not to mention the anti-slavery law of the Republic. Even in the laws and regulations promulgated by the Kyankun Group, there is absolutely no one that recognizes the legitimacy of slavery. Moreover, the so-called capturing slaves, is it possible that these people are ordinary people captured by Ning Tao from all over the galaxy? Just when Zion was puzzled, Amping sighed, "I don't understand." During Ning Tao's stay here, because he was extremely poor and bored, he called his friends to launch a real-life hunting game. They captured a group of civilians through Qinglong. They are usually used for fun, and they are used as meat targets in games. They will compete every few days, hunting at least 5 people each time, and they have competed for 4 rounds so far. Killing. Competition. Sean's breathing was stagnant and he felt unbelievable. Uncle Sue chuckled and the laughter was full of heaviness. Speaking of which, was the little girl who greeted you intimidated by a gentle young man like you, whispered to the victim, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad guy." Then there was a whoosh, and when we came in we saw him performing. Sean only felt his breathing getting heavier. He thought the woman's fear was because of the red apricot squad, but it turns out. And that person is just a newcomer among this group of beasts. The degree of perversion is even lower than the average. No matter how many things I don't want to say, I don't want to dirty my tongue. In short, he died here. Oh no, most of the people who disappeared mysteriously were like this kind of thing. Do you still want to confirm their life and death now? Sean wanted to speak, but found that he had nothing to say. Uncle Sue saw that Zion had chosen to remain silent, and he had no intention of continuing to ask questions. He sighed and said, "To be honest, we were shocked when we came down to find all this. In the dry galaxy, even someone as humble and shameless as Suzaku Liu, I can't think of such a perverted game." Amping sneered and said, "So it's these perverted dignitaries who rule this galaxy, not Suzaku or Qinglong. After all, how can a pervert get promoted in the dry galaxy, isn't it, Mr. Ning?" While speaking, the sleepy-eyed man seemed unable to suppress his anger. His smile turned into a sinister smile, and the cold killing intent in it made Ning Tao tremble all over. The huge middle-aged man didn't dare to sit still and screamed, "What the hell do you want? Don't worry, we said we won't kill you, so we will never break the contract. And now you have no choice but to bet that we won't break the contract, so give up resistance and enjoy the moment." How could Ning Tao dare to enjoy the moment, tremblingly said, "If you want money." Amping patted Ning Tao on the cheek. "Don't be stupid, we worked so hard and played so hard, how could we just want money? Don't worry, wait for our sniper to come back first, and then we will discuss the next step with you." Before the words were finished, there was a sound of heavy footsteps coming from the stairwell. "Don't wait, I'm here." Lu Nan's voice was hoarse and tired, and as she appeared in the square, the smell of blood and fire came over her face. Sean's eyes widened in surprise. The deputy captain came so fast, moreover it's so miserable. The deputy captain's figure is still tall and straight, and his steps are still steady, but the protective jacket that is riddled with holes, the cheeks stained with mud, and the severe burns on the abdomen and arms are all shocking. Uncle Sue immediately jumped up from the cushion in front of the fountain and ran towards Lu Nan while yelling, "You really don't spare your life." Even though Lu Nan was seriously injured, he never lost his momentum in front of the team doctor and sneered, "The one who cherishes his life will live the least long." Uncle Sue scolded, "What I'm talking about is that you don't care about other people's lives. Do you know how much painstaking care I have to spend to heal your wounds? What good will it do you if you tire me out to death?" Lu Nan raised his eyebrows. "So there is still help. Nonsense, in my hands it's hard to die." As Su Bo said, he unceremoniously reached out and grabbed 2 expensive blankets to put on Lu Nan's back, and then pulled her down to the ground. "You idiot, stop pretending to be aggressive, no one appreciates it here anymore." Lu Nan said, "I think it's easier to stand up. That means your cerebellum is hopeless. It is recommended to feed the wild chicken after cutting it off." Unceremoniously criticizing the vice captain, Su Bo unfolded the medical kit he carried with him with both hands and began to do emergency treatment for Lu Nan. Sean watched from the sidelines, intending to help, but after only watching for a while, he realized that he had absolutely no room to intervene. The first aid skills used by Uncle Sue are completely beyond the scope of his knowledge. In addition to conventional medicines such as Bacta spray, he also used a large number of unknown herbs. And these herbs, combined with conventional medicines, fell on Lu Nan's body and almost had an immediate healing effect on the wound. "Don't look too obsessed and don't think about learning." Amping said from the side, "This kind of terrible thing, one person in the team is enough." Zion was a little puzzled. First aid technology is related to the life and death of the team members. Isn't the more people who master it the better? Uncle Sue is playing with fire. Amping explained, "As long as the composition of the herbal medicine is slightly different, the life-saving medicine will become a deadly poison. Therefore, he must know the condition of the injured patient thoroughly and be aware of every physical index. Only with extreme familiarity can the required powders and ointments be dispensed on the spot. And this set of techniques is only the most proficient in the application of Lu Nan, so if it were someone else, he would not be able to use such high efficiency. Su Bo chuckled, "Captain, if you are willing to cooperate with me to test the medicine more, I can guarantee that the efficiency will not be inferior to the vice captain." Anping said to Sean, "This is the second problem. Except for Lu Nan, few others can support Su Bo's trial medicine. This technology of speeding up the cure with conventional medicine is only as good as the murderous poison. It's separated by a thin line, so the side effects are very serious. Don't look at Lu Nan's face not changing now. In fact, the pain she endured is enough to break the mind of ordinary people." Zio En looked at Lu Nan and saw that the deputy captain's face was a little stiff, obviously trying to support him forcibly, and the cold sweat oozing from his forehead had long been mixed with blood, making it hard to tell. But even though Lu Nan was enduring such pain, he still did not forget to sneer. "Those who are afraid of pain can only be herbivores forever, and you, Captain, have become slick." "Slick herbivores tend to live longer than carnivores," Anping said. "What's the value of longevity if you can't live a happy life?" Uncle Su interrupted. "Next time you say you are happy, please don't tense your muscles so honestly to bear the pain. Hey, relax a little, or I won't be able to get the injection." Lu Nan subconsciously relaxed his arm, and then a sudden pain came from the wound. HMPH. Lu Nan couldn't help but snorted. Su Bo was immediately happy. "Oh, I made a sound of pain. It made a sound, Captain. Did you hear it? Be a witness for me." The deputy captain groaned in pain in my hand. "According to the previous bet, let me cry 10,000 Kainkun coins. Don't let your debts pass." Anping looked at Lu Nan, whose face was gradually turning red, and who was about to explode from embarrassment, and Su Bo, who was overjoyed. Uncle Su quickly replied, "Death is worth it." Seeing that the scene was about to become rotten, Sean had to perform the basic duty of a Jedi, maintaining order. He interrupted the dispute. "By the way, how did you get here, Deputy Captain? You came so fast." Although the topic change was blunt, it also successfully stopped the farce. In fact, this is a question Sean sincerely wants to ask, because thinking about it now, he still felt a little unbelievable. It is already a miracle that Lu Nan survived under the heavy firepower and the encirclement and suppression of a large number of security fighters, and provided timely sniper support. However, it is amazing that she broke through the siege in such a short period of time and came to the small town. In the building, it's nothing difficult. Seeing that you let the heavy artillery position self-destruct, I knew that the matter was basically done, and then I started to rush this way. The gang of trash who wanted to get close to me happened to send a flying boat for nothing. It was quite easy to come here. After receiving the order, the miscellaneous fish along the way all gave up resistance, so of course I came quickly. Lu Nan said it calmly, but it was also reasonable. It's just that the courage and judgment required in it, even after the fact, is deeply admirable. Su Bo said, "Speaking of which, the most unbelievable part is that you, boy, were able to sneak into the heavy gun tower and cause such a big internal strife. We are also thanks to you for destroying the reserve squad on the second floor with one shot, and successfully captured Ning Tao." Sean suddenly said in a bad mood, "Didn't you ask me to solve the turret?" "I just said it casually. Who would have thought that you would actually do it?" Casually speaking. Sean was suffocated again after hearing this, and he had a deeper understanding of the Red Apricot team's improvement. This group of people really dared to dig holes for their teammates when they were improvised. While bandaging Lu Nan nimbly, Su Bo said angrily, "Actually, I also regretted it at the time. Based on your conditions, you are almost the most unsuitable candidate for infiltrating in disguise. It's better for us to change roles." Sean could only smile wryly upon hearing this. This raid on Dewey 4399 can be said to be one of the most difficult experiences in his life. He would be exposed almost every step he took, and every time he met a group of people, he would be pointed at in the face. Sean still can't figure it out. Is his disguise so bad? Although due to the lack of preparation in advance, many details were done hastily, but the people of Kainkun security are so sharp-eyed and discerning. Seeing Zio En's puzzled expression, Uncle Su was amused again. "Hey, don't you understand what your problem is?" Sean sighed, "Please advise." In any case, Su Bo was wearing the uniform of a medical soldier, broke into the enemy line like no one else, and the swift figure who came to his side left a deep impression on Zio En. Because there is no harm without comparison. But Uncle Su played tricks and shook his head in silence. Anping said, "The disguise is not successful, of course, because you have a clear flaw in your body. People don't need to pay attention to your clothes, speech, and behavior. They can tell that you are not one of them at a glance, so your brilliant camouflage skills are not at all. It didn't come in handy. Zio-en was even more puzzled when he heard the words, "Where is there a flaw?" Subo Yaoyu said, "Captain, it's better to hide it from him. He is still young and needs to be polished." Lunan laughed and said, "It's ridiculous to be jealous. Joke, I am a famous doctor who relies on his skills to make a living. Why should I be jealous of him?" Zio-en became more and more puzzled, so he could only stare at Anping, waiting for him to reveal the answer. And that answer, like a heavy hammer, hit Zio-en's eyes with stars. "You look so handsome." There was a dead silence in the square. Amping sighed. "Think about it carefully. Do the security fighters you meet along the way have a common feature? They all look particularly vicious." Sean nodded numbly, although he didn't remember a few faces at all in his mind, let alone judge whether it was vicious or not. Anping explained, "I told you before that the troops brought here by Ning Tao are all confidants. To become Ning Tao's confidants, in addition to the previous analysis, the most important thing is to be fierce enough to be able to the kind that scares a child to cry." Sean took a deep breath, forcing himself to accept that all this is reality. Sure enough, what Master said is right. In many cases, reality is even more absurd than fiction. While Amping was speaking, he held up Ning Tao's distorted face with his mechanical arm again. "Look, it's enough to affect your appetite, right? I said earlier that Kyankun's security is so perverted, and this person is so perverted that he doesn't allow anyone around him to be more handsome than him. But his baseline value is extremely low, so the security forces here have a common feature that is horrible. Haven't you noticed it before?" Sean would like to ask, "How did you bother to pay attention to your opponent's face in such a tense battle? So you are a handsome young man mixed with a group of evil spirits. You are completely a lighthouse in the dark. It is difficult not to be noticed." Subo protested, "Captain, we are all our own people, so there is no need to be so poetic." Lunan sneered, "Jealous, ridiculous." And Ping added, "You can see that Uncle Su and I have disguised very well." Uncle Su was startled and furious. "Captain, we are all on our own, so there's no need to hurt each other like this." Amping smiled, let go of Ning Tao and said, "In short, thanks to everyone's hard work, this mission has finally achieved a staged result, and now comes the highlight. Mr. Ning." Hearing the word Mr. Ning, Ning Tao trembled all over. "What are you doing?" "Contact Qinglong and ask them to return Xuan Ming." Ning Tao froze for a moment, blinked his two slender eyes. "Xuan Ming?" Amping smiled. "It's not wise to play dumb at this time. We're not afraid of your procrastination." "Well, you really don't know." At the end, Amping saw Ning Tao's body shaking like a sieve. As if he really didn't know anything about Xuanming, he was also very surprised, and even raised his head and looked at his teammates in a daze. The question marks in Amping's heart have piled up like a mountain. Ning Tao didn't know Xuanming. Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for Xuanming, why did he come to this wilderness? Wouldn't it be nice to have the attention of an orderly in your own office? Could it be that they came here specifically to play killing games, although this also makes sense? After a while, Amping shook his head and decided not to care about these unnecessary details. "Pass my words to Qinglong, they will naturally know what to do." Ning Tao seemed relieved. "I'll contact them right away, but the dedicated communicator is in the room over there." Amping raised his chin. "Go and get it, I'm not afraid of you running away." Ning Tao quickly apologized with a smile. "Don't dare to run, don't dare to run." That's what he said, but he ran all the way, like bouncing meatballs, towards the room on the side of the square. When Ning Tao's back was far away, Subo said sadly, "Boss, that guy obviously has something to hide from us." Anping said indifferently, "So as long as we don't ask him about his secrets, he can do things for us more easily." Uncle Su continued, "What if it's a priceless secret? It's likely that we can't afford it alone. Don't be too greedy when you go out on a mission. If you want to be greedy, go greedy next time when you go on a mission with Boss Lee." "Okay, Captain, you have the final say." Uncle Su felt a little regretful, but it was only regrettable, and he quickly turned his attention to the work in hand. "Hey, don't move around while I'm bandaging, okay? It's really hard to save you and you still have to be a doctor." Lunan said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, take this bow off for me." During the dispute between the two, Ning Tao ran back with a Sifeng communicator in his hand. After a few steps, he was already out of breath. "This, strong man, I have something to ask." Anping said, "Speak slowly, don't be afraid, we are not bad people." However, the gentler Amping's tone was, the more terrified Ning Tao heard it, and the flowery rhetoric that had been brewing up immediately became dry. Although I can command Qinglong, I am essentially just an agent. Those pirates have never obeyed my discipline. If they knew that I had been held hostage, I am afraid they would not pay attention to my request at all, or at least it will be obedient and obedient. If you want them to be obedient, you need to cooperate with me in acting." Amping asked, "How do you play?" Ning Tao frowned and smiled bitterly. Everyone should have noticed that the defense on Dewey 4399 is actually quite empty because I have assured the outer defense line to Qinglong. In other words, what happened here, Qinglong, I should have already noticed that, if I want to make them feel at ease, I am afraid I need to wrong you to play my captive. At the end, Ning Tao lowered his head timidly while raising his eyes to observe Anping's reaction carefully. But Anping smiled. That's right. Ning Tao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, but secretly laughed in his heart that these gangsters were really just messing around and their brains were not very good. Agree to the request of acting as a prisoner. All right, as long as you guys dare to relax a bit, Ning Tao's complacent thoughts had only turned halfway when he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. His internal organs seemed to be all tangled together, and the severe pain spread all over his body in an instant, making his eyes go blank, and he fell to the ground limply. Anping withdrew his lightning-like fist. The smile on his face remained the same. That's right, but I don't care. The task I gave you is to let Qinglong return Xuanming. How to complete the task is your own business. Ning Tao curled up on the ground but couldn't even utter half a syllable. Anping said, you can play tricks as you like. After all, I promised not to kill you, so I will not kill you no matter what. But I have many ways to make your life worse than death. You can try it. It took a long time for Ning Tao to recover from the severe pain. He glanced at Anping with deep fear and said respectfully, I see, please wait a moment. Then Ning Tao picked up the communicator tremblingly, and after a while a gloomy man's voice came from it. Mr. Ning, I heard that you are in a little trouble there. Are you looking for me for help? Ning Tao's complexion sank immediately, and he gritted his teeth and said, That's right, someone broke through your Qinglong's outer defense line without anyone knowing it, and attacked the military base, causing heavy losses to the elite soldiers of Qiankun's security, and I was taken hostage by someone. If you still want to continue to be your leader, put away your ridiculous airs, show due loyalty to your master. Ning Tao was obsequious in front of Anping and others, but when he shouted to the leader of Qinglong through the communicator, he could be described as strike hard, with hatred and murderous intent intertwined in his tone, and the power of the superior was exhausted in just a few words. Obviously. The communicator was silent for a while, and then hoarse laughter sounded. You are right, Qinglong is the running dog of Qiankun Group after all, and a disobedient dog will not live long. Ning Tao said, It's good to know. However, excuse me, if we Qinglong are lackeys, what are you, Mr. Ning, the owner of the dog, or the rope to tie the dog? Compared with the lackey, is the rope or the lackey itself more important? Ning Tao's face turned red and then pale. His fat palms tightly gripped the communicator, and the sharp metal edges scratched his skin, but he didn't realize it. After a while, Ning Tao clenched his teeth and said, You can try it. Haha, mister. Ning, calm down, I just said it casually. We have cooperated for so long, there is no need for outsiders to take advantage of the joke. So, what does Mr. Ning want me to do? Ning Tao said, Bring Xuanming. There was silence on the other side of the communicator, and then leader said, Mr. Ning, I'll be right there. Then facing the hung-up communicator, Ning Tao only felt a burst of exhaustion, but he managed to raise his head and smiled at Anping. Please wait a moment, everyone. The moment Ning Tao said was almost literal. Less than 2 hours later, a dark green space fighter descended from the manor of Dewey 4399. It has changed the mobility, and it has the same effect as the red apricot. It's just that its length is only about 10 meters, which makes it extremely short and powerful. Su Bo was in the basement of the headquarters, saw the fighter plane through the surveillance equipment, and couldn't help but whistled. Leader, actually came to the scene in person, Captain. You said that if we take this opportunity to shoot him down. And Ping said, then the new dragon head will lead the blue dragon to come here and tear us all to pieces. Uncle Su sighed, what a pity. And Ping added, also keeping this leader alive is more beneficial than letting him die. Hey, why? This guy has a blood feud with our Silver Knights, right? Amping raised his head and thought for a moment, then shrugged and said, I just said it casually, I just think that if Boss Li was here, he would have made such a judgment. I remember last year when we had a close-range confrontation on Lai. Li the boss obviously had the opportunity to kill Dragon Head, but he deliberately spared his life, and his explanation at the time was that a living Dragon Head would be more beneficial to us. Su Bo asked, where is the advantage? Didn't he do a lot of things later? This time he even stole Xuanming. Anping said, who knows, Boss Li didn't explain it, saying that we couldn't understand it because of our IQ. I think it's because he was playing tricks on purpose, and he deliberately didn't say the reason, so as not to be slapped in the face by others in the future. It's also possible that Boss Li has become more and more cautious under the guidance of Master by these years. But generally speaking, Boss Lee's judgment is almost correct, so let's spare Leader's life for the time being. Subo nodded, no way, just spare his life. While the two were talking, Lu Nan sneered and said, listening to you guys discussing something you can't do in a serious manner, I'm really about to burst out of laughter. For this kind of disappointment, the two of them completely ignored it. At the same time, the hatch of the green fighter plane slowly opened, and the leader of the Blue Dragon, a man honored as the Dragon Head, came out wearing heavy armor. Leader, the moment he appeared, Anping and Subo stopped talking and laughing at the same time, and there was a trace of coolness in their eyes. Dragon Head, I seemed to be relaxed, stretched my limbs swaggeringly, stretched my muscles and bones, and then waved to the cabin, and then two pirate warriors in heavy armor each left with a huge metal box come out. The two men held a gun in one hand and a box in the other and followed Leader, walking in the manner as if no one else was present. Occasionally, when confronted with the soldiers of Kyankun's security, the two sides would nod to each other, appearing extremely familiar. Subo looked in amazement through the monitoring equipment. It is simply the famous painting of the Milky Way. Kyankun's security is actively fighting crime. And soon, members of the Red Apricot Squad also appeared in the famous painting. Leader, he took the elevator with two entourages to the underground plaza. When the elevator door opened, he was greeted by a bright light and a faint smell still lingering in the air. The entourage next to Dragon Head smelled the smell of blood and immediately became tense, looked around, and raised the muzzle of their guns. Leader, I was able to do a job with ease and stretched out my hand to signal my subordinates to relax, as if this was his home field. President Ning, I'm here. While speaking, Dragon Head stepped forward, and after crossing a veil barrier, he saw the fountain in the middle of the square and the 5 people sitting in front of the fountain. Anping greeted first. Long time no see, thank you for delivering the goods to your door. Regarding this kind of provocative words, Leader said without hesitation, when I heard Kshuanaming, I guessed it was you. And the entire galaxy can pass through my outer defense line without anyone noticing, and only you. Anping said, let's put aside this kind of low-level tricks. As long as you let the water go, even a 10-year-old child can fly a fighter plane over your mob. Leader said, there are billions of school-age children in the GAN galaxy. How come you are the only ones who can cross my line of defense and hold President Ning hostage? Anping said, you should ask yourself this question. You set up the line of defense and you left the loopholes. Of course, it is up to you to decide who to let go. Maybe you want to take this opportunity to kill enemies and annoying people. Should the boss deal with it together? Ning Tao was only upset for a while. The two men were fighting with each other, and they just wanted to use the power of Kyankun Group to suppress their opponents. But the problem is, for Ning Tao, these are all nonsense. As long as he can free up his hands afterwards, he will not let go of any of these two parties. Okay, let's hand over as soon as possible. The matter here is too big for you to hide from the higher-ups for too long. Once the higher-ups find out and take it seriously, none of us can escape. After the dispute was interrupted by Ning Tao, Leader smiled slightly and made a hoarse voice. That's right, hand it over as soon as possible. This is Xuan Ming that you want, and now it is returned to the original owner. One of the attendants dropped the heavy suitcase on the ground and opened it, revealing a silver metal can. After Subo stepped forward to check, he nodded to Anping. Anping signaled Subo to put away Kshuanaming and said, okay, we will accept the goods next. At this moment, a sound of palm nuts was heard. It turned out that another follower brought by Dragon Head dropped the suitcase in his hand to the ground, seemingly intentionally or not. Leader glanced at him and said, why are you so clumsy? Check if something is broken if it's broken. The attendant didn't dare to wait for Leader to finish speaking, so he quickly got down on the ground, ready to open the suitcase to inspect the goods, but just when the lid was about to be opened. Sean suddenly felt a strong impulse, as if the contents of the box had an unusually close connection with him, which made him break from his previous stand of watching the whole process, and involuntarily took half a step forward. At the same time, Anping seemed to smell the danger and interrupted sharply, shut it. However, the follower of Dragon Head would naturally not obey the orders of the Red Apricot Squad. The metal box was opened in his hand, revealing a few golden injections. The air in the square instantly condensed. Everyone stared at the injection in the box intently. Ning Tao was the first to make a sound. He pointed at the Dragon Head. His horror was beyond words. You, how dare you bring this thing out? Leader shrugged. Of course I don't want to bring the group's treasure to such a dangerous place. But Mr. Ning, you told me to keep this item close to me, and I can't let it go for a moment. I said that just to keep you under strict supervision. You are misinterpreting my order. After all, we are just a bunch of social dregs without academic qualifications, and it is inevitable that we sometimes fail to understand the orders of important people. However, Leading Head hadn't finished his pretentious lines when Anping's mechanical arm suddenly burst into light. Driven by electromagnetic force, his fist hit the suitcase like a meteorite, crushing everything into pieces. The golden liquid oozed from the fragments and evaporated quickly. Leader put on a regretful expression. It's a pity this yellow blood is a legendary elixir that prolongs life. It's not such a waste. As he said that, he looked around again. Speaking of which, didn't your little mechanic follow? To be honest, I thought she would be happy if she saw her relatives. Before the words were finished, a figure suddenly flickered in front of Dragon Head, and a heavy fist from a flesh and blood body was imprinted on the arms of Dragon Head, hastily raised. The tall Dragon Head staggered back a few steps with his heavy full body armor, barely absorbing the impact, and then he immediately raised his hand to stop the counterattack of the two followers. Okay, it's not me who was injured. Leader waved his arm indifferently and immediately threw a string of blood beads from the arm armor. Beads of blood came from a bloody right hand with deep wounds showing bone. Lu Nan's entire arm twitched involuntarily due to the heavy injury, but the expression on the woman's face seemed that she couldn't feel the slightest pain, and there was only boiling anger in her eyes. Leader facing the anger but still calmly, using flesh and blood to shake steel hard, this fighting spirit really deserves to be the former Special Forces of the Security Bureau. I still remember your siblings. Before he finished speaking, Anping had already stepped forward, and when the two attendants had no time to react, he pinched the Dragon Head by the throat and lifted it into the air. You want to die that much? Leader made a voice with some difficulty. Of course I don't want to, but I know you won't kill me because the famous Red Blood Squad will never be overwhelmed by anger, so even if you hate me, you will still kill me. Let me go. If that's the case, why can't I make up for my loss? Thanks to you, I, the lackey of the Kainkun group, will peel off my skin if I don't die, and you are just poked by me with trivial words. It's just a psychological wound. At this time, Anping also calmed down his anger and slowly put the Dragon Head down. The team leader returned to his bleary-eyed posture again, only a little coldness remained in his voice. Make up for the loss. I think you are fishing in troubled waters. How many injections were in the box just now? Do you need me to report it and count it with Ning Tao? Leader said. No one will believe the numbers that are dead and unsubstantiated. Ning Tao had just realized at this time, his fat cheeks flushed with anger. How dare you, greedy Ink Shuan Hyungsu? Leader said. Mr. Ning misunderstood. There is absolutely no such thing. How dare I be greedy for the treasures of the Mo Group? I kept all the collected Xuan Huang blood with me, and unfortunately it was not damaged until Dewey 4399. And Dewey 4399 is your jurisdiction. What happens here is beyond my control. Ning Tao was stunned for a moment before realizing what the other party was talking about, and immediately got a nosebleed from anger. How dare you frame me? Leader said, what I stated is the truth. You don't allow Qinglong to directly garrison Dewey 4399, so I had no choice but to bring you two followers to redeem you from the robbers. We have been allowed to station from the beginning. Ning Tao said angrily, how could I allow a group of pirates to station in the military base if someone finds out? Leader smiled and said, when Mr. Ning entertains friends here to play killing games, he is not afraid of being discovered. After all, Mr. Ning still can't trust Qinglong. Now please pay the price for this suspicion. After finishing speaking, the pirate leader went directly past Ning Tao and came to Anping. In short, I have already delivered the things. Next, I hope that the Red Blood Squad will keep their promises and let Mr. Ning survive. Anping stared at Leader coldly and said, I remember I said I hated that name very much. Leader said, so I have to say a few more times, a group of butchers who kill people like hemp, just because they have a little psychological trauma, they name the team Honksing in order to change their minds and be good people. Is there such a cheap thing? Then if we Qinglong change our name to Zioking, can we become a public welfare organization for nothing? Anping sneered, compared to the last time we met you talk more. Leader said, I can't beat you but I can always beat you. Anyway, you dare not kill me now, why don't I say a few more words? It's true that I dare not kill you, but there are ways to make your life worse than death. Please try as much as you want. Leader is not afraid. I'm really curious about the method that can make my life worse than death. Anping was silent for a while, then sighed, turned around and said to Lu Nan and the others, no way, I can't beat him. Lu Nan sneered, true trash. Uncle Su comforted, don't worry, we didn't expect you to win from the beginning. Boss Lee is not here, so we are indeed weak in quarrels. Anyway, in essence, we are making a lot of money and it doesn't matter if we lose some face. Amping looked at Sean again. Rookie, what can you do? When his name was called, Sean didn't respond immediately but looked a little dazed. His eyes wandered as if looking at something that didn't exist. Sean, Amping was a little surprised. Are you uncomfortable? The next moment, the figure of the newcomer in the team rushed towards Leader like lightning. Before everyone had time to react, he reached out to the belt of Leader and took out 2 golden injections from it. Then, while everyone was dumbfounded, Zio-En crushed the injection, and the golden medicinal liquid kept slipping from his fingertips and evaporated before it hit the ground. After the last drop of medicinal liquid disappeared from his hand, Zio-En let out a sigh of relief, turned around and nodded to Amping without even looking at Dragon Head, and said, I'm done. And Ping slowly narrowed his wide eyes and then clapped vigorously. Awesome, really awesome. You should really look back now that grandson's face is already blue. Uncle Sue was also dumbfounded. How did you find out that he was hiding something? Sean smiled. Intuition. In fact, the reason is something that even Sean himself is a little baffled. It is of course the Force that guided him to find the yellow blood hidden by the leader. But why did the Force guide him to find the yellow blood at this time? But no matter what, it's hard to understand. Once again, the Jedi apprentice sighed in his heart how great it would be if the Master could be by his side. At the same time, the voice of Dragon Head came from behind, compared with the usual hoarseness before, but the previous calmness was gone and he looked exhausted. Are you a newcomer to Red Blood Squad? You are amazing, I remember you. Generally speaking, when someone says, I remember you, it means that there's nothing they can do but hold grudges. It can be described as the standard bark of a defeated dog. And with Leader leaving behind the bark of a defeated dog, he left the arena disheartened, and the surprise battle in Dewey 4399 finally came to a successful conclusion. The Red Apricot team won a complete victory, not only recovered the lost property Xuan Ming, but also searched for a wave of ill-gotten gains in the luxurious small building, which greatly enriched the results of the battle. More importantly, I slapped Leader in the face on the spot, which was very satisfying. Of course, there are still some problems left, such as those civilians who were looted by Qinglong to military base. Regarding how to deal with these civilians, there are differences of opinion within the Red Zing squad. It's understandable to want to save people, but there are too many of them. Captain Amping shook his head again and again. There are a total of 27 survivors, and the current limit of the Red Apricot is only 6 people. Just reluctantly put us down, and there is an extra seat nothing. Zio-En raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, 6 people, Captain, you count. Seeing and Ping pouted in Lu Nan's direction, Zio-En suddenly understood. Lu Nan is tall and strong, and he likes to be fully armed with firepower. 1 person is enough to match 2 people. Anping also said, in order to specialize in mobility, the Red Apricot has greatly reduced the available internal space, so we usually even search for loot selectively, otherwise the cargo hold will be full immediately. The 27 people will be crushed into pieces. It definitely won't fit into the Red Apricot. Well, at most 5 or 6 slices, are you going to let them draw lots to choose the lucky one? Sean said, it doesn't necessarily have to be installed in the Red Apricot. Amping laughed. Then you plan to issue 27 hanging tickets and hang them on both sides of the wing with ropes to bring them back. Sean said, I plan to requisition the cargo spaceships in this military base. I have observed through the console in the basement. There are 3 cargo spaceships and more than 20 small shuttles parked in the hangar. They are all dignitaries who came here to gather, the cars of the nobles. And I have also verified with the survivors that 5 of them can drive cargo spaceships. Anping's smile gradually disappeared because he found that Zio-En's attitude was extremely serious. We're not here to save people. Sean retorted, I didn't come here to see death. Amping stared at this stubborn newcomer seriously and persuaded him, give up, those people are already dead. Sean just found it ridiculous. I've never seen a dead person who can run, jump, talk, and laugh. Amping sighed, I'm not bossly, I don't have that good eloquence, but you should know what I mean. You want to save people, this holy mother. This kindness is indeed precious, but your efforts are not only useless, but also it will drag other people down. Zio-En argued disapprovingly. It's just one more condition to Ning Tao, let him leave with a cargo ship carrying these innocent civilians, wouldn't he agree? Anping said, of course he will agree, but of course he will regret it afterwards. These survivors have witnessed the darkest side of the Kaiyan group. Do you think Ning Tao has the guts to let them go home alive? He will let them go home even at all costs. Shut up these people, Sean let out a long breath, of course he thought of this. But when someone mentioned it at this time, he still felt a little hard to calm down. Until the safety of civilians is ensured, we will not let Ning Tao leave. It's useless. Anping resolutely said, "Haven't you figured out our situation? We've always been on the wire. With our mere team of 5 people, how can we survive in a group of enemies? Exchange 4,399 taking the initiative. It's nothing more than us threatening Ning Tao's life. In this case, the most taboo thing is to expose our weakness and let him threaten us in reverse. We can't talk about any conditions." Xiao En nodded to show his understanding, but before he had time to speak, Amping added, "No matter how ingenious your scheme is, it is impossible to erase the resulting risks out of thin air. The more you want, the more you must pay a higher price, and now you have no ability to pay at all. Without the help of your teammates, you can't even guarantee your own life, so how can you spare the energy to consider the lives of others?" At the end, Anping's voice was obviously stained with anger, but Sean is still trying to convince him. "I know that I am just a newcomer to the team, and I am not qualified to act arbitrarily, let alone ask my teammates to accompany me to take risks and do good deeds. But after all, I am already a member of the team, so I should also enjoy the corresponding benefits. All the gains from this mission I should have won, right?" Amping froze for a moment, then realized Xiao En's intentions and couldn't help gasping. "Are you really crazy?" Sean said, "The Red Apricot team pays attention to their own profits and losses, so I hope to use all the proceeds from this mission as a reward and hire everyone to help me with this. How many of us can't be hired by your salary?" Sean said, "Let's go on credit. Even Captain Li Yu can boldly ask me to owe 1 million. I think the Red Apricot squad will not be stingy." Speaking of this, Anping is really speechless. Sean is really determined to save people. He has almost lost his mind. Uncle Su couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and said, "Xiao En, is Virgin Mary's disease so unbearable to you?" Xiao En thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Why don't you take banned drugs for 3 months? Fuck, is it that serious?" For Sean, it was indeed serious. With 27 innocent lives in front of his eyes, if he had the opportunity to save them but stood by, it was almost equivalent to committing murder with his own hands. Sean would never forgive himself for a moment of indifference. Perhaps this kind of mentality is indeed what Uncle Su called the Madonna, and the word Madonna is often a derogatory term. But in this world, as long as it is not generous to others, then it is always better to have more virgins, right? Sean doesn't think there is anything wrong with his choice. Of course, he also respects the values of the captain and others, so now he only hopes that the two sides can seek common ground while reserving differences and try to reach an agreement. Anping was stared at by Xiao En with bright and energetic eyes and felt powerless for a while. "Well, since it concerns the entire team, let's vote. Uncle Su, you come first." Uncle Su scolded, "Captain, you really know how to pick people, and you want me to come first if you pretend to be a bad guy. Okay, I object. I have a lot of loot on me now, and the dividends from the mission settlement are enough for me to take banned drugs for half a year, so I don't want to take any more risks." Amping nodded with satisfaction. "Counting me, there are 2 negative votes, and Zaya Zhuang is next." As he spoke, he took out a small communicator and connected to the Honxing number. "Zhao Zhuang, you also heard the conversation just now. Please give me some advice. Friendly reminder, the captain hopes you will vote against it." Zhuang Yunying was silent for a while at the other end and did not immediately stand by Amping's side but whispered softly, "If those people can be saved, I think." Amping interrupted, "Okay, I understand. You chose to side with the young and handsome rookie." Uncle Su gritted his teeth at the word young and handsome and said, "Captain, can my negative vote just now be counted as 2 votes? If you cut yourself in half and let the lower body learn to speak, it will count as 2 votes for you." Amping fudged the ugly and jealous doctor and turned his eyes to his greatest expectation, Lu Nan. Now there are 2 votes for and against, so the key to victory lies in Lu Nan. And based on his understanding of Lu Nan, she would probably vote against it. After all, it can be said that her closest relatives died because of the people around her standing by and watching. And Lu Nan is by no means noble enough to repay grievances with kindness. She almost instinctively rejects the so-called bravery. Especially when the issue involves the so-called innocent human life, Lu Nan's standards will become extremely strict. And being looked at by Amping with extremely expectant eyes, Lu Nan snorted rather unhappily and then asked Xiao En, "Newcomers, do you know that even if those people survived by chance, they are already socially dead?" Sean nodded. The reason is not difficult to guess. Just now Anping has also warned that the people of Kaiankun Group will not let these victims go home safely no matter what. Now Ning Tao is doing everything possible to silence him. If Ning Tao fails, it will be nothing more than replacing other officials to silence him. The essence of the matter will not change. Even if these survivors do return home, they will find that their identities have been cancelled, and the proof of accidental death has been issued to their families by Kyan Group long ago. And the security fighters in the city who were supposed to protect the people would raise their guns at them without hesitation. Seeing Zio and nodding, Lu Nan asked again, "Then do you know that these people will not thank you for saving your life? Some of them will complain why you can't save people more thoroughly. Some will, I suspect, that you are in the same group as Kyan Group and Kinglong, and some people will simply hate everyone cynically." Sean said, "But there will be people who thank me sincerely, right? What's more, I didn't save people for the sake of people thanking me, so what if there is no one who is grateful? Similarly, I don't think only noble people are qualified to survive. Even if they are ungrateful, they are still innocent people who were robbed in my eyes, and they should not die here." Lu Nan sneered and said, "It's really a classic answer from the Virgin Mary. I'll give you 100 points, which makes me sick to my stomach." Sean shrugged. Although this result is disappointing, it is also reasonable. Sean can't force everyone to accept his values, and he also understands that traumatized people may react to doing good. If Lu Nan had to vote against it, there was nothing he could do. Sean would not blame her, just as he would not complain about Anping and Subo's negative votes. However, before Lu Nan actually votes, please allow him to make one last struggle. Zio En took a deep breath and said, "Next, please allow me to ask a question. If these 27 people survive, how upset will Kyan Group be?" Lu Nan was slightly taken aback. Zio En said, "It is true that the Kyan Group has the means to cause these 27 people to die socially, but as long as the 27 people are not substantively killed, they will always be a moderate threat. Perhaps for the colossus of the Kyan Group, no matter how great the threat of these 27 people is, it will not be able to shake its foundation. However, the disease of ringworm and scabies needs to be treated with decoction, and no normal person likes to take medicine. What's more, the ringworm and scabies of a behemoth have completely different meanings to individuals. For example, to Ning Tao, the life and death of these 27 people may also determine his life and death. His performance in Dewey 4399 is enough. Oops. The dignitaries who died here are obviously his responsibility, and the loss of Xuanwang blood will also be counted on his head. If there is another one that makes things worse, he will definitely die." Lu Nan sneered, "What does the life and death of that Hut bastard care about me?" Zio En said, "It's really not about our business, but it's about the Kyan Group's business. If Ning Tao is also fleeing with the 27 people, it's not just ringworm, right?" Lu Nan was a little confused when he heard it. Why did Ning Tao flee with those 27 people? Because staying here is a dead end, at least there is a chance to survive if you escape. What's the meaning? Sean explained, "For Ning Tao, the current situation is actually like walking a tightrope. If he doesn't pay attention, he will be smashed to pieces. And the only thing he can rely on at this time is the identity of the branch chief, which can provide him with enough support. Political resources to absolve himself, so what if we seal this avenue? He has no choice but to die." Lu Nan frowned upon hearing this. "How to seal it?" Zio En said, "Here we need to think about this issue from another angle. For Ning Tao, the only choice if he wants to get rid of his guilt is to find someone to blame. For example, the enemy is too despicable. For example, Blue Dragon is too cunning, or for example, his subordinates are too incompetent. In fact, only the last one has practical significance. He must choose some subordinates to help him take responsibility so that he can escape. But if you are a subordinate, you will be honest, do you really take the pot?" Zio En asked himself and answered, "No one is really willing to take the blame for the boss, but Ning Tao is the director of the branch, with a louder voice than his subordinates and more resources than his subordinates. Under coercion and temptation, how easy is it not to take the blame, unless someone can help them at this time? Speaking of this, let alone Lu Nan, even Anping and Subo, who had already voted against, couldn't help but join in the conversation. "How do you want to help?" Anping asked. Zio En said, "Collect all the evidence against Ning Tao at the scene, including the evidence of his dereliction of duty and even crimes here, and hand it over to the most rebellious person here, and tell him the result of resistance and the result of not resisting. Of course, this is just my preliminary idea, and it may not be applicable. After all, I don't know Kyan security, so I need your help." Anping and Subo looked at each other but didn't speak for now. Zio En then said to Lu Nan, "Just imagine, if we can instigate the branch chief Ning Tao, what kind of chaos will happen inside Kyan security and even Kyan Group. How many people will stay up all night? How many people are smashed to pieces in the storm? And that picture, don't you want to see it with your own eyes?" Lu Nan finally smiled. "Actually, I hate the honest gentleman like you who talks endlessly about the big truth. And I know that this matter is 99% impossible to do, but this time I like the truth you said, and I will give you 200 points. Then she looked at Amping. Sorry, Captain, this time I vote for it. Amping said helplessly, okay, everyone, let's get moving. Sean's idea is good, but the details need to be polished and filled. Our red apricot team has to do things after taking the money. Sean donated 3 million generously. You can't trap him. Sean was taken aback. 3 million? Amping smiled. How much do you think the dividends for this mission are? Xu Wang's 30% savings, plus the ill-gotten gains that Ning Tao and others have deposited here, add up to at least 25 million Kainkun coins. After deducting the cost of action and the channel cost of selling stolen goods, the dividends that fall on everyone are about 25 million. Although you are a newcomer, there are many immature things in your actions, but you have played a key role every time, and the final dividend will not be less than 300,000 yuan. 1 million. If you return to the base safely and receive dividends, you can pay off all the debts directly, and you can ask Boss Li for the information you want for the excess part. Sean's heart skipped a beat. Information. Even Xiao Zhuang can see what's on your mind, so don't pretend. Although we Silver Knights don't ask about each other's past, it doesn't mean we don't pay attention to each other's present. Now you have made it clear that you are worried about someone or something, and these matters, Boss Li is the most efficient in handling these matters. Basically, as long as it is something that happens in the dry galaxy, give him a little time to investigate clearly, although it is expensive, but there are almost no false occurrences. Speaking of this, and Ping asked with a smile, so do you want to go back on your word now? Sean froze for a moment, then shook his head. Of course, there was nothing to regret. Even if Li Yu was so powerful that he could directly arrange for the master and apprentice to meet again, he would not be able to sacrifice 27 innocent lives as the price. Otherwise, what face will I have to meet master? Anping said, it's good not to regret it, because it's too late to regret it, and the Hongsing team will not accept refunds for orders. While speaking, the team leader also took action, walking towards Ning Tao, who was shivering in the distance with a little nostalgia and a little cynicism. Let's talk. But Su Bo and Lu Nan moved faster. One went to the monitoring room to obtain information and collect evidence, while the other left the underground plaza with his favorite gun and returned to the ground. In his heart, Sean once again expressed his amazement at the tacit understanding of the division of labor of the Red Apricot team, and then found his own task without any instructions, to appease the 27 survivors. In the following rescue operation, the people who had to be rescued also actively cooperated, and in the Red Apricot squad, only Sean had enough affinity and patience to mobilize these civilians. When he came to the door of the room where the survivors gathered, Sean put on a gentle smile, opened the metal door and stepped in. Panic almost hit the face, and what came into view were 27 terrified gray faces, so that the warm-tone decoration in the room that was originally intended for VIPs to rest and enjoy themselves was overshadowed. Sean took a deep breath, maintained the smile on his face, and said straight to the point, I will arrange a cargo ship for you later. Please have someone with piloting skills drive it to follow our spaceship closely, and I will take everyone out here. After a moment of silence, the breathing in the room became rapid. Xiao and saw more clearly the light of hope in many people's eyes. However, at this moment, someone said hoarsely, why should we believe you? We have experienced this kind of trick of deliberately giving people hope and then making people despair. As soon as the voice fell, the hope that had just been lit in the crowd was suddenly extinguished. Sean turned his gaze and saw a middle-aged man with a hunchback figure and bruises all over his body in the corner of the room. He was wrapped in a heavy blanket with mottled stains, but it was difficult to cover up the stench of rotting flesh and blood emanating from his body. The pain and suffering this man endured was palpable, so Sean understood his mistrust. But before Xiao En spoke to appease, someone in the crowd stood up and retorted, they are the Red Apricot squad of Beiyin, and they are not in the same group as Ning Tao. Immediately someone echoed, that's right, the group of demons that Ning Tao summoned have been killed by Red Apricot squad. They are not in the same group. The middle-aged man with a hoarse voice said, so what if we are not in the same group? They dare to kill even dignitaries, but will they be merciful to us people instead? What good will it do them to save us? Are we rich or rich? Power? Why should they do things that are not beneficial? The person who retorted was speechless. Sean didn't know how to answer this question, because he was right to ask. Saving these innocent survivors would not do the team any good. In fact, the members of the team didn't intend to save people at all. It was their own perseverance that allowed the rescue operation to start. And the reason why I want to save people has nothing to do with the benefits. In fact, Sean paid them a dividend of 3 million yuan, and he also has to bear the risks brought about by the rescue operation. It's just that Sean doesn't do things for benefits. He cares more about right and wrong than good or bad. It's just that even if this persistence is said, who will believe it? So Zio-En can only say in another direction, staying here is only a dead end. If you run away with us, at least you have a chance to survive. But I heard the rotten middle-aged man let out a muffled laughter. I have heard this kind of words more than once. Run, if you can run 100 meters, you will be saved, but if you don't run, you will be killed now. Die, in the end, running desperately just makes those demons laugh more happily who can really survive. These words instantly aroused fear like resonance. In the room, the survivors let out various distorted groans, as if those who tormented them had returned to their side again. Sean was a little helpless. For a moment, he really had the urge to show his identity by showing his lightsaber. If the call is made in the name of the Jedi, the persuasion should be much higher, right? Unfortunately, this can only be used as a last resort. The Jedi apprentice changed his rhetoric again. At least you are still alive now, and those demons are dead. You don't need to trust me, but you should trust basic reason and logic. Even if it is a gamble, the benefits of entering the bet, it's better than just sitting there waiting to die. The middle-aged man laughed when he heard the words, rationality and logic. Are you talking about logic to us at this time? As soon as the words fell, the door behind Zio-En swung open. Lu Nan walked in full of hostility and blood, and as the strong smell of blood flooded into the room, the peaceful atmosphere that Zio-En had managed to maintain suddenly disappeared. Help, do not kill me, forgive me. The cries of help and mercy were endless, and the 27 survivors shrank behind the furniture and in the shadows of the corners like frightened herbivores. Zio-En turned his head helplessly, looked at Lu Nan, who was full of murderous intent and looked like a hungry animal, and said, "Leave it to me." Lu Nan sneered, "I'll leave it to you to reason with them slowly, logically." "Do you really think you're good at reasoning?" As he said that, Lu Nan suddenly pulled out a short gun from his waist, aimed at the ceiling and fired randomly. The energy beam collided with the ceiling and produced a brilliant spark, which immediately caused ghosts to cry and howl in the room. "Shut up, I'll kill anyone who dares to make a sound." With Lu Nan's angry shout, the wailing of the survivors came to an abrupt end. Lu Nan pointed his short gun at the trembling survivors who dared not make a sound and said sharply, "In 10 minutes, the cargo ship will stop on the ground and everyone will get on board. No one is allowed to stay here. One person will stay and everyone else will be buried with him." Someone trembled, but the next moment an energy beam flew past his ear. "I didn't allow you to speak. I don't need to persuade you to agree, let alone answer your questions. I just need all of you to board the boat honestly. Listen clearly, it's everyone." After finishing speaking, Lu Nan retracted the blaster, turned around and left, leaving a series of sneers before going out. "Hee, I really hope that some of you are hard-headed and want to stay. I am worried that killing people is not enough. Friendship recommends I'm Singing in Tokyo, which is popular in the internet literature circle. This is a wonderful book written terribly. The author uses 20,000 words of high-intensity swearing every day, and the illustrations are updated more frequently than the chapters." As the door of the room was closed again, the air finally cooled down, and people looked around in a daze, completely at a loss. Sean didn't know how to comfort them, so he shrugged and explained his rescue plan. "The cargo ship will follow us to the deserted area of Zun, where you will live with a new identity." A short man was very surprised when he heard the words. He stood up and asked, "What do you mean by a new identity?" Zio-En sighed, "It is impossible to use your current identities anymore. The Kyan-kun group will not allow those of you who have witnessed the truth to live, but we are also victims and we did nothing wrong." Zio-En also deeply regrets this. Everything is the fault of Kyan-kun group, but it is meaningless to pursue right and wrong now. The important thing is how to survive. "But I still have family. Then for their sake you should work harder to live on. One day in the future there may be a chance to meet again, and if you die here there will be no future. Someday in the future, which day is that?" Zio-En said, "At least we have to wait until the limelight passes and the Kyan-kun group's attention is no longer focused on you. How long will it take for the limelight to pass? 3 years or 5 years? During this period we can't see our family members and we can't show up in public. And even if the so-called limelight is over, we will still be blacklisted, right? Once discovered, they will still be arrested, persecuted, and even assassinated, right?" Sean said, "Yes, but at least you're alive." "But that might as well let us die now," Sean asked back. "Really? Are you going to give up hope, your family, and your life here for a temporary escape?" The person who was asked back by Sean was suddenly speechless. After a while, he said hysterically, "Are you really saving people? Does this count as saving people? Does letting us live like Bumy maggots in the gutter count as saving people? That's just your self-satisfaction, right? If you really want to save someone, save it thoroughly." Sean fell silent, but that hysterical person, as if grasping at a straw, desperately continued to follow this topic. "I said you should have a way to do better, right? This is the military base of Kyankun Security, and it is also protected by the pirate group Kinglong. But you have a way to come in and kidnap Ning Tao, so with your strength you can do better, right? It's just that you don't want to do it. You don't want to save people at all, you just do it for self-satisfaction, so once you feel that you have saved people, you're done, and you don't care about the follow-up matters. If so, I would rather stay here than leave." Just as Sean was about to speak, the door behind him opened again. Lu Nan walked in with a smirk. "Aren't you leaving? That's great. I'm worried that if you really all board the boat, won't we have to distract you to protect you? It's much more convenient now, all of you, everyone will die here." As she spoke, the woman unceremoniously raised her gun, etc. At this moment, a young girl in Cheongsam stood up and stood in front of the hysterical man. The Cheongsam girl faced Lu Nan directly, her voice was trembling like her body, but she said stubbornly, "None of us want to stay here, everyone will be on board. Please take us to the deserted area of Zun. Please, please," someone next to him said in surprise. "But..." The Cheongsam girl turned her head and said loudly to everyone, "I don't want to die, I don't want to, no matter what. It doesn't matter if I live like a maggot, I want to live. And if any of you really don't want to live, please come to Zun later, kill yourself." As soon as this remark came out, someone immediately echoed it. A young man said, "That's right, I don't care what other people think, I don't want to die here. Although it's really hard not being able to see my family, as long as I'm alive, there is hope." Another middle-aged woman said, "My family members have long since died, and my original identity is not a glamorous one. It is a good thing to be able to start all over again. If any of you want to commit suicide, you can do it yourself. But don't drag me down, I don't want to die." Soon, more and more people stood up from the crowd. Even if they still can't trust the Honksing team, most people know how to choose when they are presented with the two options of life and death on the spot. There are only a very small number of people who are stubborn, but the opinions of these people are not worth mentioning. The rancid middle-aged man wrapped in a dirty blanket and the hysterical short man have been firmly controlled by the other survivors at this time. Even if they committed suicide by biting their tongues on the spot, the corpses would be dragged onto the cargo ship and headed to Zun with the others. Most people want to live after all. Under the guidance of the desire to survive, the 27 survivors quickly boarded the cargo ship of Kyankun Security. As long as the order to lift off is given, they will drive the cargo ship to follow the red apricot, along the carefully calculated route. Channel to Zun to start a new life. Sean had planned to stay on the cargo ship to stabilize the small group of survivors and assist them in their escape journey. However, this proposal was directly rejected by Lu Nan. "Compared with this cargo ship, the red apricot needs your strength more. Next, we are going to escape instead of traveling, and there is no extra strength to waste on burdens. Your 3 million dividends can only buy our strength, not our strength, to our lives." Sean could only nod silently. Although Lu Nan's words were not pleasant, they were the out-and-out truth. The next escape route cannot be ignored and one must be very careful. And once something goes wrong with the red apricot, the cargo ships behind have no power to protect themselves. So instead of sending troops to the cargo ship, it is better to strengthen the strength of the red apricot as much as possible. And when Zio En was about to follow Lu Nan off the boat, someone grabbed his hand suddenly. Looking back, Sean saw the trembling of the Cheongsam girl's body and heard the firmness in her words. "Thank you for saving us, I believe in you." When Zio En followed Lu Nan back to the basement of the small building, he saw Captain and Ping lying on a cushion with a dejected face, pretending to be bored. Su Bo is missing. Zio En wondered, "What are you waiting for, should we go?" Amping suddenly became angry and cursed. "What's the rush? Is it because I want to stay here? It's not because your kid has a Madonna attack and you insist on going to save people." Sean asked, "What's going on?" Amping sighed, "That kid Ning Tao is tougher than I thought and he is unwilling to defect. Without his cooperation, at most we would escape on the red apricot, and it is impossible to bring a whole ship of survivors. I said now it's still too late to give up those living dead. I can refund you half of the reward." While speaking, the door of the meeting room next to him was swung open, and Uncle Su came out with a gloomy face. "It's really tough, he won't let go even if he crushes a few fingers." Lu Nan scolded, "What's the use of pinching your fingers? Have you ever played house? I think other places are dirty and you know that I like to eat finger food. Uncle Sue argued, and he seems to be really determined not to betray the Kyan-kun group. He wants to get him. It may be difficult to get support, but there is also good news. Anping cheered up, what good news? Our team's rule is to refund at most half of the deposit, so now that you give up those burdens, you can earn at least 1.5 million. Lu Nan kicked Su Bo away with one kick and then prepared to go out to do the persuasion work in person. Wait, Su Bo quickly grabbed Lu Nan, it's not impossible, but I need to discuss it with you. Anping said, what way? Su Bo said, generally speaking, when you encounter this kind of person who won't listen to any persuasion, the best way is to ask Boss Lee to come forward. His eloquent kung fu is the real deal. You also know that the price is real. Amping sighed, our self-sustaining team needs to ask Boss Lee for help and the price is not cheap. Su Bo said, it's better than refunding half of the deposit, right? That's 1.5 million Kyan-kun coins. And this is the first time the rookie Zio-En has set out on a mission with us, so it's too embarrassing to give up halfway like this. Lu Nan sneered, when did you learn how to lose face? Su Bo asked back, then you are willing to admit defeat like this. Lu Nan was silent and scratched his hair after a while, you guys can do whatever you want, but I have agreed in advance that my income should not be less than 500,000. Sure. Su Bo immediately handed a communicator to Anping, Captain, it's up to you next. Amping's side took the communicator and quickly connected to the communication channel of Silver Knights by relying on the repeater on Dewey 4399. Captain, it's me, Amping. I encountered a little trouble during the mission and I need your help. Of course I know that there is a fee for the service. Well, it goes like this. And when Anping briefly described the progress of the mission, Li Yu's laughter came from the communicator. You guys are actually stuck in such a trivial matter. Are you trying to laugh me to death? And Ping said, it means, boss, you can solve it easily with your help. Of course, but it's easy and the fee will not be discounted. Boss, make an offer. After all, it's my family, so I'll set a basic price 2 million. Amping sprayed out on the spot, boss, isn't your basic price a bit outrageous? Li Yu said, if you think it's too expensive, you can come by yourself. Amping tried to counter the price. Boss, if you ask such a price, we basically won't make any money. It's just that you basically don't make money, but you can still make money in the end, don't you? Li Yu asked back. Amping was silent for a while. Okay, the price is 2 million. Both Su Bo and Lu Nan were very surprised. Hey, you agree to this offer? Amping said helplessly, we have an income of 3 million. At worst, you and Lu Nan will share the remaining 1 million equally and I will work for free. Lu Nan reminded, wait, you didn't count Xia Zhuang's income, did you? Amping coughed and said, I will treat Xia Zhuang to dinner when I go back. Su Bo was startled and said, send Xia Zhuang with just one meal. Captain, you are too scumbag. What kind of scum is not a scum? Xia Zhuang is different from you. He doesn't have such a strong desire for material things. While speaking, Anping walked into the meeting room where Ning Tao was, pinching the communicator in embarrassment. Ning Tao, the sub-bureau chief of Kyan-kun security, has fallen into hysteria that is almost insane. Seeing the meeting room door open and Amping walk in, Ning Tao let out a frenzied laugh and then cursed. Haha, you want me to betray the Kyan-kun group? Dream your mother's dream. You lifeless wastes will sooner or later be turned into carbon specimens by the Kyan-kun group to show the public. Anping said indifferently, yes, then we will hang side by side in the capital square as specimen brothers. Okay, Boss Lee, I will leave the rest to you. While talking, Amping came to Ning Tao and threw the communicator in his hand on the ground. Ning Tao's smile faded instantly. Boss Lee, are you Li Yu Baiyan's Li Yu? In the communicator, Li Yu's voice seemed unhurried. It's me, do you want to sign? Ning Tao said in a deep voice. People say that the leader of Baiyan is a smart man, so you should know the consequences of offending the Kyan-kun group in the dry galaxy. Li Yu said, I've become a prisoner of war, don't you feel weak when you say such cruel words? Well, now is the paid talk time, I don't want to waste my lines, so let's get straight to the point. I'm not interested in chatting with you. Li Yu ignored the other party's resistance and said, actually you have long wanted to defect, right? Ning Tao's plump body froze instantly. Li Yu said, the position of the director of the sub-bureau looks very good, but it is not easy to sit up. He has to wipe the ass of the general bureau, and he has to make false promises with dangerous terrorists like Qinglong. It's mediocre, but you have to deceive people in every possible way to make money in private. You are obviously half of the group's top management, but life seems to be more difficult than when you were at the bottom. And in the foreseeable future, not only will you have no way to continue to rise, you will even be bad. Turn down this tricky errand. After a pause, Li Yu smiled and said, In comparison, those born noble chaebals can enjoy endless glory and wealth as a matter of course, and they don't even need to put in any effort. Of course, this kind of thing, when you joined the Security Bureau, you had already seen it clearly, and you had long accepted that you were born as a commoner and did not deserve a noble fate. However, when those chaebals shouted at you time and time again, and asked you again and again outrageous demands, even asking you to use the power of pirates to hunt real people in this military base, I think no matter how reasonable a person is, he will feel unwilling. Ning Tao spoke subconsciously but found that his voice was extremely hoarse. I don't know what nonsense you are talking about. Li Yu said, you don't know, but Kong Zhang, the Hutt, knows that as the biggest smuggling leader in the Gan Galaxy, it is easy to help one or two high-ranking officials of the Kainkun group escape to other star regions of the Republic. Of course, with the cunning of the Hutt, it is also easy to resell the information of these high-ranking officials to others. In short, you have already contacted him privately and made an appointment to have the opportunity to abscond with money. How much assets have you transferred out through Kong Zhang over the years? 500,000 credit points. When Kong Zhang's name appeared, Ning Tao's whole person's aura was unstoppable. The Hutt man who gave himself a local name was his most secret hole card. And when the figure of 500,000 credits was revealed, Ning Tao went limp like melted fat. What on earth do you want? Li Yu smiled and said, mutual benefit and win-win, I will help you abscond and you help me save people. Ning Tao couldn't believe it. Save those untouchables, what good will it do you? Li Yu said, it's not good for me, but it's good for my subordinates, so I, the head of the writer, can only help him to be self-willed. In short, you can do this and the benefits are obvious. With me, with your cooperation, no one in the Gan Galaxy can stop you from fleeing. You can cooperate with Kong Zhang boldly without worrying about being tricked by that Hutt. But 500,000 credits is not enough for you to survive outside, right? After all, what you want is the life of a comfortable rich man, not a wandering life hiding in Tibet. You need to buy a mansion on a prosperous planet. And you need a housekeeper supporting the scene with servants. You need to hire elite bodyguards to prevent the Kainkun group from retaliation, and the 500,000 credits transferred out are far from enough. You originally planned to use the next few years to transfer your tens of millions of property in the Kiang Galaxy, gradually sell and transfer, but it is obviously too late now. Here I have a suggestion that can help you quickly raise the target amount. Ning Tao was silent for a while but still couldn't help asking, what should I do? Li Yu said, contact the family members of your group of cronies and friends and tell them that everyone has been kidnapped by Qinglong and they want a ransom, the more the better. But they have been killed by your people long ago. As much as you can deceive, even if only 1/10 of the people are deceived, is it enough to scrape together your pension? Ning Tao was taken aback when he heard the words, but immediately fell into deep thought and asked a question after a while. I am sure to deceive some people, and they can at least spend tens of millions of credit coins in half a day, but the problem is that even if they pay obediently. How can I collect money? Li Yu said, I can do the collection for you and the handling fee is only 20 points. Ning Tao said angrily, are you here to collect it? Do you think I'm an idiot? If you are not an idiot, you should know that this is the best choice. Right now only we Silver Knights can help you do this, and our reputation can provide sufficient guarantee. No matter who the customer is slag, as long as we undertake the next task, we will fulfill the promise to the end. You should be very clear about this. Ning Tao was still angry but pursed his lips and fell into deep thought again. Li Yu said again, think about it carefully, this is beneficial to you and has no disadvantages. What is it that you are walking on thin ice in the position of chief of the sub-bureau? Isn't it possible that one day you will earn enough money to fly far away? Now one less struggle, the 20-year opportunity is in front of you. Why are you still hesitating? Of course, I admit that this kind of behavior of defrauding the upper echelon of the entire galaxy will definitely bring you danger. But is there no risk for you to continue to be the director of this branch? Don't forget all the cronies who killed you died in your jurisdiction. Whether you cheated or not, they will not let you go easily. These words played a decisive role. After a while, Ning Tao gritted his teeth and said, okay, let's do this. At the same time, Anping and others have long been dumbfounded. Uncle Su sighed, Boss Li really deserves to be an idol. How can he still talk like this? Not only did he solve our urgent needs, but he also created millions of extra income. I am really convinced. Lu Nan sneered and said, I'm afraid the cost of this information will cost hundreds of thousands, and the value of his Queen Intelligence agent Chen Xuengen is not cheap at all. Uncle Su said again, Chen Xuengen, that mysterious person who only accepts information in exchange for information. It's amazing to be able to contact him. Let me just say, why does Boss Lee suddenly know everything about Ning Tao like the back of his hand? Amping clapped his hands and interrupted the chat. Okay, since Boss Lee has solved the problem, let's officially enter the next link and prepare to escape. The Red Apricot Squad's escape journey is destined to be intense and exciting. Shortly after Hong Sing and the cargo spacecraft carrying 27 survivors lifted off, Dewey 4399 fell into serious civil strife. The rebels, instigated by Lu Nan and Su Bo, clashed fiercely with the dead soldiers who were still loyal to Ning Tao. Although the number of the latter was far less than that of the former, it firmly occupied the area where the communication relay was located, seriously slowing down the pace of the rebels occupying the entire base. This made it impossible to transmit the latest information in Dewey 4399, and Ning Tao was able to escape safely after cheating. The only problem is, Amping, this is different from what you said. In the cockpit of the Red Apricot, Ning Tao's roar spread through the communicator, almost deafening. Li, you promised to protect me. You Silver Knights can't just keep your word. Amping rubbed his ears, connected to the communicator, and said, "What's wrong with you now?" Ning Tao became even more angry. "How dare you let me and these untouchables?" Before the words fell, there was a loud scolding sound from the communicator, and Ning Tao's roar stopped abruptly. Amping gloated and said, "I don't think it's wise to insult passengers who are in the same boat as me. We do promise to protect your safety, but if you insist on committing suicide, we can only mourn for you." After a while, Ning Tao's voice sounded again, but it was obviously weak and timid. "If you really want to protect my safety, you should let me aboard your boat. It's a big mistake. Our ship is limited to only 6 people, and it is now fully loaded. How high is the risk of overloaded sailing, so don't let me popularize it. And the Hong Sing is now the target of public criticism. King Long is probably already lay out the net. Are you sure you want to share weal and woe with us? I can find a way to arrange a box for you in the cargo hold." Ning Tao gritted his teeth but had nothing to say. Amping's rhetoric is obviously perfunctory and molesting, but it is also reasonable and undeniable. Now Dewey 4399 is in chaos, and the news is still being suppressed forcibly. The Kyankun Security Bureau has no knowledge of everything that happened on the asteroid. And with their usual efficiency, when Ning Tao's defection was really confirmed, Ning Tao might have already soaked in the hot spring on the luxury smuggling ship of Hut smuggler Kong Zhang. The only problem is King Long, with the insidiousness and cunning of Dragon Head. It is impossible to be indifferent to the escape of the Hong Sing team, and it is impossible to sit back and watch the 27 survivors escape. The 27 people not only witnessed the security of Kyankun, the darkness has witnessed King Long's wanton perversion of the law. If the matter is exposed, Kyankun security will of course have a way to pick him out, but King Long will most likely be pushed out to take the blame. King Long, of course, I can't bear such a big burden, so I have to go all out to ensure that all witnesses die. And once King Long took action, the escape route would be full of dangers. The group of pirates were in charge of Dewey 4399's outer defense line, but it was only after the Hong Sing team found a hidden channel that they broke through the encirclement. There are still a large number of fighters lurk around the asteroid. The Red Zing squad wanted to escape when Blue Dragon was completely alarmed. They could only rely on the Hong Zing to fight their way out. And Ning Tao certainly doesn't want to walk on the road of blood with others. I know a secret channel. Ning Tao said, I discovered it by accident. Only a few people in the base know about it, and King Long is even more firmly hidden by me. And Ping smiled and said, it seems that you have never trusted King Long. Ning Tao just snorted at this idiotic question and continued. The specific coordinates are. Ping wrote it down in detail and then said to Lu Nan, who was in charge of driving the Hong Sing, do you hear clearly? Be careful to avoid the area around the coordinates later. Ning Tao was stunned for a moment and asked, you don't believe me? Ping laughed at this idiotic question. Ning Tao argued, I have the same interests as you now and I can't survive if you die. But we don't want to die with you. Ping interrupted, secret waterway. Under the layers of King Long, how can you find any hidden waterway? Believe it or not, there are at least 20 fighters around that coordinate waiting for us to throw ourselves into the trap. Ning Tao was stunned for a moment, but he had nothing to say because the possibility is really not small. Then what should we do? Slay the blood. Ping wrote lightly, thanks to you helping us rule out a wrong answer. So as long as our luck is not too bad, the number of King Long fighters that can come to intercept in time will not be too many. Red Zing Hao is fully capable of protecting you and escaping together. Of course, you also need to contribute a little bit. Ning Tao said vigilantly, me, how do you want to trick me? I heard that as the director of the Kyankan Security Bureau, your driving skills are superb, enough to compete with the ace pilot of the branch. After the war, the safety of the cargo ship will be entrusted to you. Ning Tao almost vomited blood on the spot. Superb, outnumbered. This kind of propaganda does exist. Kyankan Securities Watch Weekly once did an exclusive interview, blowing Ning Tao like a god. But people with brains would believe a man as fat as the hut can the guy cram himself into the cramped cockpit of a fighter jet. That's just a soft article that Ning Tao spent money to find someone to write. The work pressure of the branch chief is so great, why not pay someone to write a happy letter? However, no matter how Ning Tao cursed in his heart, Anping had cut off the communication early and ignored it. Captain, are you really going to hand over the cargo ship to that hut bastard? Su Bo asked suspiciously. And Ping said, otherwise we can only hand it over to 5 ordinary people who have never been on the battlefield. I know Ning Tao is unreliable, but he is from the Security Bureau after all. At least he is more reliable than ordinary people on the battlefield. Lu Nan said, does it need to be so troublesome? Can't we just blow up all the fighters blocking the way? Anping said, okay, I will entrust you with the important task of saving the world. The small talk between the team members was interrupted by the newcomer's alarm in the middle. Sean stood in front of the radar, immediately read out a set of abnormal indices, and then issued an early warning with his extraordinary mental arithmetic ability. Signals of fighter planes are found ahead. No less than 10 planes. Damn, so fast. Amping cursed, and the sleepy and blurred look faded from his face in an instant. It seems that this time I was unlucky, and I ran into a den of thieves. Everyone cheer up. While Amping was speaking, everyone on the Honksing had already taken their positions. Lu Nan was sitting in the main driver's seat, with both hands on the control console, and in a blink of an eye, Honksing entered the emergency maneuver mode. The whole spaceship trembled slightly with the roar of the engine, and the water cup placed on the armrest by Lu Nan also shook. Splashes of water splashed out. Anping was in charge of assisted piloting and fire control. When he gave the order, the 6 laser cannons and the main and auxiliary guidance systems on the spaceship were all activated. Sean kept a close eye on the radar from the observation position and completed the enemy aircraft's positioning calculation with amazing efficiency before the auxiliary computer and sent the data to the 2 pilots. Zhuang Yuanying entered the machine repair room ahead of time, exposing the complicated pipelines to her eyes. She fixed herself on the maintenance position with a belt and held a heavy machine repair gun tightly in her hand, constantly coping with the incident of electric arcs being shot due to the rough operation of her teammates. Faulty line. The Red Apricot is a highly specialized spaceship. The specialization is not only reflected in the extraordinary maneuverability, but also in the safety and stability of the spaceship. Once it enters the stress state, the spaceship will show unimaginable ultra-high performance. But it must rely on the real-time maintenance by the mechanic, like tearing down the east to make up for the west. Otherwise, it will overheat and explode in less than 3 minutes. As the team doctor, Su Bo packed the first aid kit early and sat in the reserve position of the cockpit. Fighting broke out after a few minutes. The Red Apricot squad was indeed unlucky. The 10 fighter jets that came oncoming were the elite of Qinglong. Each of them came from the heavy industry group under Kyankan Security. With their pitch-black paintwork, long and narrow bodies, and broad wings, they can fly surprisingly fast in battle and possess powerful firepower commensurate with their speed. Of course, the most important thing is that all the fighter pilots are the ace pilots of Qinglong. These elite fighters had no intention of going head-to-head with the Honksing and quickly dispersed after the battle started to avoid the sharpness of the Honksing. After all, the Honksing was much larger than them, and the larger means thicker shields and more powerful firepower. However, just as the fighter planes of Blue Dragon had just dispersed their formation, 2 blazing bright lights burst out from the tail of the Red Apricot, propelling the spaceship to shuttle rapidly like lightning and broke into the formation of Blue Dragon in no time. The heavy LSQ-3 laser cannons on both sides of the wings shed a shower of light, smashing a black fighter that was caught off guard into broken fireballs. The outbreak of the Red Apricot caused the pilots of Qinglong to fall into a great shock, and the scattered fighters seemed at a loss for a while. The ultimate maneuvering speed of the Honksing is obviously much faster than these black fighters, and the pirates were pierced by the Honksing's encirclement net as soon as they met, which means that it is already difficult for them to intercept the Honksing. Fortunately, someone had sharp eyes and saw the signal of another ship on the radar. There's a cargo ship behind. Dragon Head said that we must stop the cargo ship no matter what. The pirates immediately shifted their targets, let go of the red apricot, and prepared to set fire to the cargo ship. At this moment, Honksing, which had passed through the encirclement, suddenly changed direction, and the engine at the tail deflected slightly outward, pushing Honksing to complete a U-turn at a very small angle and charged again at the scattered fighters. This time the charge was unsuccessful. The pirates had already adapted to the speed of the red apricot. Seeing that the two huge engines began to emit light, they immediately drove their fighters to spread out further and avoided the red apricot with flexible tactical maneuvers. Gunfire on the apricot. After the second round of charge, Honksing became passive instead. As a mobile specialized spaceship, the red apricot is not good at frontal combat power, and being deeply trapped in the enemy's line is tantamount to suicide. The pirates realized that the Honksing could not fit the cargo ship, so they immediately made adjustments, sending out a few fighter planes to chase the cargo ship with all their strength, and the rest hung behind the Honksing, waiting for an opportunity. The situation of the Honksing became more and more embarrassing. If it was fighting alone, even if the Honksing could not fight against 10 fighters, it would be enough to protect itself. After all, we can't really count on Ningtao to have the courage to fight 9 elite fighters back and forth in a heavy armed cargo ship while recovering from a serious finger injury, right? The embarrassing situation of the red apricot was constantly captured and magnified by the pirates. When the twin engines at the rear of the red apricot shone brightly for the third time, those fighter planes hovering near the cargo ship immediately turned around and surrounded the red apricot. This time, the pirates had adapted to the speed of the red apricot's explosion, and the encirclement was sparse and tight. They also saw the red apricot's focus on rescuing the cargo ship, calculated the location in advance, and completed a precise fire focus. Laser cannons, concussion missiles, and proton missiles bombarded the long and narrow spaceship like a storm, submerging it in the grand flames in an instant. However, the pirates didn't even have the time to feel subconsciously happy they saw in the flames. The tail engine nozzle of the red apricot suddenly turned, emitting 2 oblique flames, pushing the spaceship to complete an emergency maneuver at an almost weird angle. Most of the firepower passed by the red apricot, the flames dissipated, and the long and narrow spaceship rushed out unscathed. The deflector shield covering the surface of the spaceship only flickered slightly, and the flickering gloom ripples were like delicate waves. Embellishment. And the 6 heavy-duty laser cannons burst out a burst of light rain again, driving the nearby pirate spaceships to flee in embarrassment. The black fighters had to disperse again and besieged Honksing with a more cautious attitude. This shabby-looking mobile specialized spaceship was not as fragile as they had expected. However, it was only a temporary struggle. The 9 fighters quickly adjusted their formation, sometimes scattered and sometimes gathered, supporting and cooperating with each other, and always placed the Honksing in the middle of the encirclement. Once the Honksing is ready to break through, the black fighters will shift their targets to the cargo ship, forcing the Honksing to give up its maneuverability and become a living target for the pirates. The battle lasted only a short while, and even though the red apricot managed to remain unscathed by the maneuvering force of the vector engine, the battle situation became more and more passive. The fighter planes around were getting closer and closer, and their firepower was getting stronger and stronger. Now I suddenly feel that this rescue operation is still too hasty. We are so naive to think that we can take 27 civilians through the net. On the red apricot, Uncle Sue wailed and fixed his body firmly on the seat with belts. However, under the violent turbulence, Uncle Sue still looked extremely embarrassed, and his forehead bumped against the dashboard above from time to time, so that his speech became intermittent. Captain, let Xiaozhuang refit this wrecked ship when we go back. Even if it is in emergency maneuver mode, it should ensure basic comfort. I'm going to be hit to death. Subo's sincere call did not get any response. Because no one on the red apricot cared about him at all, the plasma and concussion missiles that brushed against the spaceship had already attracted everyone's attention. And the ripples of the heavy laser bombardment on the shield are even more shocking. The threat from Blue Dragon is getting stronger and stronger. Amping sat in the co-pilot seat, tapped the armrest a few times with his fingers, and then ordered decisively. Lu Nan, enter the assisted pilot mode, leave the spaceship to me, and you are in charge of intercepting the firepower. Lu Nan, who was in the driver's seat, switched the driving mode without any hesitation and handed over all the driving authority of the Honksing to Amping. He was only responsible for detailed assistance and focused on the fire control system. As soon as Lu Nan took over the fire control system of the red apricot, the 6LS, Q3 laser cannons burst out a burst of wonderful light rain, sweeping away the approaching missile torpedoes. The Honksing's maneuvering pressure was immediately relieved, but 9 fighters were still surrounding the Honksing, and more missiles and beams were ready to go. "Captain, you can't go on like this." Uncle Sue tried to give advice while applying herbal ointment on his forehead. "It's still too late to abandon the cargo ship." Sean moved his ears. Even he, who strongly advocated rescue and presided over the entire rescue operation, has to admit that the rescue operation may fail at this time, and it is time to consider giving up. If Amping decides to give up here, Sean can't even find him. Objection. The situation is very clear. If Honksing wants to escape by itself, it is more than capable, but if it wants to save people, there is a high probability that it will also pay for itself. In order to save people, the Honksing team has put in a lot of effort. No one is qualified to accuse them of ineffective rescue, let alone ask them to risk their lives. After all, saving people is to maximize benefits, not moral self-satisfaction. However, just when Zio-En subconsciously considered giving up, he heard Amping sneer like Lu Nan. "Ha, give up at this time, how can we veterans pretend to be aggressive in front of newcomers? And Su Bo, you are also stunned. It's over, the opponent is not a regular army but a group of greedy pirates." Su Bo was taken aback when he heard the words, "Then what's the matter?" Amping shook his head. "You are really dizzy, you can't think of such a simple trap." "Lu Nan, help me." Lu Nan said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's start." Amping immediately turned his head and shouted at Zhuang Yunying, "Zio Zhuang, get ready for the escape mode." Zhuang Yunying directly hit the cabin door with a machine gun, making a deafening bang in response. Amping nodded, pressed an inconspicuous button on the console, and quickly pushed the driver's joystick back to its original position. In an instant, the jolting of the Red Apricot stopped. The Red Apricot, a spaceship known for its maneuverability, was surrounded by pirates and suddenly extinguished the light of its engine, stopped its charging momentum and floated in the deep space like a rock, and then was mercilessly attacked by all directions. The artillery fire drowned. This time, no miracle happened. The spaceship received all the oncoming artillery fire as ordered. The deflector shield flickered a few times before being completely extinguished. The outer armor was shattered under the bombardment of the concussion missile and the energy beam, showing signs of scorching and melting. The long and narrow body twisted slightly, and the left wing of the spaceship was even separated from the main body in the explosion. The narrow, sharp, and ghostly honking horn extinguished all light in an instant. At this moment, even the pirates were dumbfounded. "Boss, what's the matter?" One of the closest pirates couldn't help asking, "Is this suicide?" A teammate responded, "I'm afraid it's an engine failure. That kind of lunatic-like maneuver can't last long. It's not uncommon for them to start continuously and the engine will explode. Why do you care so much? Add a proton torpedo to make them die completely." "Stop." The little leader of the pirates immediately stopped his men's aggressive advances in the communicator. "Have you forgotten Xuanming? And that is the Red Apricot. Legend has it that the Bayan organization is second only to the Bayan, the modified spaceship. The core components are all priceless. Do you want to destroy all of this?" The subordinates couldn't help but startled when they heard the words, "But." The little boss asked, "Are you even afraid of a piece of unresisting space junk?" Inside Kinglong, there is nothing more shameful than timidity, so when questioned by the boss, the communication channel of the fighter team fell silent. Number 1 and no. 3 are going to continue chasing the cargo ship. Don't let it escape. Others come and share the spoils with me. Xuanming is to be handed in, but the other parts belong to us. Before the other teams arrive, we must at least eat the most essential part into our own stomachs. While giving the order, the little boss drove the fighter plane close to the Red Apricot and used magnets to collect the many black armor fragments that fell off the spaceship and put them into the cargo hold with limited capacity in the belly of the aircraft. The rest of the pirates followed without hesitation, like carrion-hungry beasts, eagerly feasting on the corpse of their prey. The size of the Red Apricot is much larger than that of a single fighter, so the most valuable large parts can only be disassembled after the large troops arrive. But those shattered fragments are also valuable. Judging from the eyes of these skilled pirates, the armor covering the outer layer of the Red Apricot is the famous black iron, which is almost the most suitable for making spaceship armor in the galaxy. Rare metals, the protection performance is several times stronger than ordinary alloys. Of course, the price is hundreds of times. In fact, the pirates suspected that if it wasn't for this layer of black iron armor, the Red Apricot would have been shot into a fireball on the spot when its engine failed and it was set on fire. Now, these rare metals will become pirate spoils. The pirates didn't question their victory at all, because the red apricot in front of them was already a tattered corpse from any angle. All the light of the spaceship had been extinguished, it was covered with scorched marks and potholes everywhere, and the outer armor had been damaged. The pipeline exposed by blowing the big gun could not even flicker a short-circuited arc. However, when the pirates were feasting, someone suddenly discovered abnormal information on the radar. Wait, is there anyone alive on the red apricot? This warning was not heeded. Aren't you dazzled? The spaceship is broken like this, how can there be any survivors inside? It's better to have someone alive. A living silver prisoner of war is probably worth more than the spaceship itself. The channel was noisy, filled with the ecstasy of the pirates' victory. Even the little leader of the pirates has been blinded by greed. He no longer has careful calculations in his mind, only continuous conjectures. After this battle, he can completely use the collected black iron. Pion upgraded the defense of his car, and his great achievement in eliminating the Honksing team gave him the opportunity to compete for the next leader. And amidst the ecstasy, the spaceship that was as silent as a corpse suddenly revealed its ferocity. 6 heavy-duty laser cannons fired without warning, and the light beams pierced through the thin shields of the 3 fighters simultaneously, turning them into blazing fireballs. And just when the surviving pirates were caught off guard and subconsciously wanted to launch their fighter planes away, a batch of concussion missiles caught up in time and smashed the other 3 fighter planes to pieces. After only 1 round of firepower, only the little leader of the pirates was left alive. However, a lone fighter plane facing the resurrected Honksing is like a dead leaf before a storm. I surrender. The pitch-black fighter plane was blasted to pieces by the laser cannon while sending out the surrender signal. Call. In the pitch-black cockpit of the red apricot, Lu Nan let out a long breath, pushed the operating lever away and fell back on the seat. It is not easy for Lu Nan to shoot down 6 dexterous small fighters in a blink of an eye, even if he hits a fixed target that is almost immobile. What's more, when the spacecraft enters the shelling mode, the performance of the entire ship drops sharply, and all crew members under the condition of strong shock and shock. When aiming through the severely damaged fire control system, Lu Nan only felt like she had drunk the spice for 2, and everything in her sight was weirdly distorted. In the end, she almost completed the shooting almost by intuition. Fortunately, the result did not shame her. The next moment, Lu Nan's seat back was patted hard by Amping. Nice job, snort. Okay, let's restart the spaceship. Uncle Sue checked to see if everyone is injured and then let's recover the fallen parts together. Sean, do you cooperate? Sean. While talking, Amping discovered that the newcomer who was supposed to be guarding by the radar had disappeared. Amping was surprised to turn on the searchlight on the mechanical arm, bringing dazzling light to the dark cockpit. However, under the light, there was no sign of Sean in the cockpit. On the other side, in the dark machine repair room, Sean cautiously approached the girl who collapsed into a ball in the corner. Zhuang Yuanying, are you okay? While talking, Xiao En couldn't help wrinkling his nose. The smell of blood in front is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid Zhuang Yuanying will be fine. He came following the smell of blood. After the spaceship was hit, everyone in the cockpit was basically safe, but the smell of blood came from outside the cockpit. Xiao En realized that Zhuang Yuanying, who was working as a machine repairer, had almost suffered the impact without any precautions, so he ran to rescue people immediately. Sean was very glad that he followed Uncle Sue's medical kit when he came. Although the herbs in it looked weird and he didn't dare to use them indiscriminately, there was at least a can of Bacta spray that could be used for emergencies. I'm fine. The girl's voice came softly, but in the darkness the tone seemed somewhat weak. Sean quickly turned on the searchlight but heard an exclamation at the same time. Under the light, the slender girl stretched out her hand in vain, trying to block the light, but it was too late. Sean had already seen her face clearly. Under the searchlight, Zhuang Yuanying's face was pale, and the wound on his forehead looked even more grievous. But what really catches the attention are the 2 horns protruding from the girl's forehead on both sides. It is milky white, about 10 centimeters long, extending obliquely towards the side and rear with smooth and round edges. It seems to be just an exquisite headgear, perfectly matching the girl's calm and delicate face. This was the first time Xiao En saw Zhuang Yuanying take off his soft hat. In the base, Zhuang Yuanying never took off the soft hat on his head no matter whether he was eating or sleeping. Unexpectedly, it was to hide such a secret. Zhuang Yuanying also realized that her secret was exposed, sighed lightly, gave up resistance, and lowered her hands. At this time, the people in the cockpit also rushed over. Amping saw Xiao En standing in front of the door with a searchlight in his hands and a medical kit slung across his shoulders, and he let out a long sigh. Su Bo followed behind him and suggested, "Captain, it's still too late to give him an amnesia fist." And Ping said, "There's no need for that, after all it's my family, some things will let him know sooner or later." Su Bo shrugged, "You are the captain, you have the final say." While speaking, Uncle Su crossed Anping, came to Xiao N's side and snatched the medical kit from his shoulder. "Okay, don't poke here to get in the way. This box of babies, what else do you know besides Bacta spray? If you only use spray, what is the difference between you and Lu Nan? If you want to take my class, learn for another 10 years. Su Bo walked up to Zhuang Yuanying with nagging and skillfully used spray and herbs to stop the bleeding and heal the girl. In addition to healing, Uncle Su carefully collected all the blood that dripped nearby and put them into a test tube. Sean frowned. In his mind, the strange totem flashed again, as if the ubiquitous force was giving him precious enlightenment, but the picture was fleeting, making Sean unable to figure it out. Amping patted Sean on the shoulder. "Let's talk about it in the past, we still need some time here." After returning to the cockpit, Amping cut to the chase. "As you can see, Xiao Zhuang is not human, however this is nothing new in the Milky Way. Except for the pair of horns, she is no different from humans, so when you wear the bonnet, just treat her as an ordinary human girl." Sean wanted to say that ordinary human girls would not wield machine guns weighing dozens of kilograms like toys, but obviously Anping didn't plan to discuss Zhuang Yuanying's blood in detail. "That's all for this topic." "Okay, I'll take it lightly." Anping said with a smile, "Well, it's good to take it lightly. Regarding Xiao Zhuang's life experience, I can talk to you again when I have a chance. For now, let's take care of the immediate matter." As he spoke, Anping clapped his hands. "Attention everyone, restart the spaceship as soon as possible, we haven't completely won yet." Almost at the same time, Ning Tao's exasperated voice came from the spacecraft's communicator. "You bunch of wasteful trash. Are you going to break your promise and get rich? You promised to protect my safety." Amping smiled and said, "Of the 10 fighters, we have already dealt with 8 of them, and the remaining 2 should be easy for an ace pilot like you. Fuck you." The series of foul language in the communicator came to an abrupt end when Anping cut off the communication. "With such vitality, I shouldn't be able to die for a while." Amping smiled and sat back in the driver's seat, shaking his body slightly, looking leisurely. Xiao N couldn't be as calm as the captain. He frowned and activated the radar, watching the changes in the battle situation through the simple light spots on the display. The 2 pitch-black pirate fighter planes had already engaged in a hand-to-hand fight with the cargo ship, which quickly put the cargo ship in trouble. The green light spot representing the cargo ship flickered on the display screen as if it was on the verge of falling. "Don't look at it, it's useless," Anping said. "Before the spacecraft restarts, even if it explodes into fireworks, we can only mourn in silence." Sean said, "At least I can mourn for the first time." "Well said, I wish you a smooth silence." At this moment, all the lights in the cockpit were suddenly turned on, and the red apricot trembled slightly amidst the low engine hum. And Ping praised, "Xiao Zhuang's movements are as sharp as ever." Sean was taken aback. After the spaceship entered the shelling mode, in order to lure the enemy to go deep, it did not hesitate to take the initiative to withstand the indiscriminate bombing. Although most of the scars on the body were pre-made camouflage, a small half was genuine. According to the knowledge he learned on the Silver, the Honksing needs at least one major renovation before the engine can be restarted. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Yuanying can compress such a huge workload into just a few minutes. However, as electric sparks burst out from the console in the cockpit, Sean immediately realized that this restart was probably just an emergency behavior, and a large number of safety steps were omitted. In the current situation, even if the red apricot is barely restarted, it will never be able to fight again. But as the red apricot completed an emergency restart and the tail engine burst into light again, the situation of the battle changed immediately. The 2 red dots on the radar that symbolize the enemy are like frightened kangaroo chickens, turning their heads and quickly going away. Qinglong's elite fighters actually fled timidly, and just after the Qinglong fighter left the battlefield, the light on the Honksing went out again. At the same time, there was a rapid knocking of wrenches from the machine repair room. Anping shrugged and said, "It seems that it will take some time to do the second renovation. Fortunately, we still have time." While Xiao Zhuang is doing the renovation, others will go to collect the spoils. This time the shelling has suffered heavy losses. Oh, the team leader said that the loss was heavy, but his face was filled with a harvest smile. After all, no matter how heavy the loss of the Honksing, as long as the cargo ship is still there, the Honksing team will be sure to make a profit. When leaving Dewey 4399, Anping led people to search the material warehouse of Kyankun Security. Ningtao carefully raised supplies for his own private soldiers, filling the cargo hold of the armed cargo ship to the brim so that the 27 survivors had almost nowhere to stay. Now Qinglong's siege network has been pierced, and the road ahead is unimpeded. As long as they return to the base with the cargo ship, the mission of the Red Apricot Squad can be called complete. Facts have proved that there are not so many twists and turns in the world. Half an hour later, Zhuang Yunying successfully completed the second refurbishment, bringing the dilapidated Hongxing back on track. Although the second refurbishment still omitted a lot of safety steps, causing electric arcs to shoot out from time to time everywhere on the restarted spaceship. But the mechanic assured with a smooth wrench knock that the Red Apricot would be able to carry everyone home, and no one in the team would question Zhuang Yunying's judgment. The rest of the journey was safe and sound. Even Su Bo, who liked the lively atmosphere the most, just leaned quietly on the seat without saying a word. As the return journey draws to a close, everyone feels a heavy sense of exhaustion. This mission was much longer than expected, and it was exhausting physically and mentally. Even the ecstasy of a complete victory could not offset the tiredness. Now there is nothing more attractive than a warm bed. When the figure of Zun appeared in everyone's sight, there was a burst of applause and cheers in the cabin. Congratulations, everyone successfully completed the task and returned home triumphantly. Ah, finally home. Amidst the joy, only Sean calmly raised the disappointing question. Can the cargo ship in the back land smoothly? They won't be stopped, right? After all, it was a Kaiyankun security armed cargo ship that shouldn't be here. And Ping said, at this time we must fully trust Ningtao, the former branch chief with great powers. Sean suddenly realized, compared with the energy Ningtao showed on Dewey 4399, colluding with pirates, holding a killing contest, sending an unregistered security cargo ship into the deserted area of Zun, it is indeed not no big deal. Facts have proved that Ningtao, the former director of security, is indeed a supernatural power when it comes to his own safety. He personally drove the cargo ship, swaggered past the satellite defense network of Zun, and then broke through the planet's atmosphere safely and landed on an empty, deserted area. During this period, no one came to ask questions, and no alarm was triggered, as if the armed cargo ship was one of thousands of ordinary passenger ships. At the port, there were already people waiting there to welcome the warriors who returned in triumph. The Red Apricot landed first, and the dilapidated spaceship made an earth-shattering noise when it landed. The anti-gravity module and air jet device that were supposed to play a buffer role failed to play their due role. The meteorite fell to the ground, shaking up the smoke and dust in the sky, and then shook down countless spaceship fragments. Fortunately, the welcoming team at the port had already made preparations. Before the smoke and dust settled, they had gathered around the Red Apricot and carried out maintenance work. Components that are difficult to repair are directly replaced with new ones, and the repair efficiency is surprisingly high. Apparently, Bai Yin treated the Red Apricot Squad triumphantly after recapturing Xuan Ming like a hero. Following behind the Red Apricot was an armed cargo ship from Dewey 4399. After this gigantic cargo carrying thousands of tons of cargo crashed to the ground, a large group of people also surrounded it and quickly refitted it, erasing the traces of Kaiyankun's security, making the cargo ship less conspicuous, and quickly moving and diverting the spoils in the cargo hold. Moments later, the cabin door of the cargo ship opened, and 27 survivors filed out. Most of them seemed at a loss, and they didn't feel the joy of surviving at all. After a while, some people even fell to their knees and cried. They did survive, relying on Sean's benevolence and the Hongxing team's outstanding performance. They struggled out of the purgatory of Dewey 4399. However, that was all there was to it. Except for this life, they lost everything. Legal status, a warm family, a stable job. All of these have gone away from them. They can only start a new life in the deserted area, but this so-called new life that has fallen to the bottom of society is simply worse than death for many people. Sean stepped off the spaceship, looked at the group of mourning survivors, and was speechless for a while. Sean didn't regret saving these innocent victims, even if he paid a huge price for it. But seeing these survivors bewildered, the Jedi apprentices realized that saving them was not enough. If we just ignore their plight, leave them in the deserted area, and let them fend for themselves, then the so-called saving people is just a luxury performance for self-satisfaction. However, even if he realized this, Sean didn't know how to comfort them. He opened his mouth a few times, but felt that the comforting words he had prepared were too pale. At this moment, a slender girl in the crowd stepped out. She was wearing a tight and sexy cheongsam with a wide security cape over her shoulders covering all her bare skin. This nondescript combination made the woman look a bit embarrassed, but there was a bright smile on her face. "Thank you for saving us." The woman took the initiative to hold Sean's hand and said softly, "I thought it was impossible for me to leave that base alive." Feeling the heat from his palm and the sincerity contained in it, Sean couldn't help but nodded, but he didn't know how to comfort this unknown girl with a positive attitude. However, the other party didn't need Zio-En's comfort. She let go of her hand and said with a relaxed expression, "I'm Huang Xuan, how about you?" Sean was a little surprised at Huang Xuan's indifference, but he was even more pleased with her strength. "I'm Sean." "Well, I will remember the name of the savior for the rest of my life." Huang Xuan nodded seriously and said, "After that, are we going to start a new life here? The deserted area of Zun is quite famous." As soon as the words fell, someone said not far away, "The reputation here is indeed not small, but most of them are rumors. If you really want to start a new life here, you have to put aside all previous impressions." While speaking, Li Yu, the owner of the deserted area and the leader of the Silver Knights, came in front of everyone. The young leader has a natural charisma, especially when his assistants quietly follow behind, not arguing with the master. His presence makes the survivors forget their sorrows involuntarily and turn their attention to transfer over. The deserted area has never had a good reputation. As the name suggests, it is a place abandoned by civilization. Most of the people living here are abandoned people who cannot live in the sun. But on the other hand, you see, this abandoned world is still alive, exuberant. As Li Yu said, he spread his arms and swept around. Around the empty port is a low-slung shantytown, where hundreds of residents are sheltered by rusted metal panels. On the top of the shantytowns, there are dense pipelines running vertically and horizontally, supplying the shantytowns with everything needed for life. All kinds of residents shuttled among the shantytowns. Although most of them were dressed in shabby clothes and covered with dust, their eyes contained hope for the future, and their hurried steps seemed solid and powerful. They are not like refugees living in a deserted area at all, but more like a group of positive and optimistic pioneers. Li Yu said, "It is very painful to lose the past, but at the same time, it also means that you can embrace the future more easily. I don't think any of you are willing to listen to this kind of empty nonsense, so I will just say a few points practical. First, the upside of the deserted area is very broad, and hundreds of thousands of people leave here every year to reintegrate into the civilized world, and some even regain their lost identities." Hearing this, someone couldn't help but interrupted, "Really? It should be difficult to obtain a legal identity in the civilized world, right?" Li Yu said, "How difficult it is to obtain something is often directly proportional to the difficulty of losing it. Since Kyan Group can easily make people who shouldn't lose it, of course it can also easily let people who shouldn't get it. Said, let's be blunt, Kyan Group is rotten." Such words are undoubtedly harsh and unacceptable to those who have always lived in the sun and enjoyed legal protection. But for a group of people who had just narrowly escaped death, it was logical and justified. Yes, since the Kyan Group is corrupt enough to tolerate the existence of killing games, there must be a channel to spend money to buy a legal identity, so that people can return to a civilized life. Then someone asked, "What if you don't want to integrate into the so-called civilized world?" Li Yu said, "There is nothing wrong with taking root here. The deserted area has raised generations of abandoned people. Although the living conditions are very different from those in civilized areas, there are also advantages here. For example, there is no Kyan Group in the deserted area." With a smile, Li Yu added, "In addition, I will make short-term work arrangements for each of you to ensure that you can support yourself in the deserted area. After you have accumulated a certain amount, should you continue to live here or return to a civilized society? It's all up to you." Afterwards, Li Yu briefly answered a few more questions, and then sent people to take the survivors out of the port and settle in the temporary residence. When the survivors left, they no longer had the previous panic and desolation, and hope was rekindled in the eyes of most of them. "Thank you, Captain." Sean thanked him sincerely. Li Yu smiled lightly and said, "Don't be sentimental, those words just now are welcome words for every newcomer." While speaking, the assistant robot behind Li Yu had shown a holographic video on his arm in a tacit understanding. The faint blue Li Yu recited almost exactly the same lines on Bai's arm, and he didn't even have much demeanor. Variety. Sean felt even more relieved when he saw it. Although this kind of assembly line greeting seems a little insincere, from another perspective, the Silver Knight's ability to standardize this set of greetings shows that the deserted area has formed a very mature absorption mechanism for outsiders. For those survivors, It can be described as a blessing in misfortune. Li Yu didn't wait for Xiao to be immersed in the gratified mood. He clapped his hands and said, "Okay, after dealing with those newcomers, it's the turn of Director Ning. You are going to rest here for 2 days, or should we immediately embark on the journey of escape?" At this time, the last crew member on the cargo ship also staggered out. I saw that Ning Tao was sweating profusely at this time, and his whole body collapsed as if he had been scalded in water, and it was still boiling water. His face was covered in bruises and blood, and he walked with a limp. It was obviously not a pleasant experience to be on a boat with 27 survivors of his devastation. But Ning Tao didn't even have the energy to get angry at this time. He just stared at Li Yu and asked, "Will you keep your promise?" Li Yu smiled. "I just got the news that the ransom has been paid in full with a total of 14 million credit points, which really refreshed my understanding of the rich class in the Cayenne galaxy. They are richer than I imagined, so much cash in such a short amount of time." Ning Tao's breathing became a little short. "You want to turn your back on it?" Li Yu said, "If you disappear from the world now, I can take 23 million cash all by myself. If it were you, would you accept it?" Ning Tao's face became paler. However, at the next moment, Li Yu smiled. "Fortunately, I'm not you, so congratulations on getting the boat ticket to the core area of the Republic, and I wish you a happy stay in your new home." While speaking, Li Yu handed a shiny golden metal piece to Ning Tao. Ning Tao was a little confused. "Your ticket must be kept safe." Li Yu explained, "Tomorrow at this time, a small spaceship from the core area will land here. The course has been set on the spaceship, and all the fuel has been filled up. As long as you can play the normal level of an ace driver, you can reach your new home without any problems. If you have any questions during the period, you can always find the Hut Man, and he will provide you with convenient services. By the way, there are still your favorites in the refrigerator: favorite snack candies and Kanhara chicken skewers." Ning Tao was dumbfounded when he heard this. The situation turned so fast that his tired and sluggish brain couldn't react at all. "Li Yu, what does this mean? Does he really want to let himself go?" "As long as you take tomorrow's spaceship, you can escape from the dry galaxy and go to the core area of the Republic with nearly 20 million credits to enjoy a comfortable and prosperous life. Is there really such a cheap thing in the world? Wouldn't it be playing hard to get? Wouldn't it be to give people hope first and then despair? That small spaceship wouldn't suddenly explode into fireworks after leaving Zun, right?" For Ning Tao's full of questions, Li Yu gave a very considerate and thoughtful answer. He punched and kicked Ning Tao to a temporary small hotel next to the port, closed the door of the room, turned around clapping his hands and left. After sending Ning Tao away, Li Yu turned his head and looked at Xiao, who was watching the whole process. "It's weird why I'm doing this." Sean looked at the small hotel that looked like a cage and said, "I didn't expect you to be honest and trustworthy even if you were facing a heinous person." Li Yu smiled and said, "Indeed, Ning Tao is heinous. Based on what he did on Dewey 4399, it is enough to be sentenced to 10 times of death and 200 years in prison. For such a scum, I don't care even if I break my promise once in a while. Bayan, the reputation of the Knights is not earned by being stubborn." Sean added, "And the foundation of the Silver Knights is in the deserted area. People here should not be happy to see you let go of a villain from the Kyan group." Li Yu was a little surprised and said, "Unexpectedly, you have already gained an essential understanding of the Silver Knights just after you joined. It is true that I can tear up the agreement regardless of the eyes of my colleagues, but I must consider the hearts of the people in the deserted area. And I believe no matter how the polls are done, at least 90% of the people support Ning Tao's death penalty. But I let him go anyway. Do you know why?" Sean really couldn't understand Li Yu's logic. "Because number one, public opinion polls can never fully reflect the truth. It is true that 90% of the people here support Ning Tao's death penalty. But if I decide to let Ning Tao go, at least half of the people will reverse their positions on the spot and stand on my side. They will trust me more than they trust themselves." Li Yu's strong self-confidence made Xiao speechless. Perhaps in this deserted area, Li Yu does have such appeal. Even if he refers to the Hut people as wild chickens, people will support him without hesitation. Second, it is more beneficial for us to let Ning Tao go. Although killing him can please the people and pocket 23 million cash, letting him go will let the entire galaxy know that Silver Knights can help those people who want to escape from the sea of suffering. Sean couldn't help frowning when he heard that. What's more beneficial? And what is a person who wants to get rid of the sea of suffering? It's like how wronged Ning Tao is. Li Yu saw Xiao's question and said, "The perpetrator may not be able to also be the victim at the same time. Ning Tao is indeed heinous, but he is also just a link in the long chain of persecution. Those who are born rich and powerful can regard him as he was sent away like a running dog, and this is because he has already served as the director of the branch. Before that, he had suffered a lot. Sean couldn't help but asked, "Are you apologizing for him?" "I'm just telling the truth." Li Yu said, "It is impossible for any corrupt organization not to hurt its own people, and this is the reason why most corrupt organizations eventually collapse. Even the insiders cannot bear the corruption. I can't wait to overthrow it." There are countless people in the Kainkun group who are in a similar situation to Ning Tao. If there is a chance to give the old club a backstab and then escape, I believe many people will be tempted. And the more tempted people are, the closer the organization is to collapse. Zio En was silent for a while and said, "Your ambition is to overthrow the Kainkun group." Li Yu laughed. "I'm sorry that I got off topic. The correct way to say it is that the more people who are tempted, the more people will come to me for business. Compared with the immeasurable long-term benefits of 23 million short-term benefits, I value the latter more, that's all." Zio En is very suspicious that Li Yu is not telling the truth. Or rather, overthrowing the Kainkun group may be more important to Li Yu than the so-called long-term benefits. But obviously the other party didn't want to start this topic anymore. "Okay, it's rare to complete a arduous task, go back and rest. There are even more arduous tasks waiting for you." That night, Ning Tao in the small hotel was tossing and turning. His obese body was twisting on the simple bed, and the sharp creaking sound of the deformation of the bedboard was constantly being squeezed out. Although in the evening, he carefully asked the hotel staff to bring a few sleeping pills, but he didn't know whether the level of medicine in the deserted area was too backward or he was too preoccupied. Until late at night, Ning Tao couldn't feel it at all. Until drowsiness falls. Only the dryness of his eyes and the constant pressure from his heart made Ning Tao clearly aware that he was in a state of mental exhaustion and severe lack of sleep. Escaping in a spaceship under such circumstances will undoubtedly pose a great safety hazard. However, the premise is that he really has the opportunity to escape in a spaceship. Ning Tao still couldn't believe that Li Yu would let him go so easily. No matter from which angle he thought about it, Ning Tao was now like a wild chicken on the slaughtering line, under the erosion of fear as long as Ning Tao closes his eyes. Various sad pictures will always appear in his mind unconsciously. He sees innocent people being driven to their deaths in the boundless wilderness. By the blaster guns, fleeing unarmed civilians were driven to fight with Buhar giant scorpion. Wounded people were tied up on the test bench and tortured by highly poisonous drugs. These are all tragedies that actually happened on Dewey 4399, but in the images in Ning Tao's mind, the faces of the victims were all replaced by himself. Finally, after witnessing the tragic death of himself falling off the cliff again, Ning Tao couldn't help but turned over and opened his eyes. He had completely given up on falling asleep. However, the moment he opened his eyes, Ning Tao felt a biting chill spread from the top of his head to his whole body. In front of the bed, I don't know when there is a person standing. After a moment of sluggishness, Ning Tao finally had the reaction of fear. He wanted to shout but found that his throat could no longer make a sound. He wanted to retreat but his muscles were already weak. He can only lie on the bed, waiting for the bad luck to come. However, unexpectedly, the person in front of the bed did not kill him, but took 2 steps back and then took the initiative to light up the dim light by the bed. Then Ning Tao narrowed his eyes and saw the man's face clearly. It was a very familiar young face, a rookie from Silver's Ace team. "Sean," Ning Tao recalled. "Good evening, Director Ning." Sean said in a cold tone, "I have a few questions I want to ask you." Ning Tao was stunned for a moment, then realized that the other party's late-night visit was not to kill him, so he nodded quickly. "Excuse me." Zio En said, "Do you know Xie Yan?" Ning Tao was taken aback again. How could he not know him? He was the chief of Kainkun security and Ning Tao's immediate boss. "So do you know what conflicts he has with the Nan family?" Ning Tao was stunned for a longer time this time because he had no idea what Zio En was asking. Sean didn't urge him, but just stood quietly in front of the bed, waiting for Ning Tao to answer the question. At this time, the night is dark, and there is still a lot of time that belongs to him. Therefore, instead of impatiently pressing for an incomplete and untrue answer, it is better to give Ning Tao a little more time to think clearly before answering. After all, there will never be a second chance for such a dialogue. In this night talk, Zio En secretly left the base of the Red Xing squad and sneaked into Ning Tao's room without telling everyone. The base is equal to the empty door wide open. But Sean didn't think he could hide it from everyone, especially the sleepy Anping. As the captain of the team, Anping's insight and determination are excellent, and his daily duties are meticulous. He checks the surveillance video of the base every day, and it is easy to see something strange from it. Once asked at that time, Sean didn't know how to respond. In addition, there are those sentries hiding around the hotel. In order not to cause an alarm, Sean had to let one of them fall into a deep sleep and seize his communicator to report regularly instead of him. These things may be exposed in the early morning of the next day. At that time, Sean, the elite rookie of the Silver Knights, is likely to be regarded as a spy or a traitor. But Sean is willing to take these risks, because this is an opportunity to get closer to the truth. The reason why he was willing to join the Silver Knights was to use the power of this organization to penetrate the fog faster and reach the truth. Now, a good clue character is in front of you, so you should not miss it no matter what. After a long wait, Sean finally waited until Ning Tao spoke. You just asked me about the conflicts between Xia Yan and the Nan family. To be honest, there are so many conflicts that I don't know how to list them. The four major families of the Kaiyan-kun Group's board of directors, the Xia family, the Nan family, the Chen family, and the Ma family, have mutual respect for each other. With a history of grievances that lasted thousands of years and the conflict of interests has never ceased, these four families are like four crazy beasts, biting each other all the time. Sean nodded. These are the basic knowledge of the Dry Galaxy, and he had memorized them thoroughly before he came to the Dry Galaxy on a cargo ship. Ning Tao added, and Xia Yan, as the chief thug of the Xia family, always likes to charge forward, so of course the relationship with the Nan family is also the worst. If I want to talk about specific examples, I can name several at will. For example, Xia Yan, he once vigorously suppressed the Nan faction in the Security Bureau, and within a year he removed 3 director-level figures in a row, but he did not show mercy to the other 2. After all, the Security Bureau as a whole is the Xia family is the leader, and the other 3 major families have been suppressed all the time. For example, Xia Yan led a team to arrest many senior officials of the Nan family in the name of security. Sean frowned when he heard this. Of course, this is not the information he wanted, it was too general, but judging from Ning Tao's expression, it didn't seem like he was deliberately concealing it. He really didn't know what to say, so he could only talk in general terms without getting to the point. Xiao En then reminded, is there any conflict that Xia Yan will have to deal with at the expense of his life? When Xia Yan framed the Jedi Master and apprentice in Xia Jing, Xiao En was particularly impressed by the sniper rifle on his head and the gesture of disregarding his own life. Ning Tao was taken aback by the question, regardless of your life, I really don't know about that. Although Xia Yan is nicknamed Buhar Fighting Dog and is known for his madness and greed, in fact he has always been meticulous in his work and even more so. Cherishing his life like gold, he will always hide in the safest position in every bold action. Sean pressed, so is there anything that can make him uncharacteristically? Ning Tao was silent for a long time and after a long time smiled wryly, I really don't know and I've never seen him risk his life. Xiao En reminded, what about Nan Heli's death? Ning Tao was surprised. Nan Heli, that's Nan's own security dereliction of duty. What does it have to do with Director Xia Yan? Zun, the sub-bureau, has always obeyed the orders of the head office and refused to intervene with other branches and the head office. So Nan Heli, you can't blame others if something happened on your own land. Afterwards, Xia Yan didn't reach out to the Zun sub-bureau, so it's rare to save face for the Nan family. Is this a contradiction? Xiao En observed Ning Tao carefully and found that his surprise was sincere. Obviously, he really thought that Nan Heli's death was an accident. Then what about Nan Kainyu? Ning Tao was even more surprised. Didn't he die by accident? If you have to say it, he didn't die honestly in his own territory but ran to the capital to die. It's really a headache, but that's all. Sean nodded. Although no substantive information has been obtained, at least it can be clarified that Nan Kainyu's death is currently regarded as an accidental death by the official. It can be regarded as a blessing in misfortune. At least it is much better than the official planting of the Jedi. But at this moment, Ning Tao suddenly remembered something. If you don't mention the conflict with the Nan family, I know who can make Director Xia Yan risk his life, the Elder Council of the Xia family. It is said that Xia Yan himself is relying on the appreciation of the Council of Elders. He can be promoted all the way to the position of Director of the Security Bureau. Sean asked, so he is grateful to the Council of Elders? No, he will not be grateful today to anyone, but the Council of Elders can promote him, and of course he can discard him. The pawns in the hands of the Council of Elders have never spared their lives when they do things, because they don't want to experience torture that is worse than death. Speaking of this, Ning Tao even shivered involuntarily. This detail made Xiao trust his rhetoric. But then, I heard Ning Tao say again, "But the Elder Council of the four major families will never easily go to war with other families, let alone murder the members of the board of directors of Kainkun Group. This is the taboo of the four major families, and it is also theirs. It is the foundation of life. The Kainkun Group was run by the four major families thousands of years ago, and it is still the four major families today. Thousands of years of internal fighting have never harmed the overall situation, thanks to the restraint of the Elder Council of the four major families. Otherwise, the dry galaxy would have fallen into civil strife." Sean was surprised to hear that. He could hear the sincerity in Ning Tao's tone. Even though he had made up his mind to defect from the Kainkun Group, he still didn't want people to criticize it. But then the problem becomes more subtle. If the Council of Elders was really as restrained as Ning Tao said, why did they attack Nan Heli, and then boldly frame the Jedi Masters and apprentices sent by the Republic? Is it the political structure of the dry galaxy that has undergone earth-shaking changes recently? Or is it that the death of Nan Heli announced the collapse of the Order that had lasted for thousands of years, and the Senate Council had to let go of its consistent insistence? In any case, this means that something earth-shattering has happened in the Gan galaxy. And the most incredible thing is that even Ning Tao, who is barely considered a high-level person, was kept in the dark. Countless conjectures instantly appeared in Jedi Zudu's mind, but obviously none of these conjectures could be confirmed or falsified here. So Sean had no choice but to tap his forehead lightly to forcefully dispel those chaotic thoughts. Since it is impossible to get the truth directly from Ning Tao, it is also possible to settle for the next best thing. He continued to ask, "How much do you know about what happened on Dewey 9527? In fact, this is what Sean is most concerned about right now. He is actually more concerned about Master's safety than the truth about the galaxy. However, Ning Tao asked blankly, "What's wrong with Dewey 9527? Sean was a little unbelievable. "You are the bureau chief of Dewey, right? You don't even know what happened on your site." Ning Tao was immediately aggrieved by the question, and his tone was even a little rude. "You also know that I am the director of the Dewey branch of the asteroid belt. The lowest position among the 8 branches of Kainkun security is the Dewey Sub-Bureau is lower than the polluting planet Gen Sub-Bureau. There are thousands of fragmented asteroids. How can I manage these thousands of people?" While talking, Ning Tao sighed again and said, "In fact, no one expects me to be able to manage it. Dewey is a large-scale garbage disposal plant in the entire Gan galaxy, and all kinds of shady things go to asteroids. Bring it in and do it. The idea is that no one can control it. Some pharmaceutical companies conduct illegal experiments there, some officials who claim to be clean and honest build their own private mansions there, and some famous model husbands keep mistresses there. By the way, everything you see on Dewey 4399, it is also a very typical example. Many of the powerful children killed by you are from the 4 major families. They have long been tired of the usual excitement, and they can only be satisfied by slaughtering living people. It's already been in the galaxy, and I'm just a current receptionist." Sean snorted coldly but didn't take this sentence seriously. Many scumbags refuse to face their sins until they die and will only try their best to find excuses for themselves. And this Ning Tao is nothing more than deceiving himself and others in exchange for peace of mind, so that his next hidden rich man life can go on in peace. Sean is extremely disdainful of this, but right now he doesn't have the extra energy to argue with such a despicable person. Nan Heli has a private manor in Dewey 9527, which was attacked by pirate Suzaku not long ago. Before Xiao finished speaking, he saw Ning Tao's tiny eyes widen in disbelief. Suzaku attacked Nan Heli Manor? Impossible. Sean was suffocated by the rhetorical question of impossible. This Ning Tao is Dewey's security supervisor, right? A vicious public security incident occurred on his own territory where pirates ransacked his home. Not only did he not know about it after so long, he couldn't even guess the possibility. Besides raising private soldiers and poisoning innocent people, what else would he do? Being glared at by Xiao Ning Tao was also wronged. This matter is really unbelievable. Among the civilian armed forces in the Dewey area, only Qinglong, Suzaku and Beiyan can be called, among which Suzaku essentially, they are a group of rabble with neither foundation nor background. Although there are many people and powerful people, they can't accomplish anything at all. Cost. Sean's heart moved and he asked, so behind Suzaku there must be a high-ranking envoy to embolden them. Ning Tao pondered for a moment then nodded. That's the only way I can understand it. If there is no big person to instigate the Suzaku, people will not dare to do anything when they see the Nan family's logo. But it doesn't make sense. If it is really the top management of the Kainkun group who instigated it, there is no reason to hide it from me. Zio-En snorted coldly, completely giving up hope on this person. I thought that Ning Taoting, the bureau chief, was considered to be half of the top executives of the Kainkun group, so he should be well informed. So Sean visited late at night at no hesitation, but in exchange for asking all kinds of questions, he didn't know anything. Ning Tao felt uncomfortable from being hummed, and after pondering for a while he said, I still don't think this makes any sense. No matter who the mastermind behind Suzaku is, since he has trusted a bunch of mobs, he can't trust me for no reason. Why do you look down on my ability to work? I am also the security director of the area. If this matter can be concealed all the time, it will be fine. Once it is exposed, where will I be placed? This is tantamount to blatantly contemptuous of the Security Bureau. Authority, there's no reason to do that. Zio-En thought for a while and admitted that Ning Tao's analysis had some truths. Instructing a group of pirates to attack the Nanjia Manor without telling the local security director, this is indeed suspected of causing civil unrest. But objective reality is more powerful than any theoretical analysis. The atrocities committed by Suzaku on Dewey 9527 were witnessed by Zio-En with his own eyes, so it cannot be faked. Ning Tao said, so there is only one possibility left for this matter. Although I also think it is absurd, after thinking about it, the only explanation that makes sense is that this matter was done by the Nan family. This time it was Sean's turn to widen his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief in his heart. This guy is too whimsical. The Nan family invited pirates to attack their manor. However, at the next moment, Zio-En was startled again, because he suddenly realized that this explanation really made sense. If this is a private matter of the Nan family, it is true that Ning Tao cannot be notified, so that he will always be kept in the dark. Now that I think about it, Nan Heli's death may not have been caused by family infighting. After all, the dignified head of the family, a member of the board of directors of the group, died suddenly, and then sent a Nan Kainyu as a gift. The Nan family's reaction to this was obviously not enough intense. While Zio-En was pondering, Ning Tao suddenly said again, speaking of which, there are indeed people in the Nan family who can do such a thing. Who? Nan Yujin. Sean vaguely felt that the name sounded familiar, but before he could ask carefully, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Sean's heart trembled, realizing that his whereabouts might be exposed. He quickly turned off the bedside lamp and quietly evacuated from the bedroom window. Almost at the same time, Ning Tao's door was pushed open and a tired and impatient voice came. Don't sleep, wake up. Your spaceship has arrived ahead of time, so get ready to go. Ning Tao was also confused. Are you here early? Yeah, the Hutts changed their minds temporarily and asked us to act early, so everyone had to get up in the middle of the night to work overtime. Okay, stop talking nonsense, do you still want to leave? Ning Tao was in doubt, but in the end his yearning for a better life of a wealthy man in the hidden world overcame everything. He gritted his teeth and said, let's go. Outside the window, Sean sighed in his heart. There are still many questions that I haven't had time to ask in detail, but it can only stop here. Fortunately, there are still some gains. After the question and answer with Ning Tao, although they failed to find out the truth directly, they found a clue to find out the truth, Nan Yujin. Sean at least gets a worthy name. The Jedi apprentice thought all the way and quietly returned to the underground base of the Red Apricot Squad. When he walked to the door of his bedroom, Sean also felt a burst of tiredness and couldn't help yawning. During the entire task of recovering Shunaming, Zio-En was always busy on the front line, and he was already extremely exhausted. Only relying on the protection of the original force, he was able to keep running while everyone else was asleep. Go talk to Ning Tao at night. At this time, the night talk was over, tiredness surged, and Sean couldn't hold on anymore. However, just as he was about to go back to his room to rest, he suddenly found a person standing in front of the door. That person was tall and smiling. It was Li Yu, the head of the Silver Knights. Sean's breathing stopped for a moment. Why is Li Yu here? Did he already know that he just went to meet Ning Tao privately? Is he here to catch rape? The next moment, the Jedi apprentice calmed down, exhaled lightly, and said with a smile, Good evening, head. Well, good evening. Li Yu waved his hand at Sean friendly. If you don't rest so late, no matter how energetic young people are, they will inevitably hurt themselves. Sean asked, then can I go to rest now? Now let you go to rest, can you really sleep? Li Yu smiled. Now I have a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Sean said, let's hear the bad news first. Li Yu said, the bad news is that during this mission, your losses have increased from 3 million to 6 million. Zio-En froze for a moment before realizing that Li Yu was referring to the armed cargo ship seized from Dewey 4399, and the spoils were worth tens of millions. In order to save people, Sean voluntarily gave up this part of the task bonus. But Sean himself didn't care at all. The Jedi Knights would not be greedy for property. Whether it was 3 million or 6 million, it was nothing but a fleeting moment to him. On the contrary, the fact that 27 innocent lives were saved was a great comfort to Sean. What about the good news? Li Yu said, the good news is that there will be clues to what you want soon. What do I want? Information. Li Yu smiled, you have people and things you want to inquire about, right? For example, the survivors in that manner in Dewey 9527 and so on. At this moment, Sean's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Zio-En's reaction made Li Yu laugh. Haha, don't be so serious as if you were caught and raped. It's just a night tour, and it's not absconding with debts, and it didn't violate the prohibition of the Knights. What's more, none of the members of the Red Apricot Squad violated it. More than 180 bans. If we really want to pursue it, Lu Nan should have been tied to a hyperspace engine by us and launched into an unknown area. While Li Yu was talking, he patted Sean's shoulder with a laugh, but this relaxed gesture made Sean, who had tense muscles, even more nervous. Ordinary people's smiles are meant to express goodwill, but this leader of the Silver Knights can contain completely different emotions in his smile, making it completely unpredictable what he really thinks. He couldn't even guess Li Yu's position. In fact, this is also the question Sean is most concerned about right now. What kind of role does the Silver Knights play in the Dry Galaxy? What role did you play in the action of Dewey 9527? Does Li Yu know about what happened in the Nan family about the master and apprentice of the Jedi? Zio-En was in deep thought for a while when Li Yu patted his shoulder again. Okay, don't think so much, and there's no need to be so nervous. I'm not interested in your secrets, so I don't need to be so fully on guard. Sean just watched Li Yu silently. Li Yu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Okay, let me put it another way. Do you really think your secret is great? Don't forget, I picked you up on the boat at Dewey 9527. If I really want to, there are many ways to reveal your secret. Sean couldn't help sighing when he heard this. In fact, this is what Jedi apprentices have always worried about, their own secret. If Li Yu wanted to know, he probably already knew it. So what? Li Yu said, so you can completely let go of your guard. I am really not interested in your secrets. Bayan can cleverly survive in the cracks of dry galaxies. The most important trick is not to explore unnecessary, the secret to explore. When I picked you up, I just took a fancy to you, not the secret you carry. If you don't explore, the secret doesn't exist. This is tantamount to deceiving yourself. What if my secret will endanger the safety of the Silver Knights? Li Yu said, you are deceiving yourself by asking this question. Why do you think that your little secret is qualified to threaten the safety of the Silver Knights? Has the Kyan-Kun group issued a sky-high reward order against you? A public call, all the people in the galaxy unite to arrest you, life or death? Sean was taken aback by the question. Li Yu said again, the so-called secret you are carrying is nothing more than offending a certain high-level executive of the Kyan-Kun group, and then being assigned to Dewey 9527 for house arrest. But don't forget that the Red Apricot Squad you are in has just killed dozens of soldiers from Kyan-Kun security and even hijacked the bureau chief. Bai Yin is not even afraid of this kind of thing and is afraid of carrying a trivial little secret. After hearing this, Zio-En couldn't help but feel that what Li Yu said made a lot of sense. Indeed, compared to the previous series of daring actions of the Red Apricot Squad, my mere status as a Jedi apprentice seems nothing. So this leads to the next question, who is the Silver Knights? Li Yu saw through Zio-En's doubts and couldn't help laughing. This is the truly valuable secret, so of course I can't tell you now. You just need to remember now, whether it is me or the whole Silver, yes, you have no malicious intentions, you should try to trust us more instead of always being wary of us. Zio-En couldn't help but fell into deep thought when he heard the words. Of course, he couldn't trust Li Yu unconditionally just because of Li Yu's words, but there seemed to be no better choice other than that. In confusion, the Jedi apprentice closed his eyes, trying to feel the guidance of the Force. Thinking may lead people into misunderstandings, but the guidance of the Force will not. And since entering the Dry Galaxy, Sean feels that his connection with the Force has become closer, and he can gain more inspiration from it. Soon, Sean saw some messy flashing images. In the images, he and Li Yu were fighting side by side, covering each other in the hail of bullets, advancing step by step. Although the picture is fleeting, the meaning in it is clear enough. Sean savored the aftertaste of this revelation, then opened his eyes with a relaxed smile. I understand. Li Yu replied with a smile, just figure it out, take the time to rest now, we will leave on time tomorrow morning. Sean was taken aback, let's go. Where are you going? Of course it's a mission. Li Yu said, I just received an urgent request. An old friend asked us to escort her from Zun to the capital Xiajing. The mission specification is very high. It is necessary to mobilize the backbone of the entire Night Order to participate, and you are suitable as the representative of the Red Apricot Squad. Xiao En was taken aback when he heard the words. He, a rookie who just joined the group, could represent the Red Apricot team. Seeing Xiao En's puzzled face, Li Yu said helplessly, you have also performed missions in the Red Apricot Squad. Do you think there are other more suitable candidates in the team? Xiao En tried to think about it. The shy Zhuang Yunying was obviously not suitable. Apart from character factors, those horns also meant that she should not leave the familiar environment. Uncle Su was also not suitable. Just like a doctor who eats and drinks water will never survive 3 days. Lu Nan is probably the worst candidate, and only Anping can bear her iconic sneer. As for the captain Anping, he is more suitable than Xiao En. But the problem is that if the Red Apricot team does not have Anping, it may be torn apart in a few days. Li Yu put on a tragic posture and said sadly, understood, you are the only suitable candidate. Sean asked again, so this mission is the good news you said, Captain, that client knows the information about the survivors in the manor. Li Yu sighed and said, I can't answer your question so directly. The client's information needs to be kept strictly confidential. This is the basic professional ethics in this industry, so you can think about this question yourself. Early the next morning, Sean arrived on board the Silver on time and was greeted by a strong onlooker from the entire crew. Haha, welcome back, isn't the Red Xing team having a hard time? Have you been beaten up by Amping under the pretext of entering the team? Does Lu Nan still like to look at people with his nostrils? Is Uncle Su dead? He still owes me $19. From these passionate and sincere words, Xiao En felt a different kind of warmth. Unfortunately, before he had time to respond one by one, the crowd watching him was dispersed by Li Yu. Go away, don't take advantage of the opportunity to be lazy here. Li Yu possessed the supreme authority in the Silver Knights when his assistants were silent. When he stared, the crowd of onlookers dispersed in a rush, and Xiao En finally regained his composure. However, Li Yu didn't make a special trip to give Xiao En peace. After dismissing his subordinates, the knight leader turned around and gave a respectful knight salute behind him. Dear guests, please get on board, everything is ready, and we are ready to go at any time. Well, it's time to work. The voice from the cabin door was soft and generous, as if it contained incredible power and people were involuntarily attracted to it. Xiao En turned his head and saw a woman in an apricot yellow dress, led by Li Yu, boarded the silver. The woman wears a black and white veil that covers her face. As she walks with the slight ups and downs of the veil, a sharp corner of her white chin is sometimes exposed, making people curious about the true face hidden behind the veil. But people are doomed to find it hard to get what they want, because the woman's gait is meticulous, her back is even more straight, and the veil that covers her face rises and falls slightly, leaving no dead ends. Sean glanced at it, then lowered his gaze. The half-covered veil and the sometimes disappearing chin in Sean's view are more like a woman's temptation to the outside world. Everyone who is curious about women is being carefully observed by women. This is a very guarded woman, and Sean doesn't want to arouse the other party's excessive vigilance. After all, she is not only Li Yu's old friend, the client of this escort mission, but also the good news for Sean. The master's whereabouts may fall on this woman. However, Sean took the initiative to restrain his sense of existence, but the woman stopped in front of Sean and asked curiously, is this the newcomer on the ship? Li Yu laughed. His eyes are like torches, this guy is indeed a newcomer. The woman said, the smell on him is completely different from yours. Maybe it's because he just finished a mission and hasn't had time to take a shower. Li Yu said as he guided the woman all the way forward, obviously not wanting the woman to delve into the matter of Sean's identity at the cabin door of the Silver. Go down. Along the way, Li Yu followed closely beside the woman, carefully introducing all kinds of bizarre stories on the Silver, about half of which were made up on the spot. The woman was fascinated by what she heard and quickly forgot about Xiao En. Sean shrugged regretfully, but he didn't care. Starting from Zun to the capital Kun, if you take the shortest route, you can arrive in a few standard hours at most. However, this time the escort mission chose a rather remote route. There are several dangerous areas in the planetary belt, Dewey, so there is still a lot of time on the road. Sean believed that he would have enough opportunities to contact the good news lady and get the news he wanted from her. But before that, he still has a lot of work to do. Li Yu left him a job list which listed densely packed work items from spacecraft maintenance to weapon system, debugging from combatant simulation training to kitchen. Help the project content can be described as all-encompassing. Let Zio-En felt the profound meaning of the phrase, representing the Red Apricot Squad. He needs one person to complete the workload of a team. However, Sean was busy until the night of GSD and was unable to see Ms. Good News again. The good news lady didn't seem to want to have more contact with the people on the Silver. After listening to Li Yu's story, she stayed quietly in the room, waiting for the spaceship to take her to her destination. During this period, the woman stayed behind closed doors throughout the whole process, and even 3 meals were provided through the special transmission pipeline in the cabin, and she did not meet anyone at all. So at the end of the day, Zio-En got nothing but busy work on the boat, so tired that he wanted to stick out his tongue. So much so that when it was dinner time, Sean couldn't help being in a trance, and he didn't even realize that the Canyuan chicken cake on his plate was snatched away by the person next to him. Fortunately, someone stopped this evil in time. Chen Sanwen beside Zio-En unceremoniously stretched out his chopsticks, returned the chicken cakes from the thief's plate to the original owner, then frowned and reprimanded. Huang Siwen, are you ashamed? Even the young man grabbed the food too. Huang Siwen, who was caught on the spot, giggled. It's because he loses his appetite so as not to waste food. As a result, a crew member next to him interjected, "What's the lack of appetite? It's simply lust." He ran to see the client when he had nothing to do that day, but the door of his house was closed and he didn't give him a chance to meet. That's why I don't think about eating and drinking. As soon as this remark came out, the noisy restaurant fell silent instantly, and the next moment, most of the crew members of the restaurant gathered. There is no exhaustion after work on the faces of these people, only the enthusiasm when they hear gossip. Tell me in detail. Sean fell in love with that client? Really? The client wears a veil all the time and never shows his face, right? Can you like this? Ignorance. It's true that she didn't show her face, but her figure can still be seen. Do you think Zio-En is your superficial face party? I don't think it has anything to do with his face and body. He is purely looking at his richness. That client is a rich woman who is willing to hire a whole crew of the Silver for a trip in the galaxy, thus spending millions of Kainkun coins. Damn it, doesn't that mean Sean will be prosperous from now on? Sean, from today on, I'm your best friend. A group of people were arguing, and the topics became more and more outrageous. After a while, everyone was planning how to get Zio-En to divorce the rich woman as soon as possible to divide up the family property. Sean couldn't laugh or cry when he heard it. As a topical character, he couldn't even intervene from the beginning to the end. He simply didn't say a word, silently picked up the food on the dinner plate, and let the people around him arrange his marriage affairs. He only planned in his mind how to find an opportunity to meet the good news lady next time, and at this moment, someone in the crew suddenly raised an interesting topic. By the way, who is that rich woman, Sister Kyan, do you know? The woman called Sister Kyan was a secretary crew member who directly served Bai Yin on the Baiyin, and she was quite well informed and reliable. Although just now when everyone was talking nonsense about arranging Sean, she was the one with the most open mind. But people also knew it was just a joke of hers. When it comes to business, Sister Kyan is always the most reliable. Sister Kyan shook her head. I don't know at all, the client's information is top secret, only Boss Lee and Master Bai know about it. Wait, top secret matters. Generally speaking, does the client's information need to be kept so strictly confidential? Last month, Canyuan Agriculture asked us to go to Gen to collect contaminated biological samples, and the client's information was not correct to us. Keep it a secret. Sister Kyan shrugged. It's up to you to think about it yourself, I can't say too much. This sentence undoubtedly aroused people's desire to find out, and soon someone put forward clues with great interest. I remember that the last time the client was classified as a top secret task was Dewey 9527, Dewey 9527. That's right, the whole mission is cloudy from beginning to end, from the client to the details of the mission, only Boss Lee and Master Bai know. Wait, isn't that where Sean went? Is it the boat? At this moment, Huang Siwen, who was in the crowd, suddenly had his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but reach out and slap the dining table, making a loud noise, and shouted loudly, Damn, everything is connected. People around turned their eyes away one after another, even ignoring Huang Siwen's slap, which caused soup to splash on many dinner plates and stained everyone's clothes. People crowded together and asked questions enthusiastically. How did you get in touch? Come and let us criticize. Huang Siwen beamed and said, the rich woman is probably a daughter of the four major families and Xiao En is her childhood sweetheart. The two have been in love since childhood, but they were obstructed by the family in every possible way because of the difference in background. As the two grew up, as the years got older, they remained infatuated with each other, so the resistance of the family grew. One day, the family simply arrested Xiao En and put him under house arrest in Dewey 9527. Then they used Xiao En's life to force the rich woman to submit obediently accept political marriage. However, the rich woman believed in true love and refused to give in. In desperation, she hired us Silver Knights to go to the rescue. At the same time, the family got the news and chose to use their tricks. They recruited Suzaku to attack the manor, trying to wipe out the roots and kill them. Sean. After a great battle, Sean did not die in the chaos of war, but seized the opportunity to board the silver and successfully obtained our asylum. But of course, it's not enough to just rescue Xiao En. During this period of time, the rich woman has fully used her political resources, fought desperately against the family's resistance, and won a chance for her love. Next, she will bring Xiao En return to the family headquarters in Xiajing, the capital, to have a showdown with the family. Whether the two can stay together forever is a battle. Before the decisive battle, both of them felt uneasy. Xiao En wanted to spend the last comfortable time with the rich woman, but the rich woman was afraid that the temporary comfort would make her lose her fighting spirit, so she chose to stay behind closed doors. At the same time, in order to protect Xiao En, so I tried my best to suppress my feelings, pretending that I didn't recognize him. I only waited until the decisive battle was won, and then released the love in my heart to my heart's content. Speaking of this, Huang Siwen slammed the dining table again, raised his neck and asked everyone, how is it? Do you think my analysis makes sense? At this moment, even Sean was dumbfounded. This guy's analysis was so reasonable that even Sean himself almost believed it. It turns out that I am still entangled with such a touching love story. Sean himself was shocked, let alone others. After a short period of silence, the restaurant immediately fell into a sea of noise. People gathered around Sean, singing the praises of the great love and offering their blessings to the suffering couple. For a while, there were more chicken patties on Sean's dinner plate. Countless, a mountain of meatloaf was formed. Even Chen Sanwen sighed. Unexpectedly, the unforgettable love story behind Xiao En was discovered by Huang Siwen, a middle-aged virgin. Huang Siwen was triumphant. What's wrong with being a virgin? The more virgin you are, the more you will be able to transcend the disturbances of the world of mortals and see through the ways of the world. A man like you who started a family early will only be blinded by the mediocre family life. At this moment, Huang Siwen seemed to stand on top of the world, looking down on all beings from an incomparably noble perspective, until a cold snort sounded behind him. Since it's so good to be pure-hearted and ascetic, then I'll clear up the bad video data you collected. Don't you have any objection? Huang Siwen fell from the top of the world to the abyss in an instant. Boss Li, when did you come? With a sullen face, Li Yu said softly, let's start with you stealing Sean's chicken pie. Huang Siwen's face turned ashen immediately. Boss Li, I was wrong, those video materials, please be merciful. Li Yu ignored the failed virgin but looked around, looked at a group of crew members who were also turned off, and said, since you are so energetic, why don't you come to 2 rounds of training before going to bed? The word training seems to have a huge magical power, directly causing a group of happy crew members to panic. Boss Li, don't make such a horrible joke. I'll have nightmares tonight. Li Yu said with a faint smile, so you still expect to be able to sleep and dream at night? I rely on Boss Li not to do this. I have to go back and change my pants. After all, Li Yu didn't kill his own family members. After dispelling this group of troublemakers, he sat down in front of Xiao En. At this time, only the 2 of them were left in the restaurant. Li Yu sighed and said, in the past few years, my subordinates have been insisting on happy education, which made them a little too happy. Xiao En shook his head and said with a smile, it's nothing, those whimsical brain holes are somewhat inspiring. The inspiration, Sean said, was the out-and-out truth. Although Huang Siwen's improvised love story was essentially nonsense, several key plots did give him inspiration. Although the Jedi apprentices still can't see the truth of the situation, they have vaguely grasped the clues leading to the truth. Li Yu said, it's good to be inspired, but unfortunately, the client is much more introverted than I thought. I thought that after introducing her to the various legends and stories on the ship, she would become interested in the Bayan and would just hang out on the ship when she was free. Go shopping. It seems that I am being sentimental. Before the words finished, Bai's voice sounded from Li Yu's wrist. If your lame stories copied from street stalls can be more reasonable, the probability of her going out will indeed be higher. Li Yu defended helplessly. I thought that the children of the rich in spring and snow would be more interested in street stall literature out of curiosity. Bai said, with your background and experience, why do you think you can understand the thoughts of rich people's children? Are you here on a special trip to raise the bar? I want to remind you that the spacecraft radar has scanned a large number of hostile units. Please return to the cockpit as soon as possible to command. Li Yu's complexion changed. Hostile units. A large number, this kind of place. While speaking, Li Yu didn't care about comforting Xiao and rushed towards the cockpit like the wind, and a few seconds later the red warning light was lit in the spaceship. The happy atmosphere on the Silver was swept away, and all the crew members put down their laughing expressions and entered their respective posts seriously to prepare for the challenge. Xiao also changed into his combat uniform and quickly got into position. His position on the Silver was a mechanic, and soon he saw Chen Sanwen and other familiar faces in the mechanic room at the back of the spaceship. Under the flashing warning lights, Chen Sanwen's gentle face had turned into a serious one. He simply nodded at Xiao and then continued to focus on the dashboard in front of him. All the data about the Silver was collected here, and Chen Sanwen had to be keenly aware of any anomalies in them and eliminate them as soon as possible. This mechanic system is very similar to the Red Apricot, relying on the on-the-spot performance of the mechanic to allow the spacecraft to explode beyond the normal performance. However, the size of the Silver is much larger than that of the Red Apricot, and the systems inside the spaceship have also become much more complicated. Sean tacitly stood on Chen Sanwen's assistant's seat, and while cooperating with him in the final renovation and fine-tuning, he was also a little curious, who is blocking the Bayan here? At present, the Bayan has completed more than half of its voyage, and it is at the edge of the asteroid belt Dewey between Zun and Kun. This is a rather remote and dangerous area, and even smuggling ships rarely pass by here. Place. However, the Silver's radar scanned a large number of hostile units. This route was chosen by Mrs. Good News, which deviated from the conventional route completely, apparently in order to avoid some possible troubles. But now it seems that instead of avoiding the trouble, the Silver number seems to have thrown itself into a trap. Not long after, with the violent shaking of the Silver, the battle officially started. Almost instantly, an ensemble-like siren sounded from the dashboard, and among the many readings that Chen Sanwen had finally adjusted to the normal range, 1/3 of them entered the alarm range. Chen Sanwen gritted his teeth, quickly picked up the tools, and sometimes connected and sometimes blocked the intricate pipelines in the machine repair room, just like a skilled sewing worker, patching the loopholes of the spaceship one by one. However, the pilot of the Silver was not willing to cherish Chen Sanwen's efforts at all, and kept issuing whimsical instructions. Sometimes the engine of the spacecraft is overloaded, and amazing maneuverability bursts out in emergency maneuver mode. Sometimes the weapon system asks for a large amount of energy and coolant, and it can be called a violent firepower output. During this period, the spaceship was always under extremely intensive firepower, and the sirens of the shield system almost never stopped. Chen Sanwen was so busy in the mechanic repair room that his feet didn't touch the ground, and his expression gradually became grim due to more and more abnormal readings. For Chen Sanwen, a senior mechanic, the Silver number was almost like a relative. 30,000 relatives are suffering inhuman torture, but he doesn't even have the strength to curse. Xiao followed closely beside Chen Sanwen, trying his best to relieve his pressure. Although Sean was not in the cockpit and could not see the whole picture of the battle, he could only speculate on the battle situation through the readings on the instrument panel in the machine repair room. But it is clear that the situation is not optimistic. Given how much Li Yu cherished the Silver, if it weren't for the dangerous situation, it would be impossible for him to issue such an extreme order. According to Xiao's understanding of Li Yu, he prefers to deal with opponents while laughing, and only when it is absolutely necessary he will put on a gesture of going all out with a frown. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound not far away, sparks lingered on the instrument panel, and several reading pointers stopped immediately, while the Jedi apprentice felt the metal floor under his feet rippling like water waves. Chen Sanwen was stunned for a moment and then roared, "The cooling chamber of the left engine has been pierced." Hearing this, Sean picked up the toolbox next to the door of the machine repair room without hesitation and rushed to the engine area of the Silver with all his strength. Only halfway through, he felt a wave of heat rushing towards his face. The engine area in front of him had already ignited a raging sea of flames, and the flames spread rapidly along the passage, and all the automatic fire extinguishing devices along the way were paralyzed. Sean realized that the road was blocked after just one glance, and when he was thinking about how to detour, several crew members had already rushed up beside him, each of them carrying a fire extinguisher, spraying a large amount of fire extinguishing agent forward. The momentum of the flames was contained in an instant, and when Zio-En saw it, he stepped on the still warm floor and charged forward without hesitation. The crew members in charge of extinguishing the fire followed closely beside Sean without saying a word, using fire extinguishing agents to open the way for him. But as everyone got closer to the cooling room, the flames in front became more intense, and it became difficult to maintain the portable fire extinguisher. Sean didn't hold back, he stopped immediately, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and immediately locked on a slightly raised metal plate on the wall. Sean pulled out a wrench, smashed the metal plate up high, and then stretched out his hand to lift off the thick plate along the raised part, exposing several control lines that were arced by overload. He took a quick glance, and confirmed that these overloaded lines were the culprits that caused the automatic fire extinguishing device to be paralyzed. So he quickly blocked one of the lines that was seriously short-circuited with a chemical inhibitor, and then notified Chen Sanwen in the communicator to replace it control lines. A few seconds later, the automatic fire extinguishing device in the surrounding area quickly restarted, and the composite fire extinguishing agent was ejected from the holes in all directions, extinguishing the raging flames in an instant and taking away the residual high temperature at the same time. Sean took a deep breath and walked into the cooling room with the toolbox. Yet with just one look, he realized the left engine was not going to save. The cooling chamber was pierced by several high-energy particle beams. These particle beams not only penetrated the shield and armor of the Silver, but also smashed the variable temperature controller and the coolant storage tank of the cooling chamber, the latter being the most deadly. The flammable coolant was ignited by the high temperature and ignited a raging flame. Although the flame is now extinguished, the storage tank is still completely empty. Theoretically, the Silver can draw coolant from the cooling chambers of the right engine and the rear engine, but the spacecraft is still in a state of emergency maneuver. All engines are running at overload and there is no coolant left, likely to lead to chain crashes. Zio-En informed Chen Sanwen of the result and got silence in response. Obviously, Chen Sanwen in the machine repair room was at his wit's end. Just when the situation was critical, Bai's voice came from Zio-En's communicator. The front turret of the spaceship still has excess coolant. I have sent someone to send it to you. Please complete the repairs as soon as possible and restore the power of the spaceship. Very good. Sean clenched his fist vigorously and returned his gaze to the pierced coolant storage tank. In no time, he was drawing up repair plans in his head and putting them into practice. The damaged parts in the cooling chamber were repaired and filled one by one. Although it was still a mess from the outside, as long as the coolant was in place, it was only a matter of time before it resumed operation. Sean waited patiently in the cooling room, but after a few minutes, the cooling fluid promised by Bai was still not in place. Just when he couldn't help urging, Bai Nu's invariable voice came from the communicator. The transporter was seriously injured in an accident. Please quickly go to the cabin aisle to meet him and get the coolant. Sean let out a sigh of relief. Has door-to-door delivery become door-to-door pickup? All right. While talking, he turned and left the cooling room and ran towards the passenger cabin passage. He didn't question why Bai didn't appoint other people to continue to complete the cargo transportation. If he had to run around as a mechanic, now is really not the time to argue. And when he came all the way to the cabin passage, he immediately understood Bai's helplessness. The entire passageway of the passenger cabin was riddled with holes from the metal fragments from the outside, although the holes in the outer armor had been urgently filled by the mechanic robot, and the negative pressure was no longer generated. But the fatal problem is, beside the cabin passage of the Silver, there are a large number of material pipelines integrated. At this time, these pipelines are all overturned under the impact, and the broken metal pipes are poked in all directions in the passage, like interlaced animal teeth. And between the countless canine teeth, the two crew members responsible for carrying the coolant tank and the accompanying guards were all down in a pool of blood. Some were pierced through the abdomen by metal pipes and some were pierced through the shoulders, just like specimens. It was nailed so hard that it could not move. When they saw Sean, these seriously injured people struggled in unison and hoarsely said, "Leave us alone, take the coolant away." Sean is very clear about the priorities of the situation. He can't save these wounded now, and if he can't restore the left engine to run as soon as possible, the lives of everyone on the Silver will be in danger. So Sean stepped forward without any trace, deftly bypassing the crisscrossing metal pipes, avoiding short-circuited wires and occasional sparks, and came to the coolant tank in a few steps. The boxy storage tank was very heavy, and Sean felt it was extremely difficult to lift it up with both hands. This was a heavy object that required two strong men to lift it. But now, looking at the heavy casualties of the crew members around him, Sean knew that he could only rely on himself. The Jedi apprentice exhaled lightly, causing the ubiquitous force to flow in his body, strengthening this flesh and blood body. This is the force technique that Sean has mastered since he was a child. It is unpretentious but very practical. As the strength of his body increased greatly, the heavy storage tank became lighter. Sean raised his arms, carried the storage tank on his shoulders, and then stepped forward. The speed was actually a bit faster than when he was barehanded. However, at this moment on the side of the passage, a tightly closed door suddenly opened, and a woman in a long apricot dress ran out of it in a panic. "Excuse me." Before the words were finished, a high-voltage wire flickering on the top of the door swayed down due to the vibration of the door opening, like a hunting Buhar electric snake, aimed at the woman's head and neck and bit it. In an instant, Sean only felt that the flow of time seemed to slow down. The Jedi apprentice seemed to have seen the woman being hit by the wire, turning her whole body into charcoal, but he didn't have time to stop it. The wire fell too fast, and he was at least 5 meters away from the woman. Even if he didn't carry a heavy storage tank on his shoulders, it was impossible for him to cross this distance in an instant and rush to the woman's side. At the critical moment, Sean freed up a hand and reached forward. As a result, the falling electric wire was like a 7-inch poisonous snake caught by someone, and it froze in midair in an instant. Although Sean himself couldn't keep up, the force is everywhere. It's just that while using the force to strengthen the body, carry the storage tank on his back, and at the same time use the force to hold the high-voltage wires through the air, this also makes Zio-En feel a little unsustainable. However, the woman was frightened by the tragic scene in the passage, and she was stunned in place. The Jedi apprentice gritted his teeth tightly and swung his arm downward with all his strength. The high-voltage wire was thrown aside and hit the wall of the passage heavily, causing an astonishing electric spark to burst out immediately. The flying sparks almost scorched the corner of the woman's skirt, and the sudden burst of high temperature made the woman cry out in shock, but it finally brought her back to her senses. Sean gasped violently and shouted, "Go back quickly. The VIP room is the safest refuge. Don't come out until the battle is over." The woman nodded immediately, followed Zio-En's order without hesitation and returned to the guest room. Sean heaved a sigh of relief, and then he felt the blood vessels in his body swell and ache. This impending stimulation was also an extremely heavy burden for him. Fortunately, everything went well and the woman turned the corner. The next question is the scene where he used the force to grab the high-voltage wire just now. Shouldn't have been exposed. Sean looked around cautiously. The camera in the channel had died a heroic sacrifice, and the crew members who fell in a pool of blood also fell into a coma. Except for the Good News lady, no one else should have seen that scene. And Ms. Good News probably wouldn't think of force, right? After all, in the dry galaxy, the Jedi and the Force are absolutely rare concepts, and the change of direction of the high-voltage wires can also be explained by other reasons. Of course, this was all wishful thinking, and she might have seen the truth long ago. Sean exhaled lightly and temporarily put these chaotic thoughts out of his mind. Now is not the time to think about this. If the maintenance of the spacecraft is not completed as soon as possible, everyone will die in the asteroid belt, and it will be too late to say anything at that time. Fortunately, he did not encounter any episodes after that, and returned to the left engine cooling room not long after. With the precious coolant in place, the left engine quickly resumed operation under Sean's skillful hands and began to provide precious power for the Silver. The Jedi apprentice stood outside the engine area, looking at the indicator light that had turned green, a symbol of normal operation. He was finally relieved. And this gentle green light seems to indicate a reversal of the situation. After going through the initial stage of high-pressure headwind, Silver began a difficult road to comeback. Although Zio-En couldn't see the whole picture of the battle, even if he only judged it from the mechanic's perspective, the battle situation was obviously improving. At least the spaceship did not suffer serious damage, such as the cooling chamber being punctured, and there was no need for mechanics to run around inside the spaceship. Obviously, those enemies who ambushed in the asteroid belt in advance still underestimated the combat capability of the Silver. Even if they had an absolute numerical advantage, they were still defeated in the end. About half an hour later, the warning lights in the spaceship turned from bloody red to orange, and Li Yu's voice was also heard on the radio. "Congratulations, everyone, we won the battle." There was an indelible exhaustion in his voice. It was obvious that this comeback battle was not easy for Li Yu, so that he could no longer maintain his usual brisk tone. "Clean it up as soon as possible. It's time to save people and repair ships. Lao Peng, take your men and go outside to catch some prisoners. We can't just take this loss for granted." After speaking, Li Yu turned off the radio. The next moment, weak cheers came from all over the Silver. When the cheers sounded, Sean also felt the tense muscles all over his body relax, and his legs felt weak for a while. But now is not the time to collapse and enjoy the victory. As a mechanic, the overtime hours have only just begun. After this encounter, the Silver could be said to be covered in bruises, even riddled with holes. It cannot be repaired by mechanics and robots alone. Mechanics like them must shoulder the heavy responsibility to restore the spaceship to normal as soon as possible. Xiao En communicated with Chen Sanwen on the task assignment in the communicator and got the task of handling the cabin passage. Thinking of the passage like a metal forest, he couldn't help but have a headache. But that kind of troublesome work, no one else can do it except him. Chen Sanwen shivered because of being too busy in the machine repair room and basically lost the ability to work. However, when Sean returned to the cabin passage, he saw an unexpected figure there. The apricot yellow long skirt, the black and white veil, and the meticulous stance. It is the good news lady. Seeing her, the flashy scene from before appeared again in Sean's mind. Different from the slightly frightened posture at that time, she has recovered her composure at this time. When she stood quietly in front of the cabin door, her calm and elegant temperament formed an extremely sharp contrast with the mess around her. After experiencing the danger, the woman followed Xiao En's instructions and honestly hid in the cabin. Fortunately, the metal flow that pierced through the passageway of the cabin never reached her cabin. Of course, from another perspective, the strongest part of the Silver is the VIP cabin. So Sean told her then that the VIP cabin is the safest refuge. If the place where the bullet was shot happened to be the VIP cabin, perhaps the Silver could have been safe and sound. Chaotic thoughts lingered in Xiao En's mind for a moment, and then he greeted generously. "Honorable client, please don't worry about the battle situation, we have already won." The woman turned her head to look at Sean and said softly, "Thank you for saving me earlier." Sean's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the woman really noticed the unnatural change of direction of the high-voltage wire. So he chose to play dumb without hesitation. "Haha, I'm saving everyone. If the engine can't resume running, all of us will not be spared." "Thank you, and I should only thank those brothers who were seriously injured in moving the storage tank. They paid much more than me." The woman nodded slightly, as if accepting Xiao En's explanation. "Also, there is something I would like to ask you to do." Xiao En was taken aback when he heard the words. The topic changed so quickly. Did you just fool around about the wires? Is the other party really naive and easy to trust others, or is it that she doesn't like to accept the grace of saving lives? So just fool around if you can. However, Sean himself did not attempt to reciprocate, and the other party's reaction was as he wished. On the other hand, it is also a good opportunity for a woman to ask for him, and Sean happens to have a lot of questions he wants to ask. So Sean immediately put on a businesslike smile. "I'm happy to help you." "Please open the lid for me, please," the woman said and handed over a square metal box. Sean took it, feeling light and empty in his hand, but the lid of the box was fastened tightly without leaving a single gap. There are handles on both sides of the lid, and the rough and heavy handles are not commensurate with the lightness of the box body, so that when Xiao En holds the box, he only feels a little top-heavy. Sean hugged the box with one hand, grabbed the handle with the other, and stretched it upward, but the lid of the box didn't move at all, as if it was welded dead. Sean was a little curious. His effort at this time has far surpassed the average adult male, but he still couldn't open the lid of the box. What the hell is this good news lady's box for? While thinking about it, Sean continued to increase his strength. The strength of the physical body is limited, but as long as he uses the force. Click. Just when Xiao En raised his grip strength to an extraordinary level, the metal grip in his hand suddenly cracked under the weight. Sean let go of his hand in amazement, only to see a few pieces of shattered metal sticking to his palm. The seemingly heavy grip was actually just covered with a layer of metal shell, and a very fine circuit structure was hidden in it. Zion was puzzled, so this is not a box cover that can perform miracles with great force. Did I use too much force and broke the lid instead? Well, why didn't she say it earlier? Could it be that she was fishing on purpose? It's a pity that before Sean had time to see clearly, the client lady took a step forward and hugged the box back. Sorry, there seems to be something wrong with this box. Seeing the woman's eagerness, Zion was puzzled, but he handed the box back to the other party and said, "Sorry, I didn't know it has a special structure. It's okay, I should make it clear in advance. If necessary, I can help unlock the electronic lock." No need, the woman's voice suddenly became decisive. Sean was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't insist anymore and smiled and said, "Then come to me if you need it." Well, thank you very much. When Sean returned to work, he realized that he had completely missed the opportunity to continue the conversation with the woman and failed to get more information from her. Probably the whole battle really made him dizzy. However, Sean reflected on the conversation and felt that after he crushed the grip, the woman had no interest in continuing the conversation at all. She took back the metal box and turned back to the cabin with a very decisive attitude. So everything is the fault of Dolly performing miracles. Zion muttered to himself with a wry smile and then pulled out the broken metal pipe that was inserted horizontally on the passage wall. Forget it, there is still half of the voyage, let's find a chance to talk later. At worst, ask Li Yu for help, he was the one who led the matter. And just as Sean paralyzed himself with work, the client lady also returned to the room, letting out a helpless sigh and murmured vaguely to herself. "Isn't it him? I thought it would be okay if it was him. Maybe I really thought too much. But in this way there is only one clue left, but I can't contact the female suspect at all." While talking, the woman tapped the metal box on the table lightly. Her fingers gently stroked the handle of the broken box lid, but she didn't try to lift it off. Because before this, she had tried too many times and changed too many methods, but none of them worked. Now there is only one possibility left, a possibility that she herself cannot verify anyway. The only clues were two people, and one of them had been ruled out just now. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in front of the woman's eyes, and Li Yu's projection suddenly appeared on the desk. The woman was startled. "Li Yu, sorry to bother you." The captain of the Silver, who had just commanded a fierce battle, still looked exhausted at this moment, and he was lying on the seat half sitting and half lying in the projection. "Miss, what's the result of the trial just now?" The woman returned to her previous meticulous attitude, but she had no interest in answering Li Yu's question at all. "It seems that the result is not very good, so what are you going to do next? Find another clue person to try your luck." "That will be very troublesome, after all, even I don't know anything about the news over there. But I can introduce you to a very powerful intelligence dealer." "Enough, this matter has nothing to do with you." Li Yu sighed. "Is there no need to deceive yourself? I found that thing out of the manor, so I have the right to know, right? Oh, by the way, that kid was also brought out of the manor by me. You used that thing to test he and I should have double the right to know." "The right to know is not included in the agreement," the woman said. "Besides the agreement, there is still friendship between us. Baiyan and the Nan family have been partners for many years. Thanks to the help of the Nan family, the deserted area can be so vibrant. For this kindness, we always think about it. Able to reciprocate." The woman's tone turned slightly colder. "Thanks to Bai Yin's activity, the Nan family has been criticized in the boardroom, hasn't it?" Li Yu said, "The four major families who doesn't have an agent who does dirty work, didn't they come forward to collect the Xuanwang blood of Zyrun medicine? The smuggling business of Bay Freight is also distributed to Shall the Huts run the business, whose buttocks are clean. Of course, if you really don't like it, miss, we can restrain ourselves and recuperate during this period of time. I just don't know how such unilateral restraint can be achieved. How useful is it? That manor was your father's favorite holiday manor, but the inheritance inside requires you to hire outsiders to get it." The woman showed a bit of anxiety. "That's enough, you don't need to be too talkative or fussy about the Nan family's affairs. You just need to send me to Xiajing according to the entrustment agreement." Li Yu said, "Business? That's okay, I just have a business problem and I want to ask for proof. Miss, what happened to the ambush just now? This route was chosen by you, and we also set out. I gave up my route because of my trust in you, but the result seems to be a self-inflicted trap. If luck is a little bit worse, all of us will be buried here." This topic made Li Yu undoubtedly take the initiative. The woman was silent for a long time, then sighed, "If you need compensation." "No, I don't need any compensation, I just need the truth. It just so happens that Lao Peng has already captured a prisoner. Why don't we ask together later? The woman hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Okay. The finishing work on the Silver lasted for quite a while. Whether it was repairing the riddled spaceship or rescuing the injured crew members, the people on board were in a hurry. Sean was busy until the extra mealtime and finally had time to sit down in the dining room, listen to the bragging of the celebrating crew members, and then understand the whole picture of the battle. In a word, this is a Jedi comeback from death to life. By the time the Silver's sensor detected the enemy, the spacecraft was already in a desperate situation. More than 30 large and small fighters were ambushing around the asteroid belt, blocking all the escape routes of the Silver. These ambushers cleverly used the intricate environment of the asteroid belt to hide their existence. If Bai, who was on duty in the cockpit, had not been unusually sensitive, I am afraid that the Bayan would not realize that he had encountered it until the enemy opened fire. Ambush. But Bai's early warning can only win an extremely limited time. Facing the desperate situation, Li Yu immediately made a judgment that was almost suicidal. He ordered the Bayan to aim at the area where the enemy's strength was strongest and charged in a straight line regardless of everything. The crew trusted Li Yu without reservation and executed his suicide order perfectly. During the charge, the Silver was baptized by crazy firepower and the ship was almost destroyed on the spot. Fortunately, its performance and crew quality were worthy of the name of Silver. In a burst of flames, the Silver shuttled out precariously and concentrated all the firepower on the spaceship on one point, a small fighter jet that seemed inconspicuous. The heavy weapons on the Silver had a crushing performance advantage and instantly wiped out that small fighter plane, although the price was that the Silver was almost pierced through the entire cabin passage and the flanks were severely damaged. Judging from the entire battle situation, the Silver undoubtedly suffered a great loss. It almost sacrificed more than one-third of the performance of the spaceship, but only replaced an insignificant small fighter. The remaining enemies were enough to crush the badly wounded Silver. But to everyone's disbelief, the situation of the battle was completely reversed at this moment. Actually, I didn't figure out what was going on. At the dining table, a slightly drunk artilleryman shook his head and said, I just followed what Boss Lee said, pouring all the firepower in the laser cannon on that unremarkable fighter plane, blowing it into a ball of fireworks, and then we won. The radar observer sitting next to the artilleryman added, It is indeed unbelievable. After that fighter plane was destroyed, the enemy was completely reduced to a mob. More than one-third of the fighter planes turned around and fled on the spot, and the rest of the fighter planes also died. It starts to go its own way, even contradicts itself, and it becomes totally insignificant. The artilleryman happily drank a new bottle of alcoholic beverage and said, So there is no suspense in the rest of the battle. What I have to do is to blow up every locked enemy into fireworks. Although there are many enemies, they are only like a target in training. The quality inspector in the cargo hold said, Obviously that small fighter plane carried the leader of the enemy. He wanted to disguise himself as an unknown soldier, but he still couldn't hide it from Boss Lee. The observer retorted, Actually, this doesn't make sense. Judging from the model of the enemy's spaceship, they should be pirates, mostly Suzaku. These mobs have long been accustomed to chaos and disorder. Another interim replacement will also be quickly selected. Who knows, we won anyway. The artilleryman didn't care much about the truth. The observer, however, was itching to find out the truth. He turned his head and saw a tall and burly man walking into the restaurant with his head scratched. His eyes lit up and he greeted him, Brother Peng, sit here. The man surnamed Peng was a little puzzled, but he sat down as he said and greeted everyone at the table one by one. But before he picked up the chopsticks to eat, he was stopped by the observer and asked, Brother Peng, what's the result of the interrogation? What interrogation result? Didn't you go outside to catch him alive? The man surnamed Peng nodded. Yes, but I will return after handing over the person to Boss Lee. Anyway, the results of the interrogation will be announced, so I am not in a hurry to watch the live action. The observer was disappointed. Brother Peng, you really have no curiosity about life. What do you want to be so curious about? I'm not smart, so it's useless to be curious. Brother Peng is really temperamental. The man surnamed Peng scratched his head, and Boss Lee didn't seem to want other people to watch the interrogation. He didn't keep me when I left. I guess the interrogation method will be more cruel. I'm afraid I won't learn it well. The fireman interrupted, the more cruel the better. Damn, those Hutt bastards beat the Silver to pieces, and the brothers also suffered a lot of casualties, and now Lao Zhang is still soaking in the Bacta liquid. The man surnamed Peng said indifferently, Anyway, Boss Lee doesn't want to be seen by others, so let's just wait for the result with peace of mind. The observer said helplessly, Okay, wait for the result with peace of mind. When Zio En heard this, he had a decision in his heart. He didn't want to sit and wait for the result. Since he knew that Li Yu was interrogating the prisoners in the hangar, he just went to listen in. Zio En then put down his chopsticks and asked the man surnamed Peng, "Brother Peng, how is the damage on the hangar?" The man surnamed Peng replied, "It's a bit miserable, only slightly better than the engine area." Before he finished speaking, Sean rushed over and said, "Then I'll go over and have a look anyway, I'm free after eating." The artilleryman was surprised. "Hey, so hardworking," I said, "although you owe money to Boss Lee, there is no need to push yourself so hard. Look how many years Huang Siwen has been a digital person and he is still laughing all day long. Like an idiot. Zheng Qiwen, who exploded your mother, how dare you arrange me." Sean sighed, put the noise behind him, put down the dinner plate, picked up the toolbox, and rushed straight to the seriously damaged hangar like a dedicated mechanic. Not long after, he came outside the closed door of the hangar, and at this time, Li Yu's interrogation had just begun. In this small and compact hangar, two small fighter planes were parked crookedly. Under the slightly broken wings stood the captain of the Silver, Li Yu, and his assistant Bai. The shadows cast by the wings enveloped them, setting off the silhouettes of two slightly hideous figures. On the other side, three ragged pirates with bruised noses and swollen faces were kneeling on the ground with their hands bound. The lights on the top of the hangar were turned on, making the three of them pale. In the shadows, Li Yu pointed to a thin man on the far left and asked, "First question, who is the person who ordered you to ambush?" The skinny man giggled, "It's your ancestor." As soon as the words fell, a crimson energy beam pierced his forehead. Li Yu pointed the blaster in his hand at the prisoner in the middle. "Next is you, who is the person who instructed you to ambush?" The expression of the second person froze. He didn't expect Li Yu to strike so decisively and viciously. "If you disagree, you will be killed." Didn't he want to interrogate prisoners of war? What is the interrogation after everyone has been beaten to death? However, the moment of astonishment cost him his life. Li Yu fired again without mercy, killing the second person on the spot, and then pointed the gun at the third person. This time, Li Yu didn't even ask a question. The third person was finally sober and realized that his life and death were tied by a thread, so he hurriedly said, "Master Feng Chu summoned us." Before the words were finished, a wrench flew out from the shadow under the wing and hit the prisoner of war on the shoulder, knocking him to the ground, and was so painful that he couldn't speak. Li Yu was so angry that he cursed, "Fanged your whole family." A group of savages who can't take a bath once a week. Where did they get such a nondescript title? Is it disgusting? The prisoner of war who was knocked down quickly changed his words. Hai Sanner summoned the manpower. He is our military advisor and the bosses usually listen to him. After hearing the prisoner's confession, Li Yu turned to look at his assistant. Bai quickly found the person's information from the database. Hai Sanner, whose real name is He Shan, is a native of Can, a farmer. At the age of 17, he escaped from his hometown due to an accidental injury. After 3 years, he was reduced to a pirate. In less than 5 years, he replaced the original organization leader and became Suzaku, a member of the Alliance. And then at the age of 30, he became a new generation military advisor of Suzaku. He is scheming, insidious, and vicious, and enjoys high prestige in the pirate organization. He has fought against us twice in the past. In the Oasis dockyard of Zhen Star, he conspired to kill our informant Yue Chang, and in the floating station of Lai, his confidants were killed by the Red Apricot Squad. And Lu Nan even knocked off an arm and a leg. Li Yu suddenly realized and said, "Ah, it turned out to be him and I have an impression. But I remember that he is not very charismatic, and he can persuade those useless people to come and stop me. It is unlikely." Bar. As he said that, Li Yu aimed his gun at the only remaining prisoners of war. So what is the truth? The prisoner was stunned for a moment and quickly defended. Hai Sanner really summoned the people. Our boss brought people here only after listening to Hai Sanner's words. Li Yu said, "It's a joke. Hai Sanner was killed by Bai Yin and he has no prestige. How much water has entered your boss's mind to believe his words and target us? But, forget it, wasting time." Li Yu shook his head and shot him in the head again. The next moment, under the other wing of the fighter plane, a hidden woman suddenly couldn't help but said, "There's no need to kill him, right? He obviously doesn't know anything about the matter. If you don't know anything, you shouldn't die." Li Yu said coldly. The people on board reacted fairly alertly to this ambush. Jai Ko, the administrator on duty, was killed, and Wu Fan, who was escorting the coolant, could not be rescued. Only 2 people were killed in battle, and the number of enemies you wiped out was more than 10 times that. Li Yu smiled lightly, but there was no joy in the laughter. "Miss, to your Nan family is human life just a number? If it's your brothers and sisters, Oh, I'm sorry that this kind of formulation is to you. I'm afraid it's hard to empathize with this kind of only child. If your father is killed, do you have to calculate and exchange numbers with the enemy? The woman was furious for a moment, but she was speechless. Liu said again, everyone on the Silver and even everyone in the Silver Knights are my brothers and sisters, while some seniors should be regarded as uncles and aunts, incomparably precious. The so-called incomparably precious means that in order to avenge them, even if I kill 1,000 times or 10,000 times as many enemies, I will not hesitate. The woman couldn't help but said, this kind of excessive cruelty. Before finishing speaking, Li Yu interrupted. Excessive cruelty can best protect my relatives. The Silver Knights have never been good people, and those meek civilized codes have never protected us. Our hometown is called Desolate District. We have to deal with such bastards like Suzaku and Kinglong every day. And the way of survival of the bastards is that the weak eat the strong, you die. The woman was not persuaded, but, to be honest, I really hate dealing with you pampered people. As for you, no matter good or evil, you always use your own values to judge others condescendingly. The sense of superiority stinks. For a while, Silver refused to accept it. All good people are because good people are too difficult to serve. If you have to come, just keep your mouth shut and talk less about your previous experience in the civilized world. No one cares about us. Of course, some people later said that this kind of rule is a bit like a psychological shadow, so we changed it to don't ask the past between members, which sounds much more gentle. Okay, enough nonsense, miss. Do you have anything else to add? The woman finally had nothing to say and shook her head. At the same time, Sean, who was listening outside the hangar door, was already feeling turbulent. Nan Wayu, that good news lady, is Nan Wayu, Nan Heli's only daughter. Sean saw a photo of Nan Wayu in the manner of Dewey 9527, but Nan Wayu in the photo was only in his early tens, and his eyebrows had not yet opened. So naturally he couldn't get in touch with the slim woman in front of him with a veil covering her face stand up. But she is Nan Wayu after all. Before Zio En and Master entered the Cayenne Galaxy, Nan Wayu's contact priority was very high in the preliminary plan. After Nan Heli's death, she was the #1 successor of Nanaming Capital and the preparatory director of Cayenne Group. Although she was young, she was already an important figure in the Cayenne Galaxy. And after experiencing a series of changes, Nan Wayu's status in Zio En's heart has been further improved, because she may still be an insider of the Manor incident. From Li Yu's conversation, it is not difficult to see that Nan Wayu and Beiyin are not the first cooperation. Although the two sides have friction, they also have a tacit understanding. So did Nan Wayu know about Li Yu going to Dewey 9527 before? If they knew, the problem would be, why did the dignified daughter of the Nan family hire a group of pirates to attack her manor and kill her employees? The head maid of the manor, Li Qiang, was Nan Wayu's personal maid and best friend in her childhood, but she almost died at the hands of pirates. Could it be that Nan Wayu did it deliberately? In addition, did she know about the ambush in Xiajing Tavern, and even said, how much did she know about Nan Heli's death? These questions made Sean wish he could open the door of the hangar immediately, rush in and ask him all the questions. But the impulse only lasted for a moment. Zio En is very clear that now is not a good time for him to come forward to ask questions, not to mention that Nan Wayu has no reason to be open and honest with a stranger like him. Even Li Yu, who just opened his heart to talk about his own people not long ago, may not trust him, also very limited. Otherwise, why not ask the past? Therefore, although the conversation in the hangar could be transmitted, and Zio En could hear it clearly outside the door of the hangar was never opened. This was obviously Li Yu's attitude towards Zio En. The so-called don't ask about the past among members means to ask less questions so that everyone can seek common ground while reserving differences. Listen to what I told you and don't inquire about what I didn't tell you. It's not easy to be a human being if you don't know much. In this regard, Sean is not incomprehensible. Many of Beiyin's styles run counter to the ideas advocated by the civilized world, and Sean feels the same way after joining the Red Apricot Squad. This organization is united, loving, and full of vitality, but its ruthlessness when facing the enemy is insulated from the word civilization, and it is even more incompatible with the philosophy believed by the Jedi. And this is one of the reasons why Sean has not disclosed his identity for a long time. Li Yu emphasized to Sean several times that Bai Yin would not ask about his past. How could Sean not understand the implication? So at this time, let's maintain the tacit understanding between each other for the time being. Relying on Li Yu, Zio En has already approached the truth step by step, which is far better than fighting alone in the galaxy. And at this moment, a new voice came from the hangar. In the hangar, after Li Yu comforted Nan Waiyu, who was overflowing with humanity, he continued his interrogation. Okay, now that the gossip is over, let's continue. While Li Yu was speaking, his assistant Bai opened a large metal box not far away and poured out 3 captives who were rolling around on the ground like unloading. Okay, a new round of interrogation begins. Li Yu said, "Did all of you hear the conversation just now? Then I won't talk nonsense, let's start with the one on the far left." As he spoke, he aimed his gun at the captive's head again. This time the prisoner confessed very happily. This time Suzaku was entrusted to act. Li Yu nodded. "Well, although it's nonsense, but at least we've gotten to the point, let's continue." The prisoner said, "The leader is indeed High Sanner, but High Sanner is only following orders and someone else is actually in charge." This time the ambush was also in charge of the formation and command. Everything went smoothly at first. "It's just that I don't know why there's no sound all of a sudden," Li Yu said, "because I was the first to kill him. It's good that he hid too deeply, but he was very conspicuous. It was like shouting, 'I am behind the scenes, come and hit me.' And once he died, as expected, you were beaten back to your original shape. I knew that those rotten people in Suzaku would have the guts to ambush me. It must be instigated and organized by outsiders, so if the outsiders are eliminated, everything will be resolved. People." The captives were taken aback when they heard the words, never expecting that the ambush they thought was perfect was doomed from the very beginning. At this moment, when they thought of Bayan's illustrious reputation, they couldn't help but become more terrified. Therefore, there is no scruple in explaining the problem. It is said that that person paid a lot of money to call us into action. In addition, he is also responsible for the route planning and personnel arrangement of the entire operation. Li Yu interrupted, "Personnel arrangements too, he also personally arranges your people." The prisoner replied, "I don't know the specific details, but it is said that he asked all the bosses for a list and carefully asked about the situation of each team and then made this arrangement." Li Yu asked, "What do you think of his arrangement?" The prisoner said, "Not bad, it's not bad. Although the formation of troops is a bit rigid, it is indeed clever and rigorous. If he hadn't died first, maybe." Li Yu added, "Maybe we are the ones who died." "No, I dare not." "Why don't you dare? If he can really survive the first wave, the silver number will indeed be very dangerous. But that person obviously has no practical experience. I can see where the formation is located. He disguised himself as an inconspicuous small fighter plane, but he didn't expect how conspicuous a small fighter plane surrounded by several heavy warships would be." When Li Yu said this, he turned his gaze to the client who was listening on the sidelines. In short, the clues have been collected. This group of pirates were hired by someone who was a standard outsider. And most of them came from a famous family. That's why he was able to deter Suzaku and make them willing to be treated as use it as a chess piece, instead of directly killing people and stealing goods to earn a quick sum of money. Besides, that person must do everything by himself. He obviously came from a good background, but he even had to do the dirty work himself. Unfortunately, it was because of this that he must do everything by himself in the end. Even if he is remotely controlled, our situation is much more difficult. Miss, through the above clues, can you figure out who is behind the scenes? Nan Waio's face was gloomy at this moment, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I see, I will definitely give you an explanation." Li Yu said, "It is to give yourself an explanation. The target of this ambush is you in the final analysis, and our Bayan is just passing by." "I know, really." Li Yu pressed harder and harder. "You chose this remote route to avoid disaster, but in the end, not only could you not avoid it, but you even became a self-inflicted trap. I know that there is a traitor around me. Even the person you killed first may be my most trusted confidant and my father's former secretary Nan Zeju. Are you satisfied?" Li Yu smiled and said, "It's still the same sentence. The key is whether you are satisfied with the answer, miss." The woman said, "Nan Zeju has been with my father for more than 20 years, and he is my father's right-hand man. From the moment I can remember, he has been an indispensable member of the family. After my father died, he was also the only one I trusted without reservation." "Man, so do you think I'm happy with this answer?" Li Yu said, "Miss, you are so angry, do you want me to say condolences to you? Or should I congratulate you for pulling out the most dangerous nail around you?" Nan Waiyu was silent for a while and said, "I'm sorry, I just find it hard to accept this fact. Uncle Zeju, Nan Zeju, why did he betray me? And he even used such vicious means." Li Yu said, "Your father and daughter have bullied him before and made him hold a grudge." "Nonsense." Nan Waiyu said angrily, "My father treats him like his own brother. I grew up calling him Uncle Zaijo." Both public and private, our family has nothing to do to him. Li Yu asked again, so someone can give him greater benefits. Nan Wayu smiled wryly and said, he is already an executive of Nanaming Capital, and his net worth is even several times richer than that of me, who has not yet inherited the inheritance of my father's generation. Who else in the galaxy can give him the benefits? Moreover, it's nothing more than seeking money, but killing one's life is a very serious taboo. Li Yu said, I've heard about this. Even if you dignitaries conspire to harm each other, it won't hurt the lives of high-level members. Nan Wayu said, yes, this is an important bottom line for maintaining the internal stability of the Kainkun group, and it is jointly certified by the elder councils of the 4 major families. So how did your father die? Li Yu suddenly asked a sharp question. Nan Wayu said, I don't know, that's why I entrust you to go to the manor to collect evidence, but in the end I got a box that no one can open. Yes, the structure of the box seems simple, but as long as it is not opened according to the rules, it will immediately self-destruct. Huh, have you tried driving it? Li Yu coughed quickly. No, I'm just talking casually. How could we tamper with the client's things? Nan Wayu snorted coldly, apparently not believing a single word of this nonsense, but now is not the time to care. Li Yu also changed the subject in a slightly embarrassed way. Okay, this interrogation will end here. Before he finished speaking, he heard an urgent voice from the side. Etc. A prisoner who has not been interrogated suddenly burst out with a strong desire to survive and interrupted Li Yu's words regardless of his life. Seeing that Li Yu's interrogation session was about to end, he immediately realized a problem. The interrogation is over, and the lives of these prisoners of war may also end. Those who have confessed their problems may still have a chance of survival. Bai Yin is cruel to the enemy, but it will not even kill the captives who have confessed their problems. The problem now is that some people don't even have the chance to explain their problems. Of the second batch of 3 prisoners of war, there were still 2 who hadn't had time to speak, so if you want to survive now, you must explain the problem. Even if Li Yu doesn't ask, he still has to explain. Well, Boss Li, I have. Before the words fell, Li Yu's wrench came through the air. Boss Li's name is also yours. Ancestor, the prisoner who was hit in the chest endured the pain to fight for his life. I have important information to tell. Li Yu clicked his tongue again and again. The desire to survive is very strong, let me tell you. I will let you go if it is valuable. Hearing Li Yu let go, the prisoner was overjoyed, but turned his eyes to the shadows under the other wing and asked, that one over there should be the eldest lady of the Nan family, right? We were hired to harass Kainkun at Dewey 9527 before. The security guest is also you, right? As soon as these words came out, Nan Wayu couldn't help but said, you. Li Yu threw out another wrench, and it hit Nan Wayu's feet just right, scaring her so much that she couldn't speak anymore. Li Yu sighed and complained to his assistant. This is the second reason why I hate high-class people. They always turn into laser brains inadvertently. Doesn't talking to you at this time mean that you are not calling yourself? You contacted Suzaku before, are you using your real identity? Only then did Nan Wayu say embarrassingly, no. Of course you can't use your real identity. The majestic Miss Nan family hired pirates to attack the regular army of Kainkun security. If this kind of news spreads, you can wait to spend the rest of your life in prison. However, for the sake of years of cooperation, let me help the eldest miss kill her. The prisoner who was threatened to be silenced turned pale with shock. This matter is no longer a secret. Almost everyone in the Suzaku organization knows about it. It's useless to kill me. Li Yu asked, everyone knows about it. Miss, how did you keep it secret last time? Did you use the alias Beikaienchu? Nan Wayu said, I contacted Suzaku before. I used Uncle Zeju. At that time, among the people I could trust, he was the only one who had channels to contact the pirates. If he came out to face me this time, of course he wouldn't keep it safe for me. What a secret. Li Yu said, it turns out that you also passed him last time. No wonder the group of pirates started doing evil when they arrived. The middleman is unreliable, and of course there will be problems in the execution of the mission. Nan Wayu was very surprised. Do evil? What do you mean? Li Yu was even more surprised. What do you mean? You don't know what Suzaku's people did in the manor. Nan Wayu said, I really don't know. Nan Zeju told me the whole story. He said everything went well, and you did bring the things back, so of course I believed it. After that incident, the Kainkun group has blocked all official news channels, and even I don't know the inside story. The only unofficial news channel I have is Nan Zeju. When you gave me the things, you didn't say anything unnecessary to me. Li Yu said, even if I said it at the time, you may not believe me, miss. And your entrustment is only to let me go to the laboratory to pick up the goods, but you didn't say that we should collect information, and the information fee has to be calculated separately. How much more do you want? To be honest, it's really not much money. Li Yu sighed. Based on Bayan's usual charging standard, we have already given you a very favorable discount, miss. After all, it is the business of the Nan family. It's a pity that miss you, but not as bold as the seniors. After careful calculation for a long time, I only chose a discount package for newcomers. Nan Yu snorted lightly, obviously not wanting to start this topic. However, Li Yu refused to let go. If you had chosen a luxurious package at that time, I could have brought my brothers there to provide a one-stop service. There was no need to find mobs to serve as outposts to attract attention. Nan Yu bit her lip. At that time, the funds I could use were very limited. I didn't fully inherit my father's property. The only thing I could handle flexibly was some pocket money. I could only afford that price. In fact, if it weren't for you, the asking price is too expensive, and I don't want to spend money to hire pirates to cooperate with you in fighting. Li Yu added, actually, on the other hand, you are worried that our Bayan family is eating alone, and you want to find someone to restrain us. After looking around, you can only find scum like Suzaku, right? It doesn't matter, I understand. After all, things like mutual trust always have to be built on the basis of a long running-in. After finishing speaking, Li Yu looked at the prisoner, who took the initiative to explain the problem. We're done gossiping here, you continue. The prisoner nodded quickly. Actually, Hai Sanner is at most half of the credit for us being able to recruit so many people this time. It is true that Nan Zeju spent a lot of money, but there is another reason for us to come, to avenge our shame. Li Yu laughed and said, revenge. Why didn't I know that you still have a sense of shame? How many times have you been planted by the Silver Knights? The prisoner summoned up his rare courage to interrupt Li Yu's ridicule. We didn't come here for Bayan, we came here for the eldest lady of the Nan family. It's true that us scumbags always suffer all kinds of things. Humiliation, those who care about their faces can no longer live, but there is only one thing that is our bottom line. Suzaku's money, no one can be greedy. Speaking of this, the prisoner couldn't help looking at Nan Yu, who was in the shadows, and said with a sneer, even if the young miss of the Nan family is short of money, there is no need to default on the money we these scumbags have, right? This time even Li Yu was taken aback. Arrears, the prisoner said. In the entrustment fee, the prepayment only accounts for 10% and the remaining 90% is paid in 2 steps. We pay the process payment when we arrive at Die 9527 and pay the balance after the task is completed. But from the process payment, the eldest lady is in arrears. For several days, when the brothers were looting in the manor, it was also because they couldn't get the money that they couldn't help but recover some losses by themselves. Hearing this, Li Yu couldn't help but frown. You really didn't get the money at the time. Didn't your superiors fool you? The prisoner said. I know, Boss Li. Ancestor, you have always looked down on us mobsters, but you think the reason why we mobsters don't break up is that there are some rules that we have to abide by, among which the rule of dividing money is the biggest rule. Li Yu nodded. He actually knew about this a long time ago, but he didn't expect Suzaku to be owed the money. So, miss, what do you have to say? Nan Yu argued, I'm not in arrears. All the payments have already been prepared in the temporary account, and I have also sent the payment letter for the last 2 payments to the bank. The prisoner argued, but we did not receive the money. The bank account details several leaders disclosed to all of us. Only the first advance payment was on time and the second process payment was in arrears. For several days, as for the final payment, there is no sign of it. This is impossible. Nan Yu was also puzzled. Li Yu sighed. Forget it, there's no need to quarrel over this kind of thing. Anyway, the team that Suzaku came to collect debts was also killed in pieces, so let's end the matter like this. Nan Yu was worried. This doesn't make sense. As long as there is my payment letter, there is no reason for the bank to default and not pay the money. Did your Nan family offend the bank? That was originally a bank under Nanaming Capital. That is to say, you can't even control your own bank. Li Yu nodded without changing his expression and then said to his assistant, Bai, help me confirm whether the reward for this escort mission is in place. The assistant responded flatly, the advance payment has been confirmed, but the process payment is overdue. In view of the current situation, I have doubts about the reliability of the process payment and the final payment. Nan Yu gritted her teeth and said, Don't worry, even if I sell my private property, I won't default on your salary. Bai said, I have doubts about the safety of Ms. Yu's private property. Nan Yu said angrily, What do you want to say? Is my orthodox heir abandoned by the Nan family? Can't I even keep my private property? Just as Bai was about to speak, Li Yu interrupted him. Forget it, it's not that I haven't done a loss-making business, and I will find a way to recover the loss slowly in the future. There is no need to quarrel with the respected client. However, miss, I still have something to tell you. Your situation is very serious now. Delicate, please be sure to choose someone you can trust. You don't need to remind me. That's good. I believe that Missy will be able to overcome the difficulties. Well, we are almost at our destination. I hope Missy's next journey will be smooth sailing. Nan Waiyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end there was only a simple thank you.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.